start off with. And now we're talking about Kingdom Hearts. The
Okay.
the
So
the the you
the
know
Kingdom Hearts 4
the
trailer,
Kingdom
the
Hearts
one that
4
came out.
trailer, the one that for some reason premiered at a Nintendo Direct. Nobody's playing that game on Nintendo Direct. Let's not.
Well, I mean, they
Let's
might
not.
now that they can download it and they don't have to stream it. Yeah,
All
maybe they
right.
will. Who
All
can
right.
say? Let's talk about the content itself, though. What was I in the middle of saying? Oh, yes, the fact that it seems to heavily and maybe it's just for that one world. Maybe it won't be for the entire game. I doubt that. I suspect considering they set up the fact that the in the last game the end of the DLC or whatever they set up that the foretellers were returning. So I suspect that all of the Union Cross shit is going to be the focus going forward.
Okay.
So if that's going to be the focus going forward, then they need to Sony. You guys just did a whole retelling of Final Fantasy VII. Maybe you take the time and even just put together like a small little side collection thing where it's just one of the movies is telling us what the story of these characters are. But if they're going to be a major point going forward, you're going to have a whole generation of people. I have a vague idea of what happened with them, and I guarantee you that's more than what a lot of people have. Most people aren't going to know who these characters are, and they're going to be lost. It's the equivalent of like if you guys made Kingdom Hearts 1 and then you made Kingdom Hearts 2 and character Kingdom Hearts 2 had all the characters that Chain of Memories had in it, but nobody could play Chain of Memories anymore.
Okay. Start off with.
Am I wrong?
Start off with. Um. Thing the first. Thing the first about this trailer. Um. Oh, that's what I was just before I say
Oh,
anything.
that's just one thing about the trailer
Just
I want to
before
talk
just
about.
before I say anything, I want to make this absolutely clear before I say all the negative things I'm about to say. I am ride or die for this franchise.
Oh,
Okay,
absolutely.
I will be there until
I will
I
show up no
die.
matter what.
I will be there until I die or this franchise dies. Whatever happens first. But this looks horrendous in the sense that like I
Like
saw
I have a tattoo from the game on my body, so if anybody is
um
there to support it, it's gonna be
Aaron
me.
Hansen from Game Grumps was basically like, "What the fuck is this?" Like it reeks of somebody watched it beforehand, and the part of it that feels the most forced is the bit with Donald and Goofy. That trailer feels like someone went through it beforehand and went, "Shit, this looks nothing like Kingdom Hearts anymore. What do we do?" And they just shoved Donald and Goofy in there, just to indicate to you that it is indeed a Kingdom Hearts
So
game because it doesn't look. But I've seen a great deal
so
of hold on, let me complete this thought. I've seen a great deal of copium on the when it in regards to this this trailer and this game. I've seen a lot of people who have been like, um, oh, Kingdom Hearts, he looks different depending on which world he goes to.
I was gonna say
Number one, the response to that comment, um, not as a general theme or aesthetic, he doesn't. So, and it's not in every world. Yeah, there's certain worlds he does, but this isn't the kind of world where he would do that. He would just be regular Sora. Thing the second
I disagree with that opinion, but I'll let you finish.
and thing the second is there's been a clear desire and to remove itself from the Disney thing. Well, I mean, really since the third one, but like it's there. Like Union Cross, all that shit is a clear and deliberate desire to move away from Disney. So whilst I don't think the entire game will look like this, that's what Sora's gonna look like. Like in his regular form, he's an adult now. Like there's clearly been some form of a time skip. He's been there a while. He's an adult now, so that's what regular Sora will look like going forward. I
Yes,
guarantee.
okay.
Yeah,
Are you done? Can I
the
respond to
aesthetic,
that?
being, I get the fact that they're currently in one city. No, it's not going to be in one world.
Hmm. So, I agree with most of what you've said, but I could believe that, like, so the general outfit that he's wearing would stay the same. Him looking a little bit older, absolutely, but like the fact that his hair is black in that trailer and not his normal brown,
I think that's a
that
mistake. That's just a
well, possibly it could be just a result of the shaders not looking quite correct.
yeah.
But what I was going to say is it could easily also be a thing where, because this quadratum world is supposed to be essentially more or less the game's version of the real world, right? So that could, in the terms of this world, it could be a thing where he looks a little bit more quote unquote real because he's in that world. I could see them going. I
maybe,
could see them going that route. Like I
maybe.
could in response. I could see it. How should I word this? I could see that having not been the plan, but I could see them
Yeah,
shifting based on public perception and reaction and turning it into that.
maybe like it displays a
And
clear.
I mostly say that because when you see Donald and Goofy, they still look like they did in the past Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah,
Sora and the ones in that Quadratum world are really the only ones who look weird. And
I don't think
the
Sora
people
looks weird.
commenting that
Sora looks like
he
Sora
does.
but
Oh,
older.
he looks weird.
I don't remotely agree. I think he looks like he looks like an aged up version
I
of
think
his
he looks like if you took him and you brought him into a realistic engine, which is what Quadratum is
like
supposed to be, a realistic world.
I think he looks like
He doesn't. He looks like if you were to put him beside the Donald and Goofy that would Donald and Goofy that we saw in that trailer, he would stand out. It would
I
be the
don't think so.
equivalent of when in Kingdom Hearts 2 when you had Sora, Donald, and Goofy in the Pirates of the Caribbean world beside the Pirates of the Caribbean characters. They would stand out next to him. He would look
To
weird.
me, he looks like he's still in the Kingdom Hearts 3 engine. So yeah, he looks like an older version of the Sora that we saw in Kingdom Hearts 3, which was already photorealistic.
Right, but he looks more. He looks like you took that model and that version
and made him
and
older.
put him in and put him in. No, not about being older. It's
No.
not that. To me, he doesn't look older. He doesn't look
absolutely looks
older than he. No, to me, he doesn't. To me, he doesn't look older. He looks like he's been taken. Let me finish, Justin. He looks like he's been taken and put into an engine which makes him look hyper realistic.
No,
which to me is just that's what Quadratum is supposed to be.
he doesn't look any more hyper photorealistic. To be fair, none of them do. They don't look any more. The Final Fantasy characters
I disagree.
don't look any. They do. They look prettier, but they in terms of design, they don't look any more photorealistic.
I mean,
than
people
they
have
did.
literally taken the fucking
I've seen people
the-
compare it to
the
Kingdom
guy,
Hearts
like,
2.
No, they've compared it to Kingdom Hearts 3, and compared to Kingdom Hearts 3, it looks weird. It looks way more realistic, which makes it look weird.
Well, yeah, it's because its location is in a more realistic setting, sure, but the
Right, and
character
so that's
models.
my point. And my point is that
Yeah.
I think that if they then take him, if the idea is that he's in the real world and they're going to take him to let's say realistic, the real live action Disney
No,
world,
he'll look different.
I
Not
think
much
he'll.
different.
I think he won't look as hyper realistic
Well,
as he
yeah,
does
but-
in this world.
Yeah,
So I think that my point is his hair color being an example. I think that's supposed to be an indicator that he's in the real world
Oh.
because people in like fucking in cartoons, their hair is like a different. It's a
They're-
more cartoony color.
People
right?
are reading too
So,
much
like,
into the black hair thing.
in his world, or in the Quadratum world, he looks the best way that I can word it, that I can think to articulate it compared to even Kingdom Hearts 3. He looks faded, like he looks.
I don't think he does. I don't think he
different.
looks the gameplay and
Oh, the
doesn't
gameplay looks great. The
it
fighting
doesn't
looks
look any
fun.
different than Kingdom Hearts 3. It looks like
Right,
it's
but
literally just running on the Kingdom
But
Hearts 3 engine
I'm not upset with that.
No,
I
I'm not
like
either.
Kingdom
I'm not
Hearts 3.
either. But
That's to me, that's not a problem.
That's my point. Is like people are acting as though that I've seen so many copium posts of people comparing.
Why do you?
This,
What is that? Why do you keep
copium
what is-
dealing with it? Like they're like,
Oh.
this is why it's like this. Oh, they're gonna go to a magical Disney world.
Justification.
Yeah, they're gonna go to a magical Disney world, and he's gonna look like he did in Kingdom Hearts 2, and that's just not gonna happen.
Oh,
This
he
is
will
what
never
looked
look.
like
He
in
will
Kingdom
never
Hearts
look
3.
like. Yeah, exactly. He will never look like what he did in Kingdom Hearts 2.
No,
That's
absolutely
just
not.
that's just the march of time and progress.
Yeah.
But I want him to look like what he did in Kingdom Hearts 3, and he just doesn't.
All of the
He-
character
yeah.
designs just look like
Donald and
they look,
Goofy do.
they all look
but-
like they did from Kingdom Hearts 3. They don't look. They look.
No,
They,
they
yeah,
don't.
they look more like at least like marketably prettier, in the sense that it's been.
They
like,
look more realistic.
No, I don't.
Yeah, they do.
I think your brain is. I think people's brains are filling that in because it's in a realistic setting. I won't disagree with you that it's a very real looking city, and
It's jarring, is the point.
It looks like he's in the and yes, story wise, yes, absolutely, they're in the real world. Like that's the idea, and
That's the idea, yeah.
That's my thing is. They're not maybe not the real world, but our world, sir. Our world, real world.
Their
wherever you wanna
version,
put it.
their version of
Yeah,
the real world.
definitely, that's definitely the thing. But I think
Well,
it's
especially because they talk about how there was no Also, that whole speech absolutely is not taking place in the way that we are seeing it. That whole speech is definitely a conversation where they're sitting in that apartment or whatever after
Yo,
he
for
has
sure.
just woken up, and Stretlitza or whatever her name is talking to
Oh,
Sora
for
about
sure.
everything.
For sure.
And when she's talking about how the representation of light and dark didn't show up until they got there,
Yeah.
she's talking about her and her friends,
Yes,
definitely.
absolutely, absolutely. My thing is, if it's in the real world though, it needs to be in the real world, and Donald and Goofy and Disney and all that need to exist in the real world as characters.
I certainly
There
think
needs
some
to be
version of
one
them should.
reference to, because I want Kingdom Hearts 4 to lean into the weird shit that Kingdom Hearts 3 did, like the weird sense of humor that game had of like just having Sora and Donald and Goofy exist where they don't belong, and have it where it's like, yeah, holy shit, it's
Yeah.
Goofy. Like that would be so sick. I would love that. That would be a. Also, there was a lot of really weird headlines of James. I'm guessing Hercules is gonna be a world in it because James Woods
Well, I
on
mean,
Twitter was like,
yeah, definitely. That's what the blue fire that
um,
they are Donald
James
and Goofy are searching through is.
James
That's
Woods is
definitely
like
the underworld.
James Woods is like, oh, there's good shit in here you guys don't even know, and I'm like, what do you know, James Woods? You're James Woods. You play Hades. You don't know anything. Shut up.
He might know like
Uh,
one world, and
yeah,
that's the Hercules world.
I'm guessing he's probably helping them find Sora or something. I don't know, but yes, all of the characters in this trailer are from Union Crossing, and it's really funny because
Union Cross, yeah.
you've
And
mentioned
Dark Road.
and Dark Road and the young Zanhort.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Dark
Dark
Road.
Road. Yeah, that one. And you can't even play him anymore. You can't even play
Well,
him anymore.
apparently, so I was reading.
They've been completely delisted.
Apparently there was supposed to be a game which like connected it, or like it like something which was supposed to make it all make sense, which was called Missing Link, which got canceled.
Yeah. I think that was the one where you play. Maybe it's the one where you play as. I think the character's name is Brain.
Bran or Brain or
Brain,
something.
but it's one where
Uh,
you play as him. It's 3D, and they announced it like a while
yeah,
ago.
all I
Really,
know
they
is that that
canceled
was
that? Well, because none of the Union Cross shit is remotely landing because it's too complicated and too in depth of a story for this shite gameplay. That's
Well,
why
yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even that it's too complicated because
it is.
it's complicated. It is too
It
complicated,
is.
quite frankly, to an absurd degree,
When people say Kingdom
like
Hearts is
like an
complicated,
insane degree.
yeah,
That's what they're talking about.
when they say that,
Um,
I'm like, no, yeah, that shit is. The regular games are like,
but like
no
part
more
of
than
what
an
makes it well,
anime.
part of what makes it complicated is, yeah, you're right, the fact that it was buried beneath like gotcha gameplay shit which nobody was ever going to play all the way
Right,
through. So
right.
you have all this deep important story stuff which is locked between hundreds of hours like in this
I will
game that you have
concede
to
that,
pay that you have to pay real world money to be able to succeed at.
right? But to be
And
fair, it's
it's
been
just
three different versions of it. There was the version of it that was the desktop version. Then there was the version
right,
of it that
but
was
each
the.
version, but the thing is that each of those versions is not. It's not just a retelling. Each version is a continuation of the
Of the
previous
previous version. Yeah,
version.
yeah. So the
So
second
like you
version of
can't
it, the version
even
that
like I
we
we played the
got,
second version
yeah,
and we couldn't even play the original
no,
version.
we got the second version, which is a reboot. So the story starts off the same, but then it turned into a sequel. And the traitor that, if you've seen the 3D movie, the traitor in that movie is different in the original version of it. It's a different ending. It has a
Yeah,
completely
well,
different
because
ending.
the idea is supposed to be that at the end of the first one, basically, they go back in time, and
Yeah,
that's why with the second one, it's now a second telling of events.
yeah, and it's different. It's yeah, and then
And
there's a.
yeah, it's different because they've gone back in time and they've changed
I've seen
things.
so many funny
That's
memes.
the idea of it,
Like
anyways. And
there
then the
was
third thing is the dark passage one, which is the Xehanort background
yeah,
story.
which reveals that young Zanhort is a reincarnation of the player character from Crossing.
Oh,
You
see,
know,
I didn't even know that.
that gets revealed. I've seen so many fucking hilarious memes of people being like, yeah, this is the end of the Seeker of Darkness saga. Young Xehanort, here I am, motherfucker.
Well, with him, the question is going to be what point in his timeline is he at?
He's in this
Because he's in it.
he's in this
That
trailer.
that apparently, and I didn't know this either, but that the where he's holding the umbrella or whatever, there was
Yeah.
concept art that was drawn that was shared around,
Yeah, that
which is
leaked.
that.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. So he's in this, and he's a character, and he's I guess a good guy. I guess.
Well, I mean, that's where I'm like, are we gonna? Is he supposed to be like an earlier version, the version
Yeah.
that the Master of Masters was talking to at the end of the last DLC,
And where does
who is clearly before he does all of the answer, all the Xehanort, Master Xehanort
yeah,
shit
this is the supposed yeah that was he was supposed to be, or this was the
before all
beginning
that.
of that journey, which turns him into Master Xehanort.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah,
we're getting like young him.
So I guess these are the events that would which teach him or whatever, which lead him to becoming Master Xehanort. I guess. This is the tour, and then they're not even mentioning the fact that there's the secret boss in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yozora.
Thank you. There's Yozora.
Was he in this trailer?
No, he's not. He's not in this at all.
Yeah, okay.
But he's still out there somehow, and he's connected to Sora somehow, and he's voiced by one of the Sprouse twins, in case you forgot.
Yeah. Yep.
For some strange reason.
And then there's the reason why I'm fairly certain that the people that we see in this are from the Union Cross game who who have their own Keyblades is because the one that has the face mask on, someone pointed out that the weapon that he lifts, you can see the handle looks like it's a Keyblade.
No, they for sure are. The same as the guy, but that's what's fucking like. But to be fair, Kingdom Hearts 3, this is a problem that none of the previous Kingdom Hearts games have, except for Kingdom Hearts 3, where like shit like people are acting shocked that the driver is why can I never remember his fucking name? The pirate one, the guy who's from Pirates, who's in the Pirates level.
Barbosa? Oh, Luxord.
Luxord. He's Luxord. It's Luxord.
Oh, he's definitely Luxord.
Yeah,
or not Luxord, but the remade version of Luxord.
Well, he's the version. But you find out in Union Cross that certain ones of them are not from the Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, world. So this is where they come from.
Yeah, this is where they come from. But it's him, it's Marluxia, and it's I want to say
it's Larxene.
Larxene, yeah. So yeah,
Larxene.
But what the fuck? Like, how am I supposed? I'm not gonna play.
And Demix.
Yeah, like you're like I will concede that I did play a little bit of Union Cross, and like it's a fun game. It's small bursts, but
it's one of those
not
things where
fun enough.
No, I have a passing knowledge of it.
Yeah.
And like that's what I would define.
I've read the Wikipedia articles.
I read through some of the Wikipedia articles.
Exactly.
I have a general idea. Like I know Ventus comes from their time originally.
Yes, that was one. Yes.
And like there's an actual physical embodiment of darkness, which I think inhabits him, takes him over, which is where Vanitas comes from.
Becomes Vanitas, yes. Vanitas is
there's all
literal
these
embodiment of literal
things.
darkness, who is a literal character now in
there's all these like complicated elements which like have never made it into the mainline games
for a reason.
Well, for a reason, not for a reason, whatever. But the point being that like if you want to bring them into the mainline games, you can't just do that in 4.
No.
You have to either even if you took the Union Cross concept, the story of it or whatever, and instead of having it be a fucking movie, make it into an actual game.
I swear,
real game, a 3D game.
That movie, my conspiracy is those were cutscenes for a game.
I could believe that.
I kept swearing up and down that they were going to announce a remake. That was why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you put out a remake that is a full 3D remake?
To me, you have to
in the engine. Like, do what you did for fucking Chain of Memories. Do a rough 3D.
With this new release that they're putting out, where it has all of the games in one thing, including 3 and Remind and all that. They should have included in that.
Yeah, do a remake. Put it in the Birth by Sleep engine. It's cheap. It's easy. Just do what you did with Chain of Memories, but where they put it in the Kingdom Hearts 2 engine. Put it in the Birth by Sleep engine. Do minimal work on some like cheap ass cutscenes, and then at least that will bridge the gap between fucking
like you could. To me, they have to do something, because if they just go into 4, or you make the Kingdom Hearts 4 into a game which is like four times as long. And you have part of it be where you're playing through some of that.
The thing that frustrates me is a big criticism of the thing.
But also, I very much think that with this game, you're not starting as Sora. You're not. Like, you're not starting as Sora. I suspect
you never do.
Because I know that with the at the end of the DLC or whatever, We saw that Riku had been looking for Sora in all the different worlds. I think the first part of the game is you're either going to be playing as Riku or one of the other many fucking Keyblade
Probably.
wielders that we now have floating about.
Oh, it'll.
Um,
I mean, to be fair, the Kingdom
and the
Hearts
first
2
part of
was
the game will be about us, like about, and this might be how they include the Disney worlds without having Sora need to go to the Disney worlds. I
probably.
don't know, but you'll have some of those characters going to the different
Oh
Disney
yeah,
worlds.
they're
You
definitely
might
gonna
have maybe Donald and Goofy end up teaming up with Roxas or
they're
with
they're
Vanitas, or not Vanitas,
they're
Ventus, and that's where they end up in Hercules' world.
they're definitely gonna do a thing. Yeah, I mean they were doing that in Kingdom Hearts 3 where you're gonna switch around characters for sure. For sure they are. Definitely.
And so
Interestingly,
yeah,
that
I suspect that it'll be like hour two or so maybe,
probably
where we first cut to Sora and like he'll be waking up in Quadratus, and
Quadratum.
and like that, whatever, who cares?
Um, but
And
interesting that
we'll get
hit
that big battle with the gigantic dark side.
probably interesting that his powers of summoning the attractions, they've evolved it into being like now he summons like that's the thing about this is there's so much like weird effort put into cutting out the Disney shit because yeah the he still has the same powers of summoning random manifestations except for now they're just generic and nothing and made of gold.
One person it's funny because I know I didn't notice this when I watched it, but so I did see someone who there's a whole Reddit thing where someone was like, one Keyblade that he's using is very definitely the Kingdom Key. That's the one where all the chains are
Yeah.
flying around and stuff like that. That's very definitely the Kingdom Key. But the other one, you actually see the what do you call it? The thing that you fight using, the fight menu
Yeah.
board,
Yeah.
whatever. Someone noticed that it said lava and water,
Oh,
and
interesting.
so they think that it's Moana. They think that it's
Interesting.
it's a Moana Keyblade. Um,
Interesting.
which, if that's the case, it interests me that he has it in that Quadratum scene.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either they've got it there just for that trial run so they could show off more than one Keyblade, or
Probably.
Quadratum is not the first world that, which I think is the more likely case. But
I think
either that or Quadratum. Sorry, I was getting right. Is either that or Quadratum is not his first stop.
I don't think I don't know. It's interesting. I do agree with you because that was well the number one criticism of Kingdom Hearts 4 was that it was chopped up to shit. And it was obviously chopped up to
Three.
shit. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3 was chopped up to shit. Um so I do think that yeah, they're probably gonna have a start with another character, like a prologue, like they did in the first two games.
Yeah, well, because I suspect in the original incarnation of Kingdom Hearts
you
3,
played as Aqua.
that 0.8 Aqua bit was the start. That was
Yes,
going to be
it
the
was.
start of the game.
There's no way it wasn't. And the DLC that they put into it later was the original ending. Like I stand by it. I stand by
I
that.
maintain that.
Stand by that.
Some executive cut it all up so they could sell more shit
Yeah,
and
more
hold
shit.
out.
Absolutely.
Because they well, I think partially probably because they also knew or suspected that the Final Fantasy VII remake was going to take so long, and Kingdom Hearts was going to take forever, even longer than they originally planned.
Well with the
and
0.
they split it up.
With the 0.2 thing that I think
The 2.8.
2.8 whatever. Not two. Wait, did it come with 2. I think it came out on its own originally.
It was Fragmentary Passage like 0.8 or 2.8 or whatever.
I think that came out before because it was part of the 2.8 collection, but I think it came out on its own. Regardless,
no, it was all. I believe it was always part of that collection. Anyways, not the point.
Regardless, I do think that was part of Kingdom Hearts 3, and Kingdom Hearts 3 was taking so long to come out that they were like, well, we have to give them something because that was the first demonstration of the new engine.
The engine that it was going
to be on. Yeah, exactly. So I do think that they were like, well, we have this Aqua bit, let's put it out. Like I can't believe the thing about Square is I can't believe they never put out a Kingdom Hearts 3 complete version where it's all together. Like I said that they were gonna, and then they never did, and I was proven wrong. Like they always do weird things.
Yeah, because they can keep selling it as separate things. Why would they ever put it back together?
But it's so weird. It's like that's the thing that drives me crazy about Tetsuya Nomura when it comes to this franchise is he never listens to anybody about anything. Like and then his games get lambasted. So like people are like, "Hey man, so the fact that this was a multimedia experience and nobody can follow your franchise makes it so that nobody buys your games because they're like, what the fuck?" He made it worse. Like he did it worse. Like having all the games be on the DS and whatever was bad enough, but then he's like, oh, but hey, motherfuckers, here's this awful fucking
Mobile
gotcha game that's terrible. That's a 3-button. You swing the keyblade a bunch.
It's rock paper scissors because the guy the enemy types were either red, green, or blue, and if it was blue, it was stronger than green. If or the cards that you use or whatever, that's what it was. It was a rock paper scissors based system.
I just know that I
spent, it was terrible.
I
spent way too much real world money on it.
But like, yeah, I think I got up to like 136 or something
like that's
that.
Honestly, that's what I hate about it even more than the complicated story. I don't mind the complicated story. I like the complicated story. It adds depth to this, and like as a person who's followed all the games, it's a nightmare for people who are coming in.
Yeah,
but as a person who's been there, who's a person who's been there for it all, I don't inherently dislike it. The parts that make me dislike it is the fact that it was behind terrible gameplay and real world money was blocking me from winning.
Because it was still you're a little guy.
It was boring gameplay.
You're swinging a keyblade around and you're fighting Heartless. So like my thing was it was disproportionate. It was the story that was injected into that game is disproportionate for the kind of game it was. Where it was like this is I'm not gonna read all of if this was in a regular mainline Kingdom Hearts game,
or even if it didn't have if it wasn't in a regular one, but it at least had voice acting.
Sure, right, or in like decent cutscenes, what have you, and it wasn't just text based. Sure, all right, but like no, I'm not scrolling through walls and walls of text to get a glimpse of what this is gonna be, but I'm still gonna buy it and play it and invest hours and hours and hours.
Oh, in Kingdom Hearts 4, yeah, absolutely.
That's interesting. Moana. It'd be interesting to see if they do the cartoon Moana or the live action.
Or the live action one. That's a theory that the other theory that people had spouted, which I think is less likely, was elemental.
Interesting.
Fire and water.
Moana's way more likely.
Moana feels more believable because it's a journey and about self-discovery and stuff.
You know what, Jordan? This is a perfect segue, perfect ending to our extra long Kingdom Hearts.
I mean, there's more. There's more we could talk about, but we could do that off camera.
We could be here all day.
Because I could, it's like a minute and a half, Justin, but I could absolutely dissect and theorize about it.
Yep. There's a lot to it, but we have other shit to get to, including, speaking of Moana, Jordan. Speaking of Moana.
So there's that live action one, which is bringing back Jermaine Clayne or whatever, right, as the crab.
Okay, Jermaine Clement. And okay. I was gonna do Legend of Zelda next, but screw it, Jordan. This is Moana.
We'll circle back to that.
Yeah, we keep talking about these trailers because every time I put it on, I'm like, surely this is the one that convinces me. And it gets worse every single time. Every single trailer
you mean?
looks increasingly worse. Yes, every single trailer looks increasingly bad. It's incredible.
What's funny is I actually kind of had Okay, I should
preface. Don't tell me he's turning around on this.
No, I should preface with this. I still hate it, and I hate live action remakes and all that, and I have no interest in it. But just in terms of raw trailer concept or design, or I don't know how to word it, but if this had been the first trailer, then I think people's reaction would have been the general public's reaction.
Okay, I was gonna say
would have been different.
Maybe.
Because this trailer, to me, I guess the best way to word this is, to me, this trailer is the equivalent of the How to Train Your Dragon trailer, where for me, it just looks like they're taking the animated thing and doing basically a beat for beat remake. But that's what a lot of people want. I hate it.
I know.
I hate it. I hate it, but I feel like if this had been the trailer that came out and they hadn't focused on fucking The Rock and his terrible fucking wig.
But that's what this does!
No, it doesn't really.
It focuses on his terrible fucking dancing!
No, it doesn't. This has the crab, you see the chicken, you see the fucking you see a lot more of the things from the movie.
Obviously, yes, but no, a huge chunk of this trailer is showing you You're Welcome, which is just on a soundstage on a beach. It doesn't even seem to do the bit where it does the sprawling mosaic remake bit during the breakdown. It's just them on the beach, and it's The Rock dancing very badly, and then there's another
Right,
joke
but what
about
I'm
his
saying,
fucking hair.
but what I'm saying is that, like, as opposed to the first trailer where that was all you got, this one you also see the trailer. You see some transformations. You see the. Didn't you see at one point you saw the spirit fucking
What happened to you, man? What is
stingray or
this?
whatever?
This is no. It all looks
I'm
bad.
I'm mostly playing devil's advocate.
Like you
Uh,
got Tamatoa, who's there, who is just
oh,
Jermaine Clement.
that's where I say I don't get it. Like, I don't get the point. I will just go back and watch the original movie.
Jermaine Clement is
I
there.
would play if I had kids. I would just put the original version on for them. I wouldn't waste my money and go watch this. But, like, I'm talking just purely in terms of a trailer of what you're seeing. If I was a parent who was like, "Oh, is this gonna be like the original one that I like?" and I saw this and saw all the things that were just the original thing, as a regular plebeian parent, I would be like, "Oh, okay, it's just the original, but live action," and that would probably make my brain be like, "Good." It doesn't for me. The incomparable Jordan.
Jermaine Clement is there, and he's just doing. You could have. What was the point? What was the point? He's doing. I mean, yeah, okay. It sounds in the performance that he's saying the lines nominally different, but why not just take your original track of him doing this character and just put it on the character? What's the point of? Is it a contractual thing? Do you have to pay him? And, like, so you're like, well, we have to pay him anyway, so we might as well just bring him in. But the character looks exactly the same. The performance isn't any different. If you're gonna redo this, why not cast someone different and have the performance be different? Like The Rock was bad enough, but you're telling me even the CGI characters are the same? And like this trailer is so deceptively edited to make it look like the bad guy in the movie is the fucking crab, which, like, it's not the crab. It's supposedly Tamatoa, but not Tamatoa, the fucking lava thing, but it's not really, because we all know how this movie ends. Like, it just looks like, again, the same movie, but in bad costume and on a sound stage. This looks even cheaper and even worse than the last trailer.
It's just How to Train Your Dragon, Justin. It's just, if they've got the dad who's exactly back, Gerard Butler.
Yeah, but
like, they've got, The Rock, who is just.
But the difference between that
there is no difference. There is no difference.
Not concept, I give you, but in terms of performance, that, like, Gerard Butler at least tried to do something different with the performance. He was like, well, I'm live action now. I can't. It's a terrible Gerard Butler impression.
No,
but
he really
saw
did.
it in the interview. But he does. He plays the character in that remake 100% straight, which he did not in the original animated version. He played it like a cartoon character, whereas this, The Rock is acting like a fucking cartoon character. So it's the same performance but worse. And this trailer makes it look even worse. Like, I don't understand how you could say this is a good trailer. This was a bad trailer. I think it's worse than the previous trailer.
I said when you compare it to the other trailers that they put out, I said if this had been the first trailer compared to those other trailers, it would be a better trailer.
No.
I'm not saying it's a good trailer. I'm saying compared to the slop that they put out before, this is at least a meal you can eat.
Absolutely not.
Barely a meal you can eat, but it's still a meal. Yes, I'm being kind to a thing that looks like garbage.
I think
so that people don't fucking complain.
I think Lilo and Stitch has made you soft, Jordan. I think Lilo and Stitch made. Sorry, spoiler alert. But Jordan, Lilo and Stitch made you soft, because it's not a better trailer. If you put this one out first, it's just as bad. The only reason why you're like, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, I hate it, but at least it's just doing the movie.
Let me finish.
Unlike Lilo and Stitch, which ruins it.
Let me finish. The only difference. No, you made me lose my train of thought. You're browbeaten. That's what I was gonna say. You're browbeaten by the previous two trailers being bad, but trust me, this is even worse. This is worse. It looks horrid. Like before, I'd be like, oh well, when the first trailer came out, I was like, hey man, maybe there's a chance of this being passively at least like the end of it, but it's not. Because if you had gotten literally any other decent looking Polynesian actor with an ounce of charisma to play this character, and they just said the lines, it's made all the more distracting by the fact that the lead girl is not the original girl from the movie. But if you had got someone who wasn't The Rock and then they were just saying lines from the movie, okay, maybe. maybe I'd be like, well, at least it looks like the movie. But his performance is so distractingly terrible in this trailer that I need to see this movie
I don't wanna.
for content, Jordan. Not in theaters. I'm not paying money for this, but I will watch it on Disney Plus like God intended.
I
And
don't
I will
wanna,
come
and
here and I will be angry and I will roast the shit out of it. And
I not only don't wanna, I'm upset with you that because of you I watched Lilo and Stitch,
Jordan,
a thing that I swore I would never do.
Jordan, there is as near as I can tell from this trailer, multiple jokes about his hair. Like, is it more than one? Like, one was enough. I get it. He's got luscious hair. It's not really an acceptable. Moving on to something that doesn't make me upset.
Da, 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 da,
So what's okay? So what's interesting about that, Jordan, is it's really funny because earlier in the week, you went. Okay, so there's going to be kind of a lead into this. We're talking about the live action, or not the live action, the Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time 3D remake. And earlier in the week, I went fucking lazy as shit. Like, who gives a fucking shit? Like, dear God, really? This is like the fourth remake. Who cares? And
it's not the fourth remake.
The internet.
That
okay,
is
fine.
that is not true. Before you finish, this is actually the first remake. All of those other ones are just re-released.
Whatever. It's the same bullshit.
It's
anyway,
not the same.
It's the same bullshit. Anyway,
no, it's not.
It's the same bullshit. You're putting out the same game. It's the same shit.
It's not the same game. That's the point.
Anyway, let me finish. Anyway, so, and I said, Jordan, you gave the fucking
Star Fox
such shit. You fucking hypocrite. And I said that, and then I saw a video which kind of changed my opinion a little bit, because they were like, they're pretty sure, and I rewatched the trailer based on the trailer, that there's going to be voice acting in there, like
that's my point.
Voice acting. That intrigues me. That interests me. The gameplay I could give less of a fucking shit about, because who gives a shit? It's just Ocarina of Time again. We've already done this twice. Who cares? But actually being able to like experience the story not through a wall of text, that does interest me. That does intrigue me. That I am interested in.
I mean, as for the gameplay,
who cares?
The thing that you're not really getting it, Justin. It's not the same scenario. It's not like they're taking the game that existed before and just upgrading the graphics, but keeping everything. No, that's not what they're doing. It is being remade from the ground up.
The Spyro.
That's the idea.
Spyro is still effectively the same game. It just has slightly better graphics and slightly better, like, mechanically is a slightly better playing game, but it's still Spyro. It's going to be the same. It's still Ocarina of Time. You're still going to start at the Kokiri Forest. You're still going to go to the Temple of Time. You're still going to do the Water Temple. Still going to do the Fire Temple. It's going to be fundamentally the same game, but it'll be prettier. Like,
I mean, we have no idea. I've heard some people say that like they might add back in things that didn't, like, there was the whole Uru Zelda like aspect of things that they might add back into it.
I saw some people theorize
that Light Temple that got cut that they might add back into it.
I saw some people theorize that they might do a similar thing to what Final Fantasy VII Remake does, where it's not really a remake; it's just a different story. It's the same but different.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, maybe, but as of right now, it's just the third.
That's actually a better rather than Spyro. That was more what I was thinking of. Like, it's a retelling, a remake. That's what they're advertising it as anyway. That's where I say, and that's where I did say. I need to see more than just a 30-second, because it's not even 30 seconds. You see one shot of Link laying on a bed.
Yeah.
Like, I need to see more than that. But as an idea or as a concept, yeah, the idea that like there might be a voice acting, absolutely, that makes it exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw the video I saw was like, oh, that you're probably not going to be able to name Link whatever you want. He'll just be like kind of like in Breath of the Wild. He's just going to be called Link because it's going to have voice acting. At that point, that interests me. Like, the sort of similarly to how the Star Fox cutscenes look pretty. I'm like, okay, I could maybe push my way through some Star Fox to
right,
enjoy,
but I guess the difference for me
get through a story
of why I could be a little bit more excited about this than I was that Star Fox one is because while I can look at the Star Fox one and be like, yeah, that's pretty, I never played Star Fox. I don't really care about the characters. I could give two shits about that. I've beaten I've beaten. It's one of the only, in fact, one of the only Zelda games that I have ever beaten.
I think
But I've beaten Ocarina of Times like 3 times.
the
So
timing
like
is just bad. I just think that like
I like it, and so the idea that we're gonna get a prettier version and not like the 3DS version, which wasn't much of an to me that wasn't much of a graphical improvement. Like it just wasn't.
I just
It still felt like the original N64 version with like but this to me is an
I
opportunity, and
just
what they do with that opportunity that's gonna change how I feel about this. But on its face, just the idea of there being voice acting in a Nintendo game has
yeah.
me excited.
Nah, maybe okay. Here's the thing. I get it. I get people. I'm right there in there. I don't like Legend of Zelda enough to in this instance, and it doesn't intrigue me enough to see this story told again enough for me to be like. I saw someone say that it screamed, "Oh shit! There's a Legend of Zelda movie coming out, and we need to get something out." And I don't disagree. I think if maybe they hadn't 2 weeks ago just done this with Star Fox, maybe people would be a bit warmer to this. I'm not cold to
I can see
this.
the argument.
I'm not cold to this. I'm not cold to this. I feel like I'm giving the impression that I am. I'm indifferent to this because I don't like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time enough, and I don't dislike it enough. I appreciate it for what it is. I appreciate its effect on the industry. I understand its legacy, and it is important to modern video gaming as a whole. I just never liked it very much. I
Um,
just never did. So like
See, for me, it's like
I don't feel hold on. I don't feel invested enough in this. As an idea, I'm like, yeah, man. Hey, maybe invest your time into a new Legend of Zelda game, but like, also I'm not really a big enough Breath of the Wild fan. So like, I'm you're right. The there being voice acting thing in a Zelda game, but it has to be dedicated voice. It can't be like Breath of the Wild where they're doing this half and half. They're not really. It's only certain cutscenes that are, and they're not really fully committed to it. Nonsense. I want full voice acting. I want like performances. I want atmosphere.
yeah.
Like I want the
I would say
works.
for I would say for all of the like all the cutscenes that like matter, but that's where it would be easier to do that for this because especially the original Ocarina of Time has way more dedicated actual story moments. It's more streamlined. It's not
Yeah.
like Breath of the Wild where you can do whatever at any point, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah.
So
I mean, maybe
for there to be actual dedicated story moments to me is a much easier thing to do. That being
maybe
said, let me finish. That being said, I don't need there to be spoken dialogue like when you go and talk to the
no. I
shopkeepers,
completely
for
disagree.
example.
Completely disagree.
If well, I'm just saying if I have to pick, I would like it, but like if I have to pick my moments, those are the moments where I'm like, okay, that's the quick menu thing. I don't mind not having it there. The extended ones where we're like having even the side missions where I'm going and doing extended conversations. I don't need it to go into a full like cutscene mode, but I want spoken dialogue.
Yeah, no, I
But
don't.
like simple menu interactions, that's different.
I think simple menu interaction should have it should all be there completely. Not no grunts, no huh, no what. The only character in this who shouldn't talk is Link, and that's it. Every other character should have a voice actor or a vocal performance. That's the only
Uh,
way I'm even remotely, and even then I'm like,
And no, for me, it's also going to be
is it
like
motivating enough to get
it's
a Switch
also
too? Not really.
for me it's also gonna no, I mean that's fair. For me, I'm more just talking in terms of my like my interest level,
The Donkey Kong game is.
not whether or not it would make me get a Switch too. That's
I
a whole other
want to play that
conversation.
game really badly.
But just in sheer terms of interest, the thing for me is like I want you to do more than just take the original gameplay and make it pretty. I want you to remake
That's
the gameplay.
it's Nintendo. They're not going to do that.
You can't say that
I mean,
with not with 100%
I
certainty.
mean, no,
If
but
if they were gonna do that, they wouldn't call this a
I
remake,
know,
like a
yeah,
full on remake.
I know Nintendo enough to know them, and okay, hey man, we'll all hold our breaths.
Um, well, I'm more mean like I expect they would take the breath at this point. I think they would just not create like an entirely new system, but they would just take what they took from Breath of the Wild and put that in,
I will say that.
which would be different for Legend of Zelda,
I will say
but
that.
for Ocarina of Time rather, but like it wouldn't be new. I also want there to be like a bigger scale. So like the feeling that we had when we played it as a kid playing through Hyrule Field, feeling like it was gigantic, I want it to actually be gigantic.
I will say the Donkey Kong game. But that is an example of that game is also lazy with its freaking voice acting, where I think the only character who speaks English in that is Pauline, and otherwise they'll grunting and whatever. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
like,
they're monkeys.
no, but still, they're cartoon monkeys. The cartoon monkey can talk. Like that. Like that's such a dumb, lazy excuse for not having voice acting.
Right, but
in
I'm
the
just
game.
saying, like, if you were gonna have a game where they no, for me, it's not those games where I get
Absolutely.
irritated. It's the games like yeah, like fucking Samus or Star Fox
Mario is just as
if they
bad.
didn't have or Mario is another
Mario.
example, especially since the movie now that they have Mario
Mario doesn't need to talk. Luigi
what
doesn't
they've
need to
locked
talk.
down what his personality is like. No, they could have them talk.
No, because the movie version of Mario is different. So that I get. But like, you had Peach talk in a game,
No,
and Bowser and all those characters. They all talk now. So like, have them talk. But like, I mean, obviously you can, but I get it. People don't like Chris Pratt, so like, I totally get not wanting.
no,
to
I
make
get you don't need to have Chris Pratt come in and be Mario for every single thing. But I'm saying in the game going forward, Mario should be talking.
Him like Link. He's the exception. I mean, to be fair, he does talk. He goes Yahoo and Wahoo.
No, I mean actual talking.
Yeah, I don't. Think
I
I'll
mean
ever
Mario
happen.
movie
But
talking.
no, the version of him that's in the games is not. It's too dissimilar from that for that to work.
Right, I'm saying it's time to link them up. It's time. Pardon the phrasing, but to
No,
me, it's time. It's time to
no,
move past the
I don't want to.
Charles Martinet version
no.
because he's retired.
I'm good. I'm good with keeping it at Mario Sunshine where Mario doesn't talk,
But
Peach.
we've gone wildly off topic. We were talking about the Legend of Zelda.
I want. It's connected. It's Nintendo, but I want. To me, Mario Sunshine. That's where all Nintendo games should be. Where okay, you don't want your main character to talk. Okay, I'm fine with that. But every other of your secondary characters needs to. Like okay, fine. You don't want to have Mario talk.
Yeah, but those ones
that.
imply
You don't
those
want to
ones
have. You don't want to have Mario talk.
those ones at the very least imply that even if we're not not hearing him talk, that he is talking. Like you see like there's a point where him and the Toads, the old one, are like leaning in as the camera's not focused on them, but they're very evidently talking to each other. So like you can do, and that's my point is like with like Link, you can do the same thing. You can have it be a thing where in any cutscene where he should, and same with the movie where you're always like, how do you do a movie without him talking? You have it be where like you can tell that he is talking, but you don't necessarily need to have him talking.
Right. Again, if you want to have it where Mario doesn't talk or like Samus doesn't talk, Kirby doesn't talk, totally respect that. But your secondary characters, they all need to. Like we're at that level, we're at that point. To be fair, that is generally a criticism that Nintendo games receive. Like
yeah, I mean I've been saying that for years. So
the Donkey Kong game did receive that criticism of the characters don't talk. They're cartoon monkeys. They having them grunt and whatever. You can accept the fact that she speaks Kong. It's fine. Like
you could just have it be where
audience,
she doesn't understand him, but like we the audience can understand him, and you can have it be this whole plot thread in the game where they have to find a magical item which allows them to communicate.
We as the audience understand that
I'm not wrong.
We as the audience understand that she's just understanding Kong and they can speak English. Like there doesn't need to be.
Or you can just have a gameplay element where you have to find a thing which lets her speak it.
That's not necessary. It's a game with cartoon monkeys. It's fine. Like and it's the same thing with Mario characters where it's like
but I'm not wrong.
Yes, you're not wrong. But I'd like to finish the thought, please.
Your thought's incorrect.
But I'd like to finish the thought, please. They made me lose my train of thought again.
She can just speak monkey. That was your thought. Your thought's incorrect.
She could just speak monkey. You don't need a gameplay mechanic where, or in the case of Mario, that's where I was going. The case of Mario, like the dinosaurs, they can speak English, or like in Mario, even if you don't want to have Yoshi talk, for instance, Peach can certainly, and the Toads certainly can actually have voice acting. Like they can. Nintendo was the point. Nintendo, you can have your characters talk with voice acting.
Yep.
That's the point. Anyway, let's moving.
Again, I've been saying that for years.
Moving right along to our next trend. So it's really funny, Jordan.
Certainly, your Pokemon games.
Okay, no,
You
okay,
should
stop.
fucking.
Full stop. Pokemon is the franchise. Why does that's the number one franchise that gets slewn every single time a new entry comes out? People are like, why the fuck don't your video games have voice acting? Sorry, this is a rant that's been incoming. Like, I saw someone say like, oh yeah, it's great. The newer ones have these grand epic stories that are meaningless because your characters do that. Sorry for the Spotify. I talked and subtitles appeared. Like I liked Pokemon Sword and Shield like a lot. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I liked Pokemon X and Y. X and Y has an epic story, and the climax of it is sick. Like it's really quite tragic and sad. Completely lost on the fact that none of the characters speak English. Like I heard that Violet and whatever are terrible. Yes, you're right. If none of your other franchises do, Pokemon should at this point. Like
Yeah.
Like, okay,
there's no justification for why it couldn't.
Whatever Donkey Kong, whatever Mario, whatever Legend of Zelda. Yes, I do think Legend of Zelda, but Pokemon at the very least.
Pokemon are just
There's
people
an anime
talking.
right?
There's an anime where they talk.
There's an anime where they
they're
talk.
People.
It's you know what it is? It's because Pokemon know. It's because Nintendo and Game Freak know that it is an international game, and they're too lazy to hire two voice casts, or they're too cheap. Whatever you prefer.
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
what it is. They don't want to get a Japanese voice cast for the Japanese one. They don't want to spend the money on an English voice cast. That's what it is. Because for whatever reason, Nintendo and Game Freak run this fucking franchise cheap. Like they just do. All their games look like shit. It's a known fact. Like even though it's a multi-billion-dollar franchise, it's ridiculous.
It comes from the history of them being a toy company where they want to make things on a dime.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
where it all comes from.
Pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Jordan.
And it's just Nintendo, Game Freak, Nintendo in general. It's time to move into the modern day.
God,
you guys make billions of dollars, especially because you refuse, and that's where it becomes egregious for me. Is like because you guys refuse to lower your prices on anything, your games are already unaffordable. At least make them feel modern.
Right? Exactly. Anyway, moving right along.
I hate Nintendo.
Everyone
I hate their
does.
business.
Everyone
I hate their
does.
business
Nobody
practices.
Likes Nintendo. So, Jared, it's funny. The trailer for The Social Reckoning, the sequel to The Social Network, that doesn't involve David Fincher, but is still written by the same guy who wrote the first one, but is not directed by David Fincher, which is a mess. Or a miss, sorry.
Mess was the right word.
The first thing you said was they should have got Jesse Eisenberg.
If no one else,
just
at
so
the very
you know,
least.
He has no desire to do this. Apparently, they spent 3 days pursuing him, trying to convince him to do this, and he would not budge. He no longer, and hey, I get it. I understand. I respect it. He has no desire to be associated with Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook anymore, and I fully understand that. I get why.
I get that.
I respect the decision. That having been said, I know. Obviously, it's a sequel to The Social Network. You're right. To give it some level of this feels like it has nothing to do with the first movie, even though it says it's a sequel. The guy they have playing Mark Zuckerberg sure shit looks like Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, yeah,
he
absolutely.
Looks more like Mark Zuckerberg than Jesse Eisenberg does.
Yeah,
it's
he
kind of
absolutely
eerie.
does, and it's. So my big thing when I was watching
down like crazy.
My big thing when I watched this trailer. So my first thing was, they should have gotten Jesse Eisenberg back. But my second
character.
My second thing was, it feels bold to make a movie where you're attacking Facebook when Facebook basically owns half the world.
I don't think they own half the world.
Yeah, they do. They're a household name, and they exist in every house, and they spy. They use their platform to spy on people. They run the world. I mean, they are one of. They are certainly there.
Meta does, but not Facebook.
There is Facebook is Meta.
Different.
It's both. No, it's not. They're both owned by Mark Zuckerberg. Would you prefer if I said Mark Zuckerberg is one of the 10 people who fucking run the world? Him, Amazon, Disney. They all exist in the same circle. They all have billions of dollars, and they all run everything.
I mean, it's how art works. Yeah, no,
Right. I'm just saying it's bold to do
not really.
something and risk pissing him off.
No, not really. It's not all that bold.
Yes. Yes, it is.
I would not describe anything this trailer does as bold. Like it's
I
not.
would.
Everyone
But
attacks.
I would have for the first one as well when I
Yeah.
was watched it and I was like,
No, then maybe because there was an error of Mark Zuckerberg at that point had like an air. But to be fair, that movie doesn't make him look like the bad guy.
no, but this one does.
This one definitely does. But like he had an air of respect, which he doesn't anymore. Nobody respects Mark Zuckerberg. Nobody our age honestly uses Facebook. The only people our age who use Facebook are the people who are trying to connect to people our parents' age, because the only people who use Facebook regularly are people our parents' age. Sorry, it's the truth. Gen X and older, maybe the occasional boomer. It's not really a widely used. So of the things that Meta owns, Instagram is maybe more popular, but even then, not really. Like Facebook doesn't have the juice it did in 2011, 2010. I think is when the first one came out. So there is a cultural understanding that these people suck. Like certainly a
Yeah, right. But that doesn't change the fact that he has billions of dollars.
No,
I'm
but
not worried about his public perception. I'm worried about the fact that he has enough money to ruin someone.
But he wouldn't. There'd be no value in, unless you're a certain president. There is no value in getting upset at a thing like this. So no, it's not really all that bold of a statement to be
I
like.
disagree.
But it's not, because it's a
I
widely.
disagree.
Hold on, let me finish my thought. It's a widely held belief that it'd be like making a movie where you were like, Jeff Bezos sucks, like, or not to know better, but it'd be like making a movie being like, Jeff Bezos is Lex Luthor. It's not really that bold of a statement.
Right?
Hold
no,
on,
but
let me finish, please. It's not really that bold of a statement.
You're missing the point.
It's not really that bold of a statement because the public, the people watching the movie, already it's a widely held belief. So it's not that bold of a statement to be like, at least in 2026. To be like, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is a slimy, awful guy. So it's not to make a movie being public about that. In terms of public sentiment and making a movie is not really a bold statement to make.
Right, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is pissing off the person that you're talking about, who could be, for all you know, I don't know him, for all I know, he could be a very petty person who has a lot of money and could make your life very difficult.
Why?
Not about what the public thinks, because they're petty.
Why would
they're
he?
petty, rich, and poor.
He has nothing to gain from it, though. Like,
he has nothing to lose.
He has nothing to gain. They don't care.
He has nothing to lose, and he has nothing but time and boredom.
I mean, he has nothing to gain by being against a movie.
Yeah, you're willful. You're willful.
I'm not though. He like there's a big.
You are.
Like when it comes to making art, you're saying you were saying that this is a bold piece of art to make when Mark Zuckerberg.
I'm not calling it a piece of art. I'm saying it's bold to go after a guy who has enough money to ruin your life.
But it's not. It's not a bold.
It is.
It's not a bold thing to go after millionaires. It's not. It's
yes,
not a bold thing.
Is.
That's what art is for.
Yes, it is.
No, but it's not. Because he has.
Yes, it is, Justin.
You're making a statement or you're engaging in sentiment that people. If you were trying to make a big statement about something that people didn't believe. Like, if you were like, oh, Mark Zuckerberg is actually a really nice guy, and he's out there helping the world, then yes, I'd be,
that's not bold. The fucking audience can't ruin your life.
No, but he's not the audience. That's the point I'm making. That's the point you're ignoring.
He's the person that the movie is targeting, who is making him look even worse. Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
The movie is about him, but it's not.
And it's talking about all the things that he's done wrong.
But what the audience?
So it is targeting him, Justin.
No, the movie doesn't care about him. The movie cares about an audience.
The movie exclusively cares about him because it's about him.
No, but it cares about the audience.
You're starting. No,
hold on.
It really doesn't.
The audience. Hold on.
You're kind of starting to piss me off a little bit, Justin.
The audience is people who don't like Mark Zuckerberg. So no, the movie
doesn't care about them. It knows they're gonna watch it.
But that's kind of the point. It doesn't care about Mark Zuckerberg. So no, it's not. Again, it's not. You're like
right, and that's what I'm saying. It's bold. This is the equivalent of if you yes, it is.
No.
This is the yes, it is.
Not even
this is the equivalent. Okay, I'm done.
Equivalent of what?
This is the equivalent of anti-propaganda.
But it's not.
It is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
But okay, even if it is,
It is.
Even if it is,
It is.
it's not Mark Zuckerberg's not if he didn't sue over the first one, he's not going to sue over the second one. So like it's not really a bold decision to make a movie
Well, the
about
first
a
one doesn't make
popular.
him look like a bad guy. Why would he sue about that? It makes him look
It
like the
does
good
make
guy.
him. It makes him look.
If anything, it makes him look like the victim.
Not really. It makes him look like a kind of bad guy. But this is very sinisterly he's a bad guy. But
Yes, that's why I'm more impressed that they're making this one than I would have been the first
It's
one.
not really all that impressive. It's not
Okay,
impressive.
whatever.
Well, no, I mean it's not all
That's
that.
fine. I don't. It's whatever. That's your opinion. We've heard mine. We can move on.
It's not all that impressive. Like I say, it'd be like if they made a movie. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't really. Hey, look, this is where I will say I could be wrong. He could absolutely come out and be like Donald Trump and sue over a movie, but
I don't think he would sue. My point is that when you're going up against a billionaire, there's a lot of. If we're talking about supervillains, there's a lot of ways a supervillain and billionaires are. As far as I'm concerned, billionaires are supervillains. There's a lot of ways, back channel ways, where they can make your life very difficult.
He wouldn't. That's not how.
You don't know that.
There'd be no value in it for him. Like unlike Don. Like
the value is that he's bored, rich, and has nothing but time.
There's no financial value in it for him. So why would he? That's the thing. Is like no, it's
Pettiness.
not. It's not.
He is the guy who created Face Smack after his girlfriend. If that's even remotely true, he is exactly the kind of petty that I wouldn't want to piss off.
It's not all that bold. Like movies go after billionaires all the time. It's not really all that impressive. To especially Facebook, like it's surprising because why make a sequel? It's pointless. But like in terms of of like attacking someone, it's not really all that bold of a decision to attack.
That's your opinion.
But it's not like
it is. That's your opinion.
Traditionally, like I know the problem is Donald Trump has once again fired up people into thinking that shit that normally would happen, what normally wouldn't happen, or you would even talk about, would happen. So like, yeah, Donald Trump sued over his biopic because it made him look like a rapist. But like, not every billionaire is gonna waste their time with a movie. Like, so it's not really like in terms of like you're presenting this as though they're doing some sort of big piece and statement and challenging the system, and it's a sequel to The Social Network. Like if this were if this were something different, I'd be like, maybe you're right. Maybe it's kind of, or if he were a billionaire that people liked, like when people went after Bill Cosby, and people liked Bill Cosby, that's bold. He's an icon. People like him. Like if you had made a movie like this in 2010 when Mark Zuckerberg was popular.
But I'm not talking about it because of the public perception. That's not my point.
No, but my point is
my point is that he's a bored, rich billionaire who has money, time, and the means to just simply go to one of the people in Hollywood, for example, and just be like, I didn't really like that movie, and maybe lean on them a little bit. Like, I'm not talking about going and taking them into court. No, why would he do that? But there are a lot of other ways that a person who has money, power, and nothing but time
there's people who have been a lot
can make a person's life difficult. That was my point.
There's people who have been a lot harsher to him in the media that he did nothing about. And as he puts it, he is a as they say in this trailer, a free speech absolutist. So he believes that's not a thing. There's no such thing. But like he thinks that way. So no. Again, if you were talking like when you're like, oh, Donald Trump's definitely going to sue over this, I'm going to be like, yeah. But Mark Zuckerberg doesn't. He's a robot. He doesn't operate like that. Like any other billionaire. If we were talking about any other billionaire, I'd be like, yeah, you're probably right. He's not going to be happy about this. But I don't think he feels enough emotions to care. I think he'd be like, oh, that's nice. Why didn't they get Jesse Eisenberg? I think he'd probably be more upset about the fact that they didn't cast Jesse Eisenberg than they put. But I guess my point is like when you're like, oh, it's bold to go after Mark Zuckerberg. Not really. Like it's just he's not a figure.
That's where we're gonna agree to disagree.
To me, like you're right in the like top 5 billionaires. Like to me, it's not bold.
Oh, he's not. He's by far not the worst.
No, he's not. To me, there's certain ones. It's not bold to go after them. It's not bold to go after Donald Trump. It's not bold to go after Jeff Bezos. It's not bold to go after Elon Musk. And it's not bold to go after Mark Zuckerberg. Like they're easy guys to go after because
sure, but no, but in regards to see, that's where I actually flip that and say no. There are certain people who it is bold to go after. It is bold to go after Donald Trump because he will go after you. It is bold to go after, in theory, Elon Musk because he is exactly the Lex Luthor motherfucker that I'm talking about.
Yeah, but there's no.
Petty, small, and absolutely thick,
There's
thin
just nothing
skinned.
you can say about them that they would find. The only thing you could do with Donald Trump, and even then, I don't think it's bold. To be fair, I generally don't think it's bold to go after anybody. Everyone deserves to be taken down, even us.
Yeah, but if they're going to go after and retaliate in the most
But
extreme
they're
ways
not.
possible,
Mark
then
Zuckerberg
yes,
won't.
it is
If he was
bold.
gonna retaliate, he would have done so after the first one.
I mean, again,
He's not that kind of.
you don't know that he
Nah,
didn't.
he's not.
He's rich enough that he is rich enough that he might have, and we just don't know.
I sincerely doubt that.
You can doubt it all you want, but neither of
But
us can say
no,
one way or the
as an
other.
artistic exercise, no. I'm sorry. It's we'll move on. But just as
I mean,
just
again, I wasn't talking about it in an
no,
artistic
but you
sense.
are because the inherent idea behind any sort of art behind any piece of film is and making a statement is you're making a statement. You're right against Mark Zuckerberg, and you're like, oh, it's really bold to go after Mark Zuckerberg. It's the second time this specific writer has gone after Mark Zuckerberg. I don't think it's bold. I think it's going to the well. Like that's
That's
so like,
it. Your opinion is noted.
but I don't see how you could disagree with that unless you really put stock in what Mark Zuckerberg has to say. Which why would you?
No, I don't. I put stock in money and power, of which he has a lot.
Yeah, you're overthinking. Um,
No, I'm not. I'm thinking in the most basic way. You're actually, in this instance, you are the one who is overthinking. All I'm thinking is he is a rich billionaire who has a lot of money and a lot of time. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm thinking of the ways that if I was a vindictive small person, little man, like again, the first one makes him
just
out
a
to be.
movie
I'm thinking of the way, I'm thinking of the way that I could use billions of dollars to make a person's
to
life
ruin
difficult.
to make Aaron Sorkin's life difficult over a movie.
Yeah. If I
No,
was rich and I had nothing but time and I was
that'd be a
bored,
very strange thing for you to do. Like no,
not for a billionaire, it wouldn't.
no, no. There's no, absolutely not. Like I said, nothing bold. Anyway, um, um,
Especially in this political atmosphere
no.
where there's constant
If people
retaliations.
again, if people liked him more and he had
That's
more,
not. It has
but it
nothing to
does
do with
because
that.
he
It
people
doesn't.
hold on, people don't like him, so he has nothing to lose from a movie. People already think he's that in that trailer. That's what people think he is. So by pursuing anything in the form of revenge, as you put it, you just paint yourself in the public eye. The point of a movie like this
Yeah,
is to hold on.
if you get caught,
The
yes.
point of this is, yeah, he would obviously get caught. Is all if all of a sudden Aaron Sorkin, famous like well-known screenwriter Aaron Sorkin, got blacklisted in Hollywood, you'd be like, well, that's kind of strange. You would notice. There's no
Well, again,
value
there's
in this.
not necessarily blacklisting him, but like he
No,
pays more. For example, he suddenly finds that he's paying a little bit more.
for
There are
what?
ways to do that
For
for
what?
anything, for rental, for like places where he
How
goes.
would Mark Zuckerberg have the power to do that?
He
No,
got billions of
it's
dollars.
silly. No, like there's nothing. If he was if he was a well liked person and people liked Mark Zuckerberg, sure, he has something to lose by a truthful movie coming out painting him as a villain. Like at that point, yes, you're right. He has something to lose. And then, yes, absolutely, behind the scenes, he pulls strings to make himself look good. But this is how people already see him in the public eye. That's the point of a movie like this, is to change public perception of people. People already think this way of him. There's nothing. This trailer, as it exists, is not doing anything all that remarkable or revolutionary. It's not saying anything you don't already
to
know.
be fair,
Whereas where the first
we,
one was revealing stuff about him personally that we didn't know. This isn't revealing anything we don't already know. He's not even the main character in it. It's the
again, to be fair, we're just seeing one trailer. We have no idea. Maybe there are things that they've learned in the course of making this movie that will shock and like
doubt it. But
who knows? Could be.
I can't imagine this either that or he's going to be cartoonishly evil, which is probably what just based on it. It's definitely Jeremy Allen White and the girl. They're the main characters. It's going to be like a Watergate thing, an investigative thing. And yeah, he's going to be a cartoonish villain, which again, people already knew he was. Like all the shit that they're revealing, people already knew. Like this is apparently they've taken like court transcripts word for word again. Like this is shit that people already knew. So like,
right, but again, if he's known to be cartoonishly evil, or bad or a
but
villain or whatever.
he would.
My point has been and is still that I wouldn't want to piss off a person like that.
Then you're why? Yeah, no, I don't know.
Because if he's already known to be vindictive
No,
and cartoonishly evil, then he's known to be like that.
but it's just a movie. You put yeah.
You're saying that they've taken literal transcripts and stuff? That's not just a movie then. That's historical fact.
It's just a movie. Like Mark Zuckerberg isn't gonna concern. He didn't concern himself with the first one. Why would he concern? Other than to have,
whatever.
Other than to be like,
we can move on.
Other than to be like, this is inaccurate or accurate, which he probably will. He'll probably come out and be like, this is a misrepresentation of the facts, and this is actually what happened, and blah 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 blah. Other than that, yeah, he's got. Yeah.
Okay, we can move on.
You're giving Mark Zuckerberg entirely too much credit.
Whatever.
Gato.
We can move on.
Gato. This movie looks pretty.
It looks fine.
Looks pretty. I like the. I mean, there isn't enough in this trailer to tell
There's
me.
not
anything.
enough there in the trailer to tell me anything, so I'm neither interested nor disinterested. It looks fine.
I like the art style. I do think that Pixar.
Yeah, but Pixar should look that good.
Yeah, but this is to me this doesn't look like a traditional Pixar movie. But I haven't seen enough to really fully formed opinion. But as of right now, it's a bit closer to that second Puss in Boots movie, which is cool. Like that's a good way to do Cats. Speaking of, that's it. I don't have much else. It looks pretty.
I don't. It looks fine.
It looks fine. It's Cat in the Hat.
That one looks fun, but like it has weirdly high stakes.
It's okay. Okay. Let me spell this out in a way and tell me if you disagree. Fun, weird. Like fun, but it feels you said weirdly high stakes. I like that. Accurate.
That's how I would word it.
Weirdly high stakes. I agree.
Like it's still very much following the beats of the Cat in the Hat story. They have a MacGuffin, which in the yeah, they do. They have the MacGuffin, which in the live action one was the box. They had to get they needed the lock so they could close the box so that the worlds don't mesh. And this one, instead of it being the box, it's the time travel thing.
Right. No, but
they have to find the time travel thing. They're going into a world which is meshing two worlds together, which is their past. And
what I was gonna say was that it reminds me. No, train of thought. Hold on.
It's like if you took that and mixed it with storks.
That's what it was. I wasn't the only thing that really connects it to Cat in the Hat, apart from I guess the things, but even then, not really to the original story of Cat in the Hat. Okay. No, I want to put it this way. Do you think this is a prequel, or is it supposed to be an adaptation of the Cat in the Hat story? Because I had thought that maybe it's supposed to be a prequel to that original story, because the kids don't really look anything like they do in the original.
I don't think it's supposed to be an adaptation.
The only connection,
or I guess it is supposed to be an adaptation.
The only connection to the original story, so far as I can see it, is the fish, right? But otherwise, like this seems like.
But it's also not the same fish. It doesn't dislike him, so.
Right, that's a good point. The fish doesn't dislike him, because there's a lot of this that was like, oh, this is his first adventure. Like this is or not his first adventure, but this is what gets
prequel feels like a good way to describe
it. It feels like it's a prequel, but not a prequel at the same time. It's weird.
An adaptation prequel, I guess.
Maybe because it feels like this is what's gonna because the version of him for whatever that is in the original story is competent. Know what he's doing. Competent.
He also feels older.
Older, right? So is this the first adventure that got him into being in their good graces so he can go do that adventure with those kids? Because in that version, he knows exactly what's going on. He's in the book, he's in total control, right?
Well, see that
seems like another Tuesday for him.
It's an interesting thing for me because was he always an imaginary thing? That's a thing they've added for this movie, right?
Yes, sort of. I mean, in the sense that like none of.
I mean, they're all who's and they're all like things that don't actually exist. He was just another thing that didn't exist.
Well, there's nothing. There's nothing in the. If you're talking about the Mike Myers movie, there's no real given explanation.
No, not the original book.
No, not really. There's nothing really explained as to.
Like I'm saying, there being this whole background thing where he comes from an
that's
organization.
All new. Yeah.
Like,
sorry, if that's your guess, that's all new. Yeah, that's not from the book. No. The book's not long enough for that. No.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought.
But I was gonna say there's no reference to him being imaginary or imaginary creature or any such.
No. Yeah. He was just a cat who was big.
Yeah. So I think this is gonna be like all the Whoville shit this is where it all originates from. I'm guessing because
Um,
think there's other Zeus characters there, maybe.
yeah, I think there was a
I
bunch of
really
references that
like
he
the art
makes.
style. Like I
I like the art
really
style. It
like
looks
the art
fun. Like
style.
it looks like it'll be
It's not
entertaining.
even just that it looks fun. It
Um,
looks creative. It looks
yeah,
different. It looks there's
like
shapes and like the colors are like it looks
like
unique.
it's not. It is like it's following for me. I guess the way that I would word it is my estimation is it's like it's one of those scenarios where it's hitting the beats, but all the points, like all the major arcs are
Yeah.
different,
Yeah.
if
Well,
that makes sense.
I
So like it's got the beat, it's got the things, it's
yeah.
got the MacGuffin that they have to chase
Yep.
down.
Yep.
It's got the oh they can have the instead of it being a contract, it's the time travel thing, so they can cause as much chaos as they want, and they'll undo it all
Yeah,
by the end of the
the
story.
lesson of the movie is about learning to let go of the past, and you can tell there's going to be a bit of emotion. Like I was like, this looks like it's about something, which is like,
Hmm.
oh hey, like it's almost as if filmmakers have realized, hey, we need to get back into that groove of making kids movies that are about something, that have something to say and have a lesson to
Um,
impart and teach upon the children, and aren't just fart jokes.
Hmm. That being said, yeah, no, they definitely are going the route of like he's been at this for a while. He's been having a lot of failures, and this will be his first
Yeah,
success.
absolutely.
Like
There's a really
this will be,
my
and
favorite.
then maybe we'll get like a post credit scene where he's like, "All right, time for me to do my second one,"
Maybe
and we get like this is what I would hope is we get like a shot for shot remake of the opening of the original book.
that would also be fun. But I did like the joke where he's like, if I lose my hat, I'll just be a regular cat. And then it cuts to all these normal looking cats and just him still with the bow tie. That was so
Standing
funny.
there,
That's
yeah, yeah,
funny.
yeah, yeah.
That was funny. I'm like,
Yeah,
that's
it looks
funny.
fun.
That's funny. That's funny shit. I like that. That
Yeah,
is that is a
it
me
looks
kind
fun.
of joke. No, it does. It looks fun.
It looks like it
I'm
was written by a millennial,
absolutely. I think that's what a lot of these kids movies now is. They look like they're being written by millennials, and
or
I'm like,
certainly suggested or
I'm
influenced by millennials.
I'm all for this. Also, it's funny. I cut the show by 2 stories today because I knew Kingdom Hearts was gonna take a while.
I got a tickle in my
I wasn't
throat.
expecting the Social Network to take as long as it did, but that was funny. Speaking of unpopular things, no, I don't know. Jordan, how we feeling? They put out a like literal teaser trailer,
A little thirsty.
a little teaser trailer for that new Scooby Doo show that we have thus far been like.
No, I didn't watch that. You didn't send me that.
Did I not send that? Because you referenced it.
Oh, I saw a still image of Shaggy
Oh.
holding the dog.
Oh, okay, that's all the trailer is. The trailer is just like shots of this camp, and then from Scooby's perspective, he runs out, and then Shaggy picks him up, and it's the dog. The important bit was to see the dog. So you've seen the dog.
I've seen the dog.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's the most important part of this. The rest of it does not matter. Like, who cares what Shaggy looks like? Um, I can't decide if I like it or not. How are you feeling about it?
Um. Okay. Well, in terms of, I don't know how to word this. It's cute, and I'm a sucker for a cute animal.
But you're off
So
put.
like on that basis, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's cute. If I'm looking at I guess this is how I'll word it. I saw it as a still image. If I'm looking at the still image of the dog, I'm like, oh, that's a cute dog. I like the dog. If I'm thinking of it in terms of it being Scooby Doo, it's a little off-putting because it's live action, but it also depends. If they could do that thing where they have a person who is talking over as the dog, and like
Yeah.
the dog still talks, it would feel weird for me. What I kind of would hope that they do, and to be fair, I don't really know much about this, so I don't know what the intent is. But like if they had like one scene where that's what the dog looked like, and then like we get a time jump, and now the
Oh,
dog is
that's
older,
definitely what they're doing.
and now it's CG, and it's not a real dog, then
Well,
okay, I could deal with it being like that for one scene.
okay. So
But I think because of how Scooby is, just by his design, even when they did a live action movie, it was never a live action dog, and that's for a reason.
yeah. So okay. So okay. Off. But yeah.
Does
I
that
called
make
it.
sense?
Yes, absolutely. Because it.
It feels strange, but like strange does not always mean bad.
I described it as
It could
like
do it really well. Like it could do like
I
Homeward Bound, where like it's talking, the animals are talking. but
I described it. I described it
I
as
don't
like
know.
the uncanny valley of dogs, where like because like, okay, the best example you said it actually. It's funny because I said it to Haley and then you said it to me was that Clifford the Big Red Dog movie, where Clifford the Big Red Dog is now a regular looking dog, but he's still gigantic
Yeah,
and it looks weird.
it looks weird when they
Looks
do
weird.
that.
Or like Marmaduke or Garfield, where he now looks like a regular cat. Or I can't. There was another really big example that I'm completely blanking on because I'm on a
Hmm.
podcast. But like those, where it's like it feels weird, like
Cats
Scooby
versus
Doo,
dogs. Stuart Little.
Stuart Little, not Stuart Little so much because he's
Yeah,
a
with the cat, Snowball.
oh you know, but I'm talking like you're taking like a cartoon character, um, who is normally has cartoon proportions and is cartoon, and you make him look photorealistic. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not
Lion
talking
King.
about yeah, Lion King, but I guess more like a cartoon because even Lion King is they're still kind of trying to look like lions.
Ho Ho
I don't
from
know,
Moana.
and it's something Moana, yeah, that's it. But so it Scooby Doo is not meant to be like, oh, like that's not Scooby Doo. Scooby Doo is meant to be silly looking and goofy looking. He's supposed to have goofy proportions. Like, yeah, he's a Great Dane, but he's supposed to be an exaggerated Great Dane. So taking him and making him a real dog feels strange. But people are acting as though him being a real dog instead of a CGI dog is this revelation, as if we haven't done animal movies with real dogs before. Like, yeah, he's probably still going to talk and they're going to CGI him having a mouth, right? Like, that's not really. I initially didn't know it is a Great Dane puppy, so it is a Great
Yeah,
Dane
it
dog.
is.
Um, they haven't cropped
The
his
people
ears
got
apparently.
all tripped up because of the ears, but
Yeah,
the ears typically get docked by humans,
yeah,
so
yeah. So he doesn't have docked ears. Apparently,
like a puppy wouldn't.
like a puppy would. Yeah, apparently, um, he will talk, and him talking is going to be a focus of the show. I suspect by the fact that it's produced by Greg Berlanti. You don't know that name, but when I say the thing that he made, it's gonna paint a picture. Greg Berlanti. Okay, we'll do the one he did first. Greg Berlanti produced all of the CW Arrowverse shows,
That tracks.
but Jordan, even more relevantly, he did the Riverdale.
So he made a bad
So
show.
it does that not paint an image of what this may or may not be?
Be bad. This is going to be bad. This is going to be a bad show. It's going to be an
I
unenjoyable
am
slop.
I am willing. Look, if we hit the correct balance of like it's season one, because season one Riverdale is a delight. I like season one of Riverdale. That show went off the rails,
No,
but there were
no.
rails to be had.
That
I
show was always bad.
yeah, but the first season is
He
good
slept with it.
bad.
He slept with his teacher, who was a pedophile.
The
There
the
was incest. It
the
was always bad,
the
Justin.
first season of that show, yeah, but it's like pulpy, kind of like fun bad.
Melodrama. It's melodrama.
Um,
No, it was always bad,
where
Justin. Now, if you
whereas
want to compare it to, if you want to compare it to Arrow, which Arrow has promise and gets good, according to you, that's
um
a completely different
no,
thing. But
I
no,
mean Riverdale is
Riverdale.
always
No, I will not lie to the audience.
we
Riverdale was
had
always
we
bad.
watched the first season of that. We loved the
Oh,
first
we
season
watched
of
it
it.
as if we were watching a train wreck, Justin,
We
but we never once dared say it was good.
no, we definitely said that the first season is not good, but like it's fun bad. It's the kind of bad you watch because it's fun and
It's a
enjoyable.
train wreck.
And it's yeah, it's cartoony, and if you blend like an air of like, because there are Scooby Doo comics which are like, what if Scooby Doo takes place in the apocalypse, that are apparently quite
Yeah,
good.
I've experienced that one. It was okay.
I've heard good things about it.
It was okay.
So if you do that,
Little melodramatic. That's the problem with Scooby Doo, is when you try to take Scooby Doo and not have him be silly and make him be serious, you walk a fine line where it if you're not careful, it just becomes melodrama, and that's what this will be. It will just be melodrama.
maybe, but you can walk a line where
You
it there's a fine line you can walk where it hits the it's dark and it's fun because it's dark, but it's not silly. Like you can hit the line and not cross it, I think. And I think if anything can accomplish, because to be fair, Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated is the best Scooby-Doo show, and that does do drama like really well. Like double crosses, betrayals, twists, turns. It does all of
Yeah,
that
I think for
fantastic.
me, I become cynical Some would argue unnecessarily so. I would say the correct amountly so. But I become cynical when you take anything animated and bring it into live action, especially by a person who worked on Riverdale.
That is, at
Um,
least I'm pretty sure Greg Berlanti did. I could be wrong about him doing Riverdale. I'm pretty sure he produced Riverdale, but I'm not confident enough to. I do know he definitely did the Arrowverse shows. That I do know, but I don't know if he
um,
did. I don't know if he did Riverdale or not.
yeah, I just for me,
I'm not
like I
confident
said,
enough to.
I have a hard time when you bring anything out of animation and bring it into live action. Generally speaking, I'm not usually a fan.
My thing with
It's
Scooby
different
Doo,
when it's superheroes.
with Scooby Doo, trying anytime they try to do dark and serious or serious, not serious, but like an adult version of Scooby Doo, it always turns into them cutting out Scooby Doo. That's how we wind up with Velma. um and like that's to me the worst Scooby Doo could ever get. When you're like, okay, Scooby Doo's in this and he talks, and there's a reason why he talks, and we're gonna get into the origin and history of why he talks. I'm like, as a concept for Scooby Doo, that's interesting. Again, it's not. It's not. It's also if this was the first time they had tried to be like, how is Scooby Doo talking? And the first time they did it, it wasn't because he was an alien from the planet Nibiru. I'd be a little bit more off put by this. But Mystery Incorporated, that's a big spoiler for Mystery Incorporated. But yeah, if Mystery Incorporated, like that show was at its strongest when it realized that, hey, what if instead of just a prop, Scooby Doo was a character with wants and desires and fears and motivations? What if we turned him into an actual character instead of just a one punchline joke? It worked. So that's where I'm like, hey, if we do something with that, if it's a bit more elevated than Riverdale was, because Riverdale, again, doing a serious version of the Archie characters, the idea was never bad. It was the execution that was bad. The idea I don't think is bad. But yeah, I think this has potential.
In terms of the Scooby Doo, to
Because
wrap it up
it's
with
Scooby Doo.
a nice little button note. For me, the only live action thing that I want to see with Scooby Doo, where you have Scooby Doo talk, is that YouTube video where he's an eldritch horror.
That yeah,
Um,
that would be fun.
that's the only one that I want. Other than that, I will probably never watch this.
Oh,
I have no interest in watching this. There's nothing here which makes me go like nothing that I've heard of or seen about this makes me go like, ooh, this is something I want to spend 40 plus hours watching the three
no,
or
yeah,
four
that's just
seasons that
it.
they're gonna make.
The television is so hard. I don't feel it's fair to be like, oh, I'll never watch this, because no, I won't. But not out of a lack of a desire, simply because unless it's for this, I might watch it for this. There's a chance I'll watch it for this. But like watching shows for fun, I can't do anymore. Like I can't.
It depends on the show. It has to be one that I actually want to watch, like
Yeah,
Vox Machina or Mighty Nine, or something that like
simply
I genuinely want to spend a lot of my
no.
time doing.
That's fair. I
And
simply do not have the time.
this is not a show that I have any desire to do that
Like
for. So
if it's a show I like, I
full
will
stop.
contrive a reason to watch it on here. Otherwise, I don't have the time to invest in it.
Yeah, it's because you do too many other podcasts. I just do one.
I do too much. I'm not Superman, you know.
You're not Spider-Man, you know.
That's funny. Okay. So, next, um, um, oh yeah, I didn't do that one. We'll end with that. Jordan, apparently they're making Grown Ups 3.
The Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It's basically just a vacation for him and his friends.
So, and currently,
Is it going to take place in Vancouver?
I don't know.
Because he's been around here a lot lately.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So, background, real quick. Adam Sandler has a deal, or had a deal with Netflix, where that's why all of his movies are on Netflix, because like he owes them a certain amount of movies. So I guess Grown Ups 3 is going to be one of those movies. So it's going to come straight to Netflix, which like
Oh, so it's even less of a real movie then.
which I mean, it makes sense. Like those movies were like cheap as shit.
Yeah, like I said, they were just an excuse to have a vacation
Oh
with
yeah,
his
but like
friends.
when you think about yes, but also when you think about what that requires, they went to a two, three cameras, a loose camera crew, and
And then just went and had fun at a fucking water park for a bunch of it.
or hung out on a lake for the rest of it.
Yeah, like it could not have been that hard to do.
No, well, it's just not even hard to do. It just couldn't have cost that much money.
for
Like,
yeah.
like
You're
just most of the budget of that money went to paying those guys. Like, there's no way.
oh, I don't even
Maybe
think
location. Maybe you paid location
I was
fee.
gonna say no. If anything, I feel like most of the money went towards the location, and the rest of it, his friends were just like, "Yeah, we'll do it for cheap."
Well, to my understanding, no. But like there, I saw a video once where it was like all those movies are a Ponzi scheme to pay out all of his friends, and then they proved it via math. No, I can't remember how much Adam Sandler made on the first one. It's too much money. No, there's no way that scouting that water park cost that much money. Like, okay, they paid him like a few grand at most.
20,000 probably at most.
Yeah, at most, generously. But anyway, so Jordan, the third one picks up. They all get back together over the course of a summer vacation. It picks up with Lenny, Marcus, Rob, Kurt, Eric, and their significant others after the death of. Oh, okay, so it does say that Rob Snyder is going to be in this. It says they connect.
Is he dead?
They
Is he
connect.
the dead one?
Well, they connect over the death of a close friend as they travel to Europe to spread his ashes and prove that they can still be fun. And my first thought when I read that was, the dead guy's definitely Rob Schneider, right? There's
I
no way
mean,
he's not-
yeah.
he's
Then
not
then
Rob
they don't
Schneider.
have. They address his character's name. They don't ever have to actually show his face. They don't have to have him be in the movie in any meaningful
And
way.
he doesn't have to do any of the promotion,
Yeah,
and he doesn't have to be involved at all. But according to
yeah.
this, he's in it. So, but maybe that's a mislead, or maybe, to be fair, we've
I
discussed.
mean, he might be in it insofar of the fact of at the funeral
He's a
they have his
corpse?
picture up.
Maybe, or he's there as a corpse.
I wasn't even gonna say his corpse. I was gonna say that you know how like usually in Hollywood movies and shows when they're at the funeral beside the casket when it's closed
Yeah.
they have the picture of the person. That might be what they
But
have.
he, according to this
Isn't he like
article,
blacklisted in fucking Hollywood at the
you would
moment?
think. But yeah, like, he's there. He's there in the list of cast of characters. So who knows? But he wasn't in the second one. He absolutely was not in the second one.
No, no, he wasn't.
So you'd think
Or maybe they'll make a flashback scene and he's in that or something.
he's
Who
that or
knows?
something. Maybe, but he's
I mean,
definitely the character who's dead, right? There's no way he's not,
I mean, unless they're gonna introduce a completely new character.
right? It has to be someone who
Or-
would.
Or maybe Kevin James is too big for these now.
I cannot see Kevin James being too. Of the people involved in it, the only one who is arguably too big for it is Adam Sandler.
Oh,
Adam
that's a good point.
Sandler.
Maybe Adam Sandler dies.
I can't imagine that. Adam Sandler, you got
No,
nominated. You got
Justin,
nominated for
Justin.
an Oscar. What are you doing?
I mean, if I know these movies like I do, whoever the friend is, whether it be Rob Schneider's character,
It's
whether it
definitely
be
Rob
Adam
Schneider.
Sandler's character, I could see it being Rob. I could see them doing the joke because this writes itself, and it's so lazy. Where Adam Schneider's character fakes his
Schneider.
own death.
Rob.
I'm saying it could be either, and I'm saying their name connected to save time.
Oh, gotcha.
Um,
So you didn't forget that his name
whoever
was
it
Rob
is.
Schneider and smashed together with
No,
Adam Sandler?
definitely. I definitely didn't mash them up. It was definitely intentional. Wink.
Did you just wink at me? Did you say
No.
wink while you winked at me?
No, I definitely didn't wink.
But you did it again. You said wink when you winked.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Wink.
He did it. I don't know. Okay, I need to move on.
So, anyways,
I'm an adult.
whichever one it is, probably Rob Schneider. He will have been trying to escape his wife or something and faked his death. And then that will be the point. Is like they have to pretend to go and spread his ashes. Because everybody thinks that he's dead, and they use it as an excuse to go on a European vacation.
You know, it's funny. Okay, that is the exact kind of franchise that would do something that stupid. But also, this article indicates to me it would to me. See, okay, I have a fucked up sense of humor. We know that, but it would be funny if it was earnest and sincere and poignant and like genuinely sad and heartbreaking. Like that would be really funny. Like if you're like,
Yeah,
what
but
the fuck? I'm crying in third Grown Ups. This
don't
is
see
weird.
that.
No, neither do I. Neither do I.
My
It's not
thing
that
is,
kind of
in fact,
franchise.
My thing is, in fact, probably what it's going to be.
I do think they're gonna kill off. Rob Schneider will actually genuinely be dead. I think
Oh
they're genuinely
no,
gonna kill
no!
him.
I
It's gotta
think
be
they
him.
will think. I think they will think that he is, and then I think he will show up at what? Like I think they will have the
Maybe, but
the
no.
ashes that they think is his body, and like it wasn't actually his body. He wasn't in the thing at all. and they go to spread it, and he shows up at the real, like at the plates, the first place, and is like, "Hey guys," and they're like, "Oh my god, what the?" And like freak the fuck out.
Nah,
And
no,
he's like, the government was hounding me down, or like my
he was
ex-wife was trying to get all my, or something like that.
he.
Absolutely the kind of character that he is.
Not really. He wasn't really that kind
Yes,
of. He wasn't a
yes, he
scammy.
was.
He was a new age hippie kind of guy. He wasn't a scammy kind of guy. The David Spade was a now David Spade. Okay, now David Spade would probably be
Oh,
the more.
that's true. David Spade's there. No, fuck that. It's gonna be him.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. No, I no. It's just based on. I mean, your first instinct's correct. It's definitely because he wasn't in the second one. So if he's not in the second one, why on earth would he come back for the third one?
Because that would
Especially
be
when
the big
he's
selling point, is you're getting him back.
Rob Snyder. No, that is in no way a selling point that you're getting Rob Snyder back. He's so massively unpopular right now. So like, I just don't. I think this is a case of comingsoon.net is a terrible website, and I think that he's probably dead. Or at the very least, he's in it at the beginning and then he dies. They kill him off specifically on camera, so he's not coming back. You guys, don't ask.
I guess only time will tell us.
Time and Netflix will tell us. And then finally, Jordan.
Time, Netflix, and Adam Sandler will tell us.
Jordan, bad news. This show began with
Bad
us
news
talking
bears?
about this next topic, Jordan. This is where we began. We began talking about this, and so it only feels fitting that we talk about the end. And that is, Jordan, they canceled the Doctor Who Christmas special, and everybody freaked out. I saw a ton of memes that were very, very funny, but everyone was like, they said, sorry, what they said specifically was, everyone interpreted it as Doctor Who is canceled and going woke made it go broke. But this is what they actually said. I'm going to translate for you.
I mean, I'm just going to guess that Disney doesn't want to renew, but the BBC is going to keep making it.
Yes, well, Disney didn't want to. That was the first announcement. Disney was not renewing their deal, and the BBC said Doctor Who will live on. They announced this Christmas special that, as Russell T Davies put it, he had not written or done anything on. They announced that not only were they not doing the Christmas special, Russell T Davies is stepping away, and they're actively looking for a new company, a new production company. So with Russell T Davies leaving, his company Bad Wolf Productions is leaving. So they're shopping out for a new showrunner and a new production company. So Doctor Who is not canceled, like everyone said. It will be out of commission. We won't get new episodes till like 2028. Or later. Maybe I think someone said at the very, very earliest 2027, 2028, 2029. Which is like, okay, people are acting like that the show is canceled, and they're like, there's been a lot of, my favorite meme is the meme from the bit from Toy Story 2, where it's Woody being like, oh, I don't see the next episode. It's the clip of him regenerating into Billy Piper.
Rose.
Yeah, into Rose, and be like, I don't see the next episode, and that's it. That's all. That bums me out. If indeed Doctor Who, because everyone's saying that Doctor Who needs to do a hard reboot, like full story. He goes back to being the first Doctor. It's all new. It's a whole new deal. We don't do a sequel to that. And God, I don't want that. I don't want the last thing. I don't want the last thing Doctor Who in its current iteration does to be the Doctor regenerates into Rose Tyler and we never explain it. I can't have it end that way. That bothers me. That bothers me that they're not gonna pay off this wild fucking swing. Like, it would be different. Like, I saw a lot of people say, like, this is the BBC's fault for not having him regenerate into black like they were originally going to. Because originally, when he regenerated, he was just you weren't gonna see what he regenerated into. He was just gonna regenerate, and then that was gonna be it. And the implication that way, whoever came in and took over next could put whoever they wanted in, and it could be whoever. But it was like changed at the last second for it to be Billy Piper. I wish they had gone with the first thing, because I can't maybe that they've ended on this weird cliffhanger with no precedent or no explanation. Like maybe if he had regenerated in a normal regeneration to Chudi Gatwa and it ended there, I'd be okay with that, because you're like, okay, this guy, he's the Doctor, he's gonna go off and be the Doctor, okay, whatever. But like, what the fuck? Like, why does he look like we're just not going to explain that? We're just going to hard reset everything? Oh man, I don't want to do that. I know everyone says we need to, but at least do one more special where you wrap up all the shit that
yeah. So I'm torn. On the one hand, yeah, I hate cliffhangers. So the fact that you've ended on one, it irritates me, and I would like at least one more special where, like, we have her turn into Rose. We have the story, we explaining why, and then she regenerates into whatever her next form would be. And okay, at that point, if you want to reboot it or whatever,
Yeah, do it there.
then
Exactly.
that's
Yeah,
that's
I'm
fine.
100% with you. Yes, exactly.
Because like I kind of
I don't disagree because we're
I
on like the
don't
16th
disagree.
Doctor at this point. Like,
We
okay, I
kind
get it.
of do need to reboot.
Yeah,
It's getting
yeah,
complicated. You have this whole child thing, where why can the doctor do more than the this and that and this and that? And it's got like by
yeah.
regeneration
And I saw
now.
someone
Like
be like, I'm not watching
it's
40 years worth of television to understand all the shit that I currently need to. No one's doing that. So like,
yeah. So like
I get it. I do get it.
I get the sentiment, but to me, we need to wrap up the
Yeah,
story
like
first.
I understand that. Like, yeah,
And you end it in a way where it's not really ended. So if
yeah,
they ever did
exactly,
want to come back to it with like a book or a story or whatever, you can have the continuing adventures of blah blah blah, right? And you
exactly,
can continue
exactly.
it. But then you can also do a reboot and have it, and literally you could be like, call it like New Who, and have it
Right.
be an entirely separate different show. Who says that you need to have it one way or the other? You could do both.
Well, they kind of
You could
are in
continue
the sense
this,
that
and you could reboot and have a new one as well.
they
In
kind of
fact,
are
like
in the sense
you
that
should do that.
they've got those big Finnish audio dramas where that's where you've got the fugitive doctor and so but also like yeah, there's a lot of people tend to fold that into the regular. Like, I don't disagree. Like, yeah, you can. There's a world where both can exist, but like, there shouldn't be.
There needs to be a line,
There
a
needs to be a
delineation
line.
between the two.
Exactly, exactly. Like, there's too much of like, oh, River Song has met every single version of the Doctor in some variation or another in one of those big finish. Like, she did a team up where she teamed up with the fourth Doctor, and like too much of Stephen Moffat's era is like shit happened off camera. I fucking hate
Mm-hmm.
that. So like there needs to be a balance, but certainly we need to pay this off. Like you can't have the current version of like at least when Doctor Who went into hibernation last time, the last thing it ended on was the Doctor Who movie, the eighth
Yeah.
Doctor. Like that's at least like okay, I can be satisfied that this is where it ended and we bring it back. And this is just like you're in the middle of a story. Like you didn't
Yeah.
explain any
It
of
doesn't.
this,
It doesn't even feel like it was the end of a season. Really, it just
right?
kind of feels like a stopping point,
Right,
end
exactly.
of an episode.
Right?
But also, I'm gonna be brutal here. I'm not really shocked that it's getting canceled or not canceled, but postponed or delayed, however you want to
Well,
word it.
this is
Because in my opinion, and this isn't a direct fault of the show itself, but the last season suffered from a lot of Disney shows where it didn't have enough episodes.
no, yeah, yeah.
Um,
It was everything wrong with like a Marvel Disney Plus show.
with
It's not enough
the,
episodes.
not even just Marvel, but Star Wars as well. Like
Too
anything
many.
Disney show
Yeah,
related.
too many ideas. Not enough time devoted to any of them for any. Yeah, I still haven't finished it. Maybe I'll have to watch it for one of these weeks and actually finish it. To
Um,
say that I did. Yeah, yeah. I
um,
just. Yeah.
that's not even talking about the quote unquote woke shit.
Yeah, the quote unquote
Which
woke
some
shit.
of it I'm not a fan of, some of it I don't mind.
My thing with
Uh,
woke shit, the only thing that makes woke quote unquote woke shit annoying is the people who complain about the quote
to
unquote
point
woke
out
shit.
the quote
Yeah,
unquote woke shit.
like
Yes, I get what you mean.
yeah, if we like doing this, you learn that woke shit quote unquote was always there, man. It was always there. It was always there.
Yeah, to a degree, yes,
Always there.
but I definitely do think that it's how to word this. It was always there, perhaps in some form or another. But I think as media literacy has died, the people that are making movies and shows have had to make it more overt.
I don't. That's the thing. Is like again, I'm having like I watched a movie from like 1999 one week, and they were saying all the same shit. I've watched movies from the 60s where they're saying all the same shit that we're saying today, and all the same
Right.
statements.
But
All the same.
what I'm saying is that there's obviously outliers and there are separate cases, but for the majority of what I've seen, the older stuff, it used to be less bashing you over the head with it and
I
more
fundamentally disagree with you.
it's
What
there,
I think
but
the
like
difference
not
is
quite as pointed out.
like just for example, like Princess Leia. Princess Leia would be called woke today, like she just would. Like the thing is a lot of that kind of.
Yeah, but I think there's a very big difference
I don't
between
think
Princess Leia and Rey.
I don't think media changed. I think the audience did. I think the audience was given a platform with which to complain, and they complained loudly. But I don't think. I don't
Well, that's
think.
why I say it's pointed out more now.
Yes, but I
Uh,
don't think the media itself is any more
I'm
or
not
less wrong.
necessarily talking about the movie or the show is pointing it out itself, but I am saying
Yes, more
that
people will point it out. Yes,
because media literacy is dead,
yes.
you have more people are pointing out the stupid thing, and because there's a platform for them to do it, everybody is aware of it.
I see. I don't. I think we've just all decided that it's a stupid thing. I don't think it ever was a stupid thing, and I think certain people decided it was a stupid thing, and then because humans are tribal cave people, the rest of
I
us just decided we did. But there's a lot of the things that people
I
point
didn't
out.
say that it was a stupid thing. I said the people saying it are saying a stupid
No,
thing.
no, no. What I'm saying
So,
is
like the
that
people that are complaining, oh, this doctor is bad because she's a woman, they are saying a stupid thing.
right. But I just think that being
Which we're agreeing is ultimately the point.
to be
We
like
agree with each other.
yeah, the media was always like, oh, women can be in positions of power, or people of color can be in position, or people of color are worth respecting, or
Sometimes,
women are worth
sometimes.
respecting. Yes, when they get older, it gets tougher. But you'd be surprised with the amount of shit you would see in old media that people, if it were put on out today, the TikTok would be like, this is right wing. Twitter would be like, this is woke. Classic shit that people like. Like the one that gets me is the people will be like, I can't stand Kathleen Kennedy, and then turn around and be like, the only good Jurassic Park movie is the first one, which she produced. She made it. So you're like, she ruined Star Wars, but all the shit that you're saying, that you're like, oh, movies only used to be good when we made it like this, and it's all these Steven Spielberg movies. It's like, yeah, she made that one and 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 that. And that's where I'm saying, like, you're right. The literacy has devolved so much that people complain about shit that was always there that nobody ever complained about before, because the internet has put people in this position of complaining about shit that nobody complained about before.
Yeah, so we agree.
Like it's no,
Largely, we're agreeing and saying the same thing.
largely it's very so like no. The thing that's frustrating is BBC television just kind of works like this. Like, I don't like it. I'm like, no. Like, fundamentally, I'm like, the BBC does this where they put their shows on agonizingly long breaks and pretend that that's a normal thing. The thing that people were like, oh, shows going on breaks. The BBC was doing that with Sherlock. Like, Sherlock, the first 2 seasons came out, and then like 3 years later, the third season, they finally made the third season and put it out, and it was bad. And like, so this is just a regular thing. This is what was happening with Doctor Who with Jodie Whittaker, where they kept fucking yanking it around, decreasing her series, putting out shitty specials, and they put them out like once a year, so that when you're watching it, you can't attach to anything because the show doesn't come out enough for you to attach to anything. And that's what happened with Chudigatwa. They put out like 8 episodes a year, 7 episodes a year. So it's not that Doctor Who got woke, because Doctor Who was always woke. It was always pointing out social issues. It was always that kind of show. It was always a socially conscious show. You just notice it more because it's so infrequent. Like, if it was a constant presence in our life and we were talking about it twice a year as opposed to once a year or once every 2 years, you wouldn't complain. You wouldn't notice the quote unquote wokeness. So like, saying that it got canceled because of wokeness is just not true. It's just not true. It's a bunch of much more boring reasons than that.
Yeah, it doesn't help that, yeah, like I said, it's got 8 episodes.
Yeah. Like, if it were like, but to be fair, Doctor Who we just watched it all at once, but Doctor Who always came out like sparingly. That was kind of, especially later.
Yeah,
like,
but I'm saying that's
was marred by that as well.
I'm saying that's a poor, just generally, that's a poor television practice.
So to be like, oh, the gay black doctor came in and ruined Doctor Who, is just bad scheduling decisions, bad writing, not bad writing, but like bad structure.
I mean, it's bad writing insofar of the fact of you had him come in not through normal regeneration, which would have been perfectly accurate, but you had to have this whole bi-generation thing, which was confusing, and you didn't explain it or pay it off in any way.
And then you brought it back again, and then continued to not explain it, promising that you would eventually explain it, and then chose not to do the Christmas special where you would have explained it.
That doesn't have so much to do with the doctor that is there himself, and more just bad writing, because
Right. Like I'm not
it's
blaming.
bad
I
writing.
would never blame Chudigatwa or even Jodie
Blame
Whittaker.
him for some of the choices that he's made that I didn't like. If he had been there for enough episodes,
Right.
there's
Exactly.
like 8 episodes, and 2 of them he's not even there
He's
for.
not even in. Right.
Really, we had like what, 6 episodes of him being the doctor?
They're doing
No, of
Doctor Light
course he didn't. Or
episodes.
sorry, 6 episodes for this season. I think there was that many for the last one.
Yeah.
So like he had 12 episodes to be the doctor, which I think with David Tennant per season he had at least like 20.
He had no. He never got as high as 20. I think the highest they get is 13. But even then, that's still more. That's one
That's still
season.
that's still
That's still
more.
more.
That's one
Exactly.
season.
And like, yeah, you're right. He's in. There's 8 episodes, and he's in. He's not in 3 of them. Like,
How many
what's the point? What's the
episodes?
point? Like, yeah, like every like you're like it's the showrunners. Like it's Russell T Davies. He's the one who's behind. It's Russell T Davies and Disney's fault for the way they shook out. It's not his fault. It's not. I wouldn't even say go so far as to say it's a entirely.
So this is the best way to compare it.
What is?
And I used Matt Smith so that we weren't using any of the modern day version of David Tennant to compare. But if I compare Judy Gatwa, who was 8 episodes per season, right?
I think
That's
so.
what he had.
No, I think
And he
you're right.
wasn't in.
I think the latest one was only 6. I think you're right. Pretty sure.
Well, I mean, the season had 8 episodes, but he was only in 6 of them.
Oh, okay, okay. Fair enough.
Is more what I was saying for that, because there was the one episode where it was about the robot people or whatever that the girl was
Yeah.
escaping from, and like they had him on a video for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, there's like they do like 2 or 3.
So
I know they do
I
at
don't
least
consider
2.
I don't consider him to be in that episode. Is my point.
They do at least 2 Doctor Light episodes in these seasons.
But
They're just too short to do that. You're like, well, this is already short enough. But it was so he could do Barbie. I think that's why.
But to compare him to Matt Smith, who did 3 seasons. 2 of the seasons were 13 episodes, and 1 season was 15 episodes. Matt Smith had 44 episodes to become the Doctor.
Yeah, exactly. But to be fair,
this
Matt
other
Smith
guy,
also his
this
Doctor
other guy
changes too much in my opinion. But still,
this other guy had like what, at best 15.
I think even fucking Christopher Eccleston got 13.
Hold on, let's find out.
You're pretty sure Christopher Eccleston got 13 at least. I'm pretty sure that first series is 13 episodes. So it's still more. It's still more than Judy Gatwa got.
Chuti.
I think it's 16 plus 2 Christmas specials.
I don't know how to spell his name.
Ncutti. And then that should probably get you. I think Gatwa.
There we go.
Gatwa.
Mr. Gatwa was starred in a total of 19 episodes.
Yeah, so that's half the time.
That's like not even like
No,
maybe
he didn't
half
do a
if
full
we're being
run.
generous.
He did more than Christopher Eccleston, but less than Peter Capaldi. Like a 3-year run is a good run for a Doctor. Like I think a solid 3 years. Matt Smith did 3 years. David Tennant did 3 years. Jodie Whittaker did 3 years, but he didn't want to do it. That's part of the problem. I mean, the only criticism I would levy against Judy Gatwa is he was half in the whole time. He was good when he was there.
David Tennant, in his 10th Doctor iteration, did 47 episodes.
Yeah, exactly. Major difference. But does that count include the specials though?
No, the special with the 3 well, I might. It includes the 47 episodes, including 3 seasons, regular specials, and his multi-part regeneration story. With the 14th Doctor part included, he had 50.
Okay,
50 times he was the Doctor.
50 episodes for you to get used to him as the Doctor, right?
As opposed to 19.
And even he kind of sticks it out a little too long. Same thing with
as opposed
Smith.
to 19.
But yeah, that's major difference. But yeah, when he was there, the reason why there's so many Doctor Light episodes was he couldn't commit the time to it, and like his career was kind of taken off. I think him leaving this will hurt him. But to be fair, it staying didn't help Matt Smith. Matt Smith post Doctor Who career has kind of sputtered. The only one who has really succeeded, and that's because he decided to do smaller television and smaller stuff, smaller scale.
Even Capaldi had 40 episodes.
Yeah, but like See, Capaldi was famous going into the Doctor, and he was a huge fan, so he really committed. Chirigawa never committed. He was kind of taking off with a kind of a movie career, and so he never fully. That would be my one criticism of him, is he never really fully committed to the process. He was always busy, which is why he's not in it enough.
Yeah, well, always to me, it always felt like he didn't really want to do it.
I think with the Doctor, you need someone who's charming, who's
Really, he was only in 13 episodes, so I guess Christopher Eccleston
Yeah, he was only in 13.
Takes the cake for the least amount.
Yeah, he was only in 13, and he didn't do any specials. But even then, I really like Judy Gatwa as the Doctor. It's a real shame he didn't do it. He needed one more season. But the theory was that he was going to come back. That turning into Billy Piper was temporary, and he was going to come back. And it wasn't actually a regeneration. It was just a swap out, so he could go do some other project and then come back. And then he was going to do another season.
Clearly, he didn't want to come back.
I don't know, but I think it's the Doctor Who is not one like in Japan. We talked about how doing tokusatsu helps your career. Being the Doctor doesn't seem to help your career all that much, because Matt Smith went off to do big Hollywood movies, but none of them did well. None of them. The only one who has any post-Doctor success, I would say, is probably David Tennant. I mean, Peter Capaldi has done a couple of things, but David Tennant has done some
Tennant
prestige.
was in Marvel.
He was in Marvel, and he did some prestige drama. So like he's done some shit, whereas Matt Smith hasn't really. And I don't think this is gonna help Judy Gatwa, but we'll see. I don't think
I don't think I don't think it'll help Judy Gatwa, because it wasn't really liked.
No, not really.
Like if he had taken off and had become the next
That's not true. There is a segment of the audience who, because people always say, my
yeah, but he didn't have success like David Tennant or Matt Smith did.
Well, okay, there's a two part well but to that first part, which is, I would have said the same thing about Jodie Whittaker, where I'm like, I would never say he's not. I would say both of those doctors are liked, not loved. Is how I would say it. But there's a but to that. I would characterize them as liked, not loved.
I don't know. I would say that how do I word this? Whittaker, I would say her Doctor became loved
again not
retroactively, and I think the same will happen with Cutie Gatwa. I think that with hindsight, people will learn to love it.
But no, here's what I'm talking about. Like in its time,
like,
I should say at best, Judy or both of their doctors, the 13th and 15th doctors, are liked, not loved. Liked, not loved. At their best, they are hated at their worst. They are not liked, not loved at their best. That's with a but.
Tolerated.
That is with the but of. But there is a certain segment of that audience that does love them, like die hard. Like there's a woman who her whole channel is she just does the 13th Doctor impression. Like there's cosplayers, there's women out there who firmly identify with that version of the character and love that version of that character, and I totally get it. And it's the same thing with Judy Gatwa. Like there's so many gay black men out there. I've seen so many videos of gay black men who have cosplayed as his first outfit, who fucking just love him with the rings and the jacket and everything, who absolutely love him. And I think that's what's great about the Doctor, is that someone will always love, like, just because it's not
everybody has a Doctor,
it will be their Doctor. Yes. And yeah, absolutely, Jodie Whittaker is somebody's Doctor, and that's great. So like I'm like, you're right, the audience is lukewarm to them, but there is a segment of the audience that is very much not lukewarm to them. So I
just think that with the example of those two particular doctors, much like the characters themselves, they are the minority.
Yeah. I think it's funny because...
Really? Not even a chuckle at that one?
I chose to ignore what you just said. I heard it.
I thought it was clever. Come on.
No, I'm not.
Come on, you gotta at least give a little
solid.
nod.
I'm solid, but not. No, we're not. But no, there's a clip. I certainly don't. It's not canceled. Doctor Who's not canceled. It's
no, probably. I mean,
entirely too profitable for that. Still,
it's never really. I think much like the Doctor, it never really dies.
No, I
Might go
think
on hiatus for a
yeah,
while.
they'll supplement it with like comics and audio books, audio dramas, what have you.
Yeah, I mean, they might do a thing where, and this, you would hate this, but they might do a thing where they follow up the story with this in like an audio drama
God, I
or a
would hate
comic,
that.
and then reboot the
I
series
would
and never
hate
address
that
it on screen.
so fucking much.
You would absolutely hate that.
Hate
I
it.
wouldn't love it either.
With
But
Doctor Who, it's harder though because like typically they get the original actors back, so like they would get Billy Piper and Trudy Gatwa, and they'd spend the money, and then they'd get them back, and it'd be like, oh, this is not the same, but I mean, hey, it's a close third. It's not
it's
even
as close as probably would ever
it's
get, you
not even
know.
a second. It's third. It's fourth. It's funny. We got a comment to that nature where it was like, no, I think it helps people bring love to the comics or whatever, and it was like, we'll do that. We'll do that in a comment response another time. But no, I saw a clip of Stephen Moffat being like laughing at the people being hyperbolic, being like Doctor Who is dead and canceled. He's like, no, it's not gonna go out off the air for 16 years like it did before. It might be like 2-3 years while they figure it out, but it's not canceled. They didn't say it was canceled. It will come back eventually. It just might take a little bit for it to come back. So we will see. The question is, which straight white man will be the Doctor next?
Hmm.
Really, you didn't even.
What? No, I mean that's probably what they're gonna do.
He's gonna be straight. He's gonna be white.
I mean, first they're gonna do Rose Tyler, and if they don't reboot the entire franchise, yeah, they probably will, just to fucking try and recoup some losses, as far as they're
Yep,
concerned.
it's gonna be a charming,
Um,
befuddled
so
white
I'm
man.
just trying to picture who, if I could choose anyone, who I would put in that
I
position.
kind of want I kind of want Will Poulter.
I can't picture him.
Will Poulter is you guys are getting paid?
Oh, he'd be a little too young.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Um,
I'm all down for like I like a younger doctor. I don't
I
like a
kind of
bad
was
doctor.
I kind of was picturing Daniel Craig.
Oh, he'd also be good. I think he's too expensive though. To be fair, I think Will Poulter's probably also too expensive.
Um, but he's just
Yeah, Greg would be
he's
fun though. He'd be a fun doctor.
he's exactly British enough that I could see
Yeah,
them
yeah.
doing
But I don't. I see. I don't. The only thing that kind
to
of prevents
because
it
like
is
they to me they would pick him because like they're trying to really capture the old spirit of Doctor Who,
the
and like I
the
feel like
only
he might do that.
the only thing that really prevents him is he's technically already James Bond. So I think that would preclude him from doing it. But I'm not against
Why?
it because it can't be too iconic British
Is there a
characters.
rule?
I mean, I feel like it's an unspoken one. You can't be too iconic British
All right.
characters.
Well, if I had to pick if I had to pick if I had to pick a pack of pickled peppers, then I would pick who would I pick? Harry Potter.
Oh no, dude, Daniel Radcliffe as the Doctor.
I would pick him as the
That would be
Doctor.
sick. I feel like he would do it. I don't. That's the
I
thing is
feel like he would do
I
it.
don't know if he's a fan of the if he's a fan of Doctor Who. I feel like he would do it. If he's not a fan, maybe not. But like
If he's not a
he
fan, I
would
feel like
be
he
a
could be.
great Doctor.
If he's not a fan, I feel like he could be offered the correct amount of money to become a fan.
He'll do it. He'll do whatever he wants. And I just feel like if you went to him and gave him you offered him something, that feels like he's not above television. He's done television, so it's not like he's not willing. He's done lots of television. He actually had a show that came out recently that I've heard is actually really good with Tracy Morgan.
And I feel like he could appeal to the
He
younger, like to
would
the
be
people who
great.
want a younger Doctor, who want like a Matt Smith. He feels
Yeah,
like to me like he would be a
absolutely he
Matt
does.
Smith.
He is giving me real Matt Smith. Yeah, you're right. He would be good. He would be a good doctor. I think he would be a good doctor. And I think it's fun because he's kind of a shorter guy, so you can have kind of a smaller guy be an excellent like. I just don't want them to. I just don't want the doctor always needs to be British or like
Who would you make his
European at the very
master?
least.
If you had Daniel Radcliffe as the
Ray
Doctor.
Fiennes.
Okay, I have to look up who that is.
You're not gonna. You're gonna spell it R-A. I'm gonna stop you because you're gonna spell it wrong. It's the guy who plays Voldemort.
Oh, that'd be funny.
But he
I was trying to think of someone from the Harry Potter,
Rafe,
who
but
you could
like
have be him.
he's just a normal guy though. He doesn't have any
My
weird makeup or anything.
my first thought was actually Tom Felton.
I want Matt Smith to be the master. Like I want Matt Smith.
Because
That'd be fun as well. But I want Matt Smith to come back and be the master. Like at least once. I think that I really liked our theory when we were like David Tennant's going to be the master. I swear to God that was that was going to be a thing, and then they decided last minute not to do it. And that's when the what's his face came back. I swear, like at one point the master was totally going to be David Tennant because there was
it could have been great.
That would have been fun. But yeah, have Matt Smith come back and be the master. I think that'd be fun. Because he sounds like he's willing to come back. Unlike Peter Capaldi, who has no interest in coming back ever, he sounds like he would come back for the right idea, and that feels like the right idea. Daniel Radcliffe is the Doctor, and Matt Smith is the Master. There, I'm in.
I mean, that would be dope.
That would be so rad.
But like, I'm also in my mind. I'm like, ever since the Disney one, when they brought in as the Toy Master.
Neil Patrick Harris.
Yeah, I'm like, you've opened it up to American audiences for different villains and different ideas. Not necessarily the Doctor and themselves.
I wasn't a fan of that.
But like you've opened it up to different ideas, and so I'm like, what are some interesting things that you could do, and who could you have be in different positions and stuff, and like there are some interesting potential ones that you could come up with.
I was not a fan of. I like Neil Patrick Harris, and I like the character, and I like the performance. I didn't like that he was Neil Patrick Harris because it pulled me out because I was like, he's too
famous.
But also,
that was my thing.
Justin, I think there's been a bunch of really quite famous people who from like
Andrew Garfield was on at one
he
point.
Was British and he wasn't famous at that point, so it's a little different. But like, I can't think of who else. But there was someone else that was.
I'm pretty sure you had. I'm pretty sure you had Crowley was on there at one point.
He was, yeah, he was. The Goku's in there as well.
Chris Sabat?
No, Justin Chatwin.
Oh, not Chris Sabat. That's Vegeta.
The live action Goku. He was in the episode where he's in the Doctor Mysterio episode.
Neat.
Anyway, Doctor Who is not going anywhere. People, calm down. That's probably that might be the title of the video. This might be one of those weeks where I take.
Calm your titties, internet. The Doctor Who ain't going nowhere.
Doctor Who ain't going nowhere. God, this is gonna be an embarrassment of riches. The news has gone on too long, Jordan.
This episode has gone on too long.
It's gone on
what are we at? Like 3 hours?
2 hours. 2 hours and 10 minutes on just the news, Jordan.
Okay.
Today's episode is sponsored by, as always, we shout out our friends over at Wild Education. They are selling rats. They have great deals on rats if you own reptiles. They have a deal. I have the link to it in the description. They have great deals, 2 for 1. If you live locally and we're in Abbotsford, you can go pick up from them. They are open, and you can go do that. And you can also donate to their GoFundMe. They always need support, or you could just generally subscribe to them, or check out their Facebook page. It's all in the description down below. Check out Wild Education. Support the animals, and because it's my birthday, and I've decided that part of the show is always going to be shouting out other channels. Check out. I think we air on Fridays now currently, but check out The Final Frontier, where me and Captain Jake are going through Star Trek an episode at a time. We recap it, we take notes. There's an outline. It's different than this. It's way more on the rails. There's more guardrails than this, and I wear a Star Trek uniform. Watch long and prosper.
Live long and prosper.
Watch long and prosper. That is, Friday. Check it out. It's Final Frontier. All the links are in the description down below. But, everybody, it's not my birthday, technically.
Happy birthday.
My birthday is technically on Friday. But, then it would have been the day after my birthday. So doing a birthday episode felt strange. So, that's why we're doing it this week. And my birthday gift to me is making Jordan watch unpleasant movies, and also good movies, maybe
things that interest you / things that make me suffer.
Some of the movies looked like they might have been good, and then for me, there's a super secret theme that Jordan has to guess.
Birthday, famous birthday,
Jordan,
or birthday wishes.
It could not be birthday. You don't know.
No,
and being that it is my birthday, Jordan, I'm going to go first.
Tell them everything on your list, and then I'll tell you why I've guessed it.
Don't worry, they're gonna find out. They have to stay tuned to the show. First movie, Jordan.
I'm watching you.
First movie. I It's my birthday. I wanted to watch this. I saw the trailer for this. I think we talked about the trailer for this on the show, but this is Over Your Dead Body, and this is Jason Segel and his girlfriend, who I don't remember the
Seagal?
actor, wife. Sorry, not girlfriend, wife. Seagal, Jason Seagal, and his wife are headed up to the cabin for the weekend. And he keeps saying that she wants to go for a hike, a really dangerous hike, by herself, mysteriously. And he keeps dropping all these weird hints about how, he told her not to go out on this hike, but she didn't listen, and she went anyway.
So what you're saying
And
he was creating an alibi.
and he gets up there, Jordan, and it turns out, this is a spoiler because it's in the trailer, that he's brought her there to kill her. But big twist, Jordan, she's also made a plan to kill him, and she's been doing the same thing. She's been dropping hints about how I think she was dropping hints about how he wanted to go on this hunting trip, and he's like, I don't even like guns. Guns are dangerous and whatever. And they're at the end of their marriage, and they're about to they hate each other's guts, and they're arguing constantly, and they've gone up for this one last like big weekend together to try and salvage their relationship. And then there's this really funny bit where she's like, you were gonna drown, or you were gonna shoot me. He's like, you're gonna shoot me? Like, how boring, how awful. I was caring, I was loving. He's like, you were gonna kill me. How are you caring and loving? And he's like, I made you your favorite dinner, and I was gonna kill you via hypoxia, where you had wonderful dreams as you slowly drifted off to sleep. You were gonna shoot me in the face. Like, that's not. And it's kind of the dark comedy. Very dark comedy. And so it's the kind of movie where they arrive, and out of nowhere, Timothy Oliphant and two other people fall out of the ceiling, and it does a flashback to 3 weeks later where it's revealed that he's a criminal. They've got the criminal friend with him, and she is a cop or a law enforcement of some sort, and it's revealed that they escaped from, or he seduced this prison guard, and she helped them escape from prison. And the reason why Jason Segel and the wife want to kill each other is because they're going to get the life insurance money from killing each other, and that's what they're going to get out of it. So it's revealed. So they fall out of this. Turns out that they arrived like a couple of days earlier and have been hanging out, and the Jason Segel and his wife arrived, and they're hiding in the roof, and they fall through the roof, and they hold the Jason Segel and the wife hostage. And it's just a bunch of really funny dark jokes where like they're hiding in the attic, and they're playing charades, trying to figure out like what her favorite movie is, and they fall through the ceiling, and he's like, really, that's your favorite movie? The only part of it that I didn't like, because it's overall quite a funny movie, and the humor it's directed by one of the guys from The Lonely Island, so the humor is quite sardonic, dry. There's a bit. The only part of it I didn't like. Oh, it's also based on some Norwegian movie, which to my understanding is a bit darker. But there's a bit where they've got him in the prison, and the prison guard goes into this big long monologue about how they used to take guys down to the basement and have them fight each other to try to fuck each other. And it gets really quite unpleasant. There's a really long sequence of like Jason Segel just about like to the point where in the I think it's Norwegian, but in the original version, like they only get about as far as getting his pants off, whereas in this version, his everything is down, and it's about to happen, and it's really quite it's played for laughs, and it's not funny. Like, I don't know, I just don't find the notion of a man being sexually assaulted funny. So like it's just
could be because you're a man. I don't think women find it funny when it's made out to be comedy for their situation either.
Right. I just don't think it generally should be funny. Like, I don't think anyone should find the notion of sexual assault funny.
And that's probably the correct instinct to have.
Whether or not it happens to a man or a woman. And so
that's how positively progressive of you, right? Justin.
And very long story, very short. Jason Segel.
Now the internet's gonna come for you, Justin, because you're woke or whatever.
I'm woke or whatever. Really? That's woke. Anyway,
I don't know.
But
Everything seems woke.
he they Jason Segel convinces them to let him go so he can go take a shit so he doesn't shit his pants. And he comes out and he beats the shit out of the one guy with like a
Machete.
pool, like a sock filled with pool balls. Starts whacking him.
Ah,
And
good
like
old cue ball
it's
soccer.
honestly kind of good. Like Jason Segel in this movie, like he's got a couple of really solid like emotional scenes that are like good. To be fair, I haven't seen any of the stuff he's done where it's really dramatic, but like their relationship is like as it progresses through the movie is like really believable and like it's a funny movie. I watched it at the beginning of the week, so my memory of it is kind of lax at the moment. But yeah, I was surprised by how much I liked it. Also, nobody has a birthday in it. Jordan, what do you think my topic is? You still think it's birthdays? Movie's not about a birthday, Jordan.
Um, I think the movie there, the topic is "fuck you." I watch what I want.
No, that's not it. That's Over Your Dead Body. You honestly should check it out, Jordan. You'd like it. It's on. It's pretty sure it's on Amazon Prime. Oh, sorry,
I
sorry,
think
sorry. The ending. The ending is really bizarre. So they beat the Timothy Oliphant, all those guys, and they come out of this, and throughout the. So I think I've discovered is when people in the movies are actors or like otherwise involved in Hollywood, the movie becomes instantly unrelatable because it's such a hyper specific situation to be in. It's like, okay, yeah, this is a wife and a husband who hate each other. That's relatable. Everyone understands that. But he's a director who was about to make a famous movie but has fallen into obscurity and is directing commercials. And she's an actress whose career isn't going anywhere. And a big part of the thing is he's like, yeah, you're a terrible actress and you will never succeed. And that's the big, like, that's the most cruel thing he could say to her, basically.
Really? Because I acted like I loved you.
She doesn't say exactly that, but that's more or less what happens. Spoiler alert, but there's a bit where one of the guys is about to kill her, and she goes into this big long thing about how and it's revealed earlier on that she cheated on Jason Segel with his boss or someone, whoever, it doesn't matter. So she says, "Oh, I'm pregnant with the person I cheated on with," and so the guy lets her live as a result. She gets really sad, and the performance is really good. And Jason Segel's like, "Oh my god, it's okay. If you pregnant with this guy's kid, I forgive you, whatever." She's like, "Yeah, I know, I'm not pregnant. I just said that." And he goes, "That's the best damn acting I've ever seen." And like, honestly, it's kind of an uplifting moment. But it ends with them getting away, obviously. And as they get away, it's revealed that like they've gotten famous off of this incident. Basically, they're like, "Oh, this is such and such," and they survived the cabin massacre, is what it's called. And at the one of the final scenes is it's them being interviewed on like this cable network show, and like, "Oh, you guys are getting a movie out of this. Yeah, we're finally gonna get to work together as husband and wife. She's gonna be in it, and I'm gonna direct it." And they're like, "Oh, is it gonna go to theaters?" Like, no, it's going straight to streaming, and that's just as good, right? And then Jason Segel looks directly into the camera. And this is a streaming movie, specifically a streaming movie. Yeah. It's like, oh, this is really hacky. I don't like that. But other than that, I was surprised by how much I liked it. I was like, this is actually really good. This is quite good. It's a little violent. Again, don't love the sexual violence, but otherwise, it's pretty solid. That's it. That's Over Her Dead Body. Or Over Your Dead Body. Over Her Dead Body is a different movie. First thing. Tell me why I should like this, Jordan.
Okay. First thing that I watched, it was a newer movie, came out and was released May 1st, 2026.
Yeah.
It was called Swapped.
Yeah, it's Michael B. Jordan and shoot, I can't remember, but it's the one where
Juno Temple.
that's it. It's the one where he's a bird thing and she's like
she's a bird thing and he's a puko, which is like I don't know what you would call it.
like a small rodent
Badger
yeah,
thing.
Yeah, badger. I would have said chipmunk
Squirrel
thing. They body swap, right? It's a body swap movie.
Well, they don't swap to each other's bodies, but basically there's like a magic berry or whatever, and when you are touching the magic berry, you can become any of the creatures of the forest. So he becomes his own his own version of what she
Oh,
is,
wow, the trailer
and
is.
she becomes her own version of what he is.
The trailers massively mislead that. That's not what it indicates it is at all. The
Um,
trailers and the title, it being called swapped, makes it sound like it's a body
and
swap
it's, you
thing.
know, it's still like a, well, it is technically kind of a body swap thing where it's like he's now going to walk a mile in her
Yeah,
respective
it's so
shoes,
interesting. But
but
that
not her
completely
actual shoes.
that completely. I guess because she's a girl, they didn't want to have him going to. They didn't want to have to be like, ooh, it's a body dysmorphia thing. I'm
I mean,
guessing.
I guess, but like also they're fictional animals that don't exist. So like,
But that's interesting. That's so
you
interesting because again,
know,
the trailer would not give you that impression like at
I
all.
will say, and I'm not going to give it away because
I want
um,
to see
if
this.
in case you ever watch this, but there is one twist that got me.
Really? Oh, that's
Yeah,
interesting. Because this
it
looks
might not get you. You're
interesting.
fairly smart,
Interesting.
but it got me.
Interesting. Because like I will say, Netflix animated movies are usually pretty stellar. Like they're usually pretty standout. Like I've yet to see one that wasn't a total banger.
I had a lot of fun with this
Like
one.
Leo, Klaus, all those ones, all significant bangers.
Yeah.
But like this looked kind of like a nothing kind of movie. Like it looked like a samey safe nothing of a movie. So it's interesting
I
that you say
mean,
that it's not.
I'm not gonna say
Jordan,
that it
congratulations, you fulfilled your objective. I'm curious.
I'm not gonna say that it doesn't have certain like you know, it has check boxes.
I mean, it's an
And it
animated movie.
definitely,
Obviously, it's gonna.
yeah, like it definitely hits those check boxes. But like, I remember watching the trailer for this, and yeah, I remember being very apathetic towards
Yes,
it.
exactly.
Um,
Yep, yep.
and
It's better than the trailer. You're saying.
it's, I would say it is.
Interesting. Interesting.
Um,
Fascinating.
I think
Orion in
that
the Dark. That was another one.
I think that both Michael B. Jordan and Juno Temple do a fairly good job in their roles, in their respective roles.
Interesting.
And yeah, there's again, I don't want to give away too much because I don't want to even give a hint of what the thing that got me was,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah, yeah,
um,
yeah, no, fair enough.
there is a thing that got me. Insofar as the fact of like, I suspected that a thing was going to happen in regards to it. It's just not what I expected,
Oh, interesting. Like
if that
I,
makes sense.
nope, nope. That absolutely does make sense. Like to me, like yeah. When it comes to like to me, Leo or even Orion in the Dark. Like, is it as good as Orion in the Dark?
Um, might be that might be a bit higher in return in regards.
Interesting.
Um,
Interesting.
I
It's
guess
a
I
bit safer,
would.
is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay, fair.
I'm trying to think of a good kids movie where I can compare it to. Um,
Is it just Fern Gully?
it's kind of. I mean, no, not really, but kind of, not really. No,
Kind of, not
yes
really.
and no. Like it is. It isn't so far the fact of it's like you're following people and it's like
Nature and
a
shit.
naturey kind of
Yeah.
thing,
Okay. Fair enough.
but like it's not about fairies and or stuff like that. But like there is a kind of magic, so kind of.
Kind of. Okay. Fair
Um,
enough. Fair enough. It's fair enough.
um, but not in terms of like story wise or anything like that, but in terms of like where I would place it in terms of like a film quality, maybe a little bit higher than Storks.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Storks. I mean, we talked about Storks. Storks is underrated, severely so.
Um,
But wait, so
like
you're comparing it to that's interesting. That is an interesting because to me it had more of an like it's trying
not
to
in, and that's
be
where I say not in terms of like a story perspective,
or
but just in
humor.
terms of just, not even so much that, but just in terms of like I would never say Storks is Pixar,
Gotcha, but it's not
right?
bad.
But it's not bad. Like
Gotcha.
it's not like a Minions 2 in
Right.
terms of animated movie bad,
Right.
but it's not a Pixar. I'm just in terms of like a scaling of where I would place it, I would say it's kind of in the camp of like Boss Baby, Storks, like that kind of level, if that makes
Gotcha.
sense.
No, yeah, that does. That makes sense.
Where it's like it's not reinventing the wheel by any means, but I had fun with it, and it had at least one solid like, oh, I didn't expect that to happen
Hey, man.
in that
I was
way.
about to say animated movies set a low bar. No, animated movies don't set a low bar. If anything, Netflix animated movies set quite a high bar. So like my expectations, I go into those movies with my expectations kind of high.
Um, Like, let's put it this
Like
way.
Nimona. Nimona's
Uh,
another great Netflix animated movie.
when it first came out, it received mixed to positive reviews from critics, but on its first week in Netflix, it became a huge success.
Interesting. Yeah, with Netflix, it's hard to track what makes a Netflix movie successful or not because you can't not it's not as
It
simple
it
a
uh
metric as box office like with other
it
movies.
it took over. Well, I mean, it does say the views here. Um,
Yeah, but how do you equate
and
that to
it's
dollar value?
Oh, that I can't say, but in
Exactly.
terms of just pure views, in its first week, it had 38 million views.
Yeah, I know. I know. It did
It
okay.
it bumped. It took over the spot from K-pop Demon Hunters. So
Really, that surprises
yeah.
me. That surprises me. Jordan,
Um,
is
but
there?
yeah, no, I guess my ultimate summation would be, um, it's no pond rules.
Okay, fair.
It's no pond rules in terms of quality, but it for what it is, I think it's pretty
It's
okay.
my favorite sentence. Man, I've never gotten so much mileage out of that sentence than when I
Pond
started
rules
doing this. It's all right for what
for
it
what it
is.
is.
Yeah, for what it
Like
is.
it's a kids movie, and it's cute and it's fun and it's not unenjoyable. I've
Right?
seen worse kids movies.
Yeah, God, yeah, it's true. I've seen some truly terrible. Your idea of what is bad and what is good definitely changes doing something like this. Let me
Yeah,
tell you.
like if I had kids, I feel like I could sit them down in front of this, and there'd be a lot of pretty colors for them to look
Right?
at.
I would show this to my
But like it
kids.
also has a little bit of depth to it,
Right?
and it has a little bit there,
I like when
you
my kids'
know.
movies have something to say. Like when they
Yeah,
exist for a reason. Like yeah, people are like, oh shit, it's preachy, but like that's when shit is good. Is when it's trying to tell you something or teach you a lesson or impart some form of wisdom or try to be
it's
like,
something more than just pretty colors flashing on a screen.
right. Like yeah, those are also okay, but they're not my favorites. They're not the ones that
There's a
stay with
time
you.
and a place for it.
Right? Right? Speaking of things I would show my kids, I would not show this to my kids. I need you to understand, Jordan, that no one
Swapped?
should. No. This next one, Jordan.
Oh,
I would
oh, oh.
never show this this movie to my children, and nor should you. This is 16 Candles.
Now that has to do with a birthday.
Well, Jordan, it's about a young Molly Ringwald who it's her 16th birthday, and at the
Yeah.
same time as her 16th birthday, Jordan. Um,
Doesn't she
honestly,
get like
it's
16 wishes or something like
No, that's a
that?
completely different movie. I thought for
Uh,
sure that I thought this had something to do with wishing, not based on the movie you're thinking of, but based. There was an episode of American Dad called 1600 Candles, which involved some sort of magical element that I thought was a parody of this movie. This movie contains nothing magical or mystical in it. I thought it did. I thought it had something to do with magic. It does not. In fact, it being her 16th birthday is kind of a really minor part of the movie. It's not a major part. So this is directed and written by John Hughes, who you know as the guy who wrote
prolific.
prolific director. It's his first movie, and oh my god, I'm gonna get in trouble again. This movie's awful.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
It's truly yeah, no, it's an iconic piece of cinema and everyone loves it. I'm sure it's like when we said Adventures in Babysitting is problematic. This truly is
Which it
problematic.
is.
This is even more problematic than that, Jordan. It's so problematic. I only sent you some of the problematic stuff. I think I sent you one problematic thing.
You
There
sent
was
me one where they were in the locker room or something. Yeah.
Yes, they're in the locker. Okay, hold on. Rewind. Okay, no, number one thing. This is his first movie, and I honestly think it's his worst movie. I think maybe Ferris Bueller's Day Off or The Breakfast Club is probably his best movie. This is a movie that takes place and was written in the 1980s. The number one thing that you have to remember, I don't know how old he was when he wrote it, but it very much feels like it's a middle-aged man writing for teenage girls. It's just teenage girls saying shit that I just don't think teenage girls and teenage boys say. It's characters saying things that are gross and weird and awful, and you're like, just I don't think 16-year-olds. So okay, yeah, the one I sent. So plot of this thing is that she's just turned 16. It's her 16th birthday. There isn't much of a plot, but it's her 16th birthday, and at the same time, her sister is getting married to this guy who is a creep and a weirdo. This is a plot point that never comes back later and is never addressed, but he's like a really gross, sexist weirdo. It's never explained how they got together or why they get together, but an important plot point is that his parents are staying with them, and her parents hate him, hate her, or they either never met his parents, or don't really like them. That's a plot point that never really comes back or is addressed. And they forgot her birthday. They forget her birthday. They don't even wish her a happy birthday. It's her 16th birthday. She's really excited. They don't even wish her a happy birthday. And she goes to school and meets up with her best friend. And her best friend's like, why are you so mad? It's not a big deal that they forgot your birthday. And she's like, very reasonably, it's like, they could have at least wished me a happy birthday. They didn't even wish me a happy birthday. And I'm like, that's valid.
That's fair.
That's a very fair thing to be upset about. So then the next scene is randomly, without explanation and never saying who or where it comes from, she's filling out a sex quiz.
What?
A quiz asking whether or not she's had sex.
Why?
Who she wants to have.
What?
Hold on. Who she wants to have sex with, and where. And they're in health class, so it's not made clear as to if this is like. And the teacher's
not school thing.
This is in class, yeah, and it's not made clear as to whether or not it's like the teacher has. I assume the teacher hasn't passed this quiz out because otherwise it would be weird. I'm assuming
it was the 80s. It was a different time.
Yeah, I'm
I
assuming
guess.
it's like the 80s, and this is just a note-based thing. But this is a thing that John Hughes thinks that teenagers do for some reason. And I'm like, this part of me, there's a bunch of parts of me that are like,
I mean,
okay,
I could believe that teenage boys are obsessed with sex, but not necessarily teenage girls.
There's a point where, there's several points where I was like, okay, yeah, maybe teenagers are in the 1980s were different than when I was a teenager, but not this different.
That's fair.
So she ends up dropping this quiz, and the guy who she says she wants to have sex with, who is a senior and about to graduate.
So he's like 18.
He's 18, picks it up, and sees that she is into him. But every time she's near him, she's awkward and weird. So he thinks that she doesn't like him. All while she keeps running into, he's one of the kids from the Breakfast Club. It's the only thing I could think that you would know him from. And he's like one of his first roles. But he's, oh my gosh. You remember in the Breakfast Club, the kid who is really, he's being pressured by his parents to succeed in school? I think he's the brain. And he's the one who brings the gun?
No, it's been a long time.
Oh, him. He's quite young in this, and the credits call him the geek or the nerd, and he Anthony Michael Hall. Anthony Michael Hall is his name. While you're googling it, I'll describe. And he makes all
Anthony
Michael Hall.
Michael Hall. Oh, okay. Yeah, they've got a picture of him from what I assume was that.
Yeah, he says a bunch of shit that, like, yeah, teenage boys are gross, but like, it's okay. I would characterize it as rapey. Every single character in this movie who's a male says things that are rapey, like just really exceedingly rapey. Like he's constantly touching her and grabbing her. Like there's a point where like they're in a class. No, they sneak off. No, sorry. She gets upset by something. I can't remember exactly what. She runs off and winds up in the auto shop, and they're in a car together. And he goes to like. The movie presents it as though he's trying to kiss her aggressively, but like he takes his whole body and basically starts dry humping her as he's trying to kiss her, and she pushes him off, and then he does it twice, and he's like, "I'm sorry," and she's like, "No, that's okay. I totally forgive you for attempting to violate me." Like it's really fucking weird. It's so weird, Jordan. Or like yeah, the bit I sent you where he discovers that she might have a crush on him, and it's the clip where he's talking to his friend. He's like, "Oh, do you think I should go for it, man?" And he's like, "She's a child." And he's like, "Who cares?" And I was like, "Whoa, welcome to Red Flag City." I was like, whoa. Yes, no, it matters. Yes, no, whoa.
It very much matters.
And he's like, "Yeah, man, she can't party. She's not old enough." He's like, "Who cares?" What do you mean, who cares? What are we doing? What is this?
What are we doing here, guys?
And then the bit I didn't send you is the next immediate scene after that is, oh yeah, a big plot point is Molly Ringwald is upset that her boobs aren't big enough. I'm sorry, this is about to get kind of gross. Um,
Uh,
that's where you're supposed to like get gross. But
we're already there,
the
Justin.
immediate scene after the one I sent you is Molly Ringwald, and there's the thing I've always praised John Hughes movies for is there's never any gratuitous nudity in his movies, but the next scene following the one I sent you is Molly Ringwald and her best friend are in the locker room and they're staring at this naked girl's breasts, like boobs. Like she's just full on naked having a shower and they're just standing there like, I wish I had boobs that are look like that. And like, just to
And
remind
this
you,
is written by a
this is
50-something-year-old man.
supposed to be a high school student that these girls are ogling. Jordan, like I'm gonna hope to God
I
in
mean,
heaven
I've never
that the
been a high
actress is an
school
adult.
girl.
I'm gonna hope to heaven that the actress playing this naked girl is an adult.
I-
But for all intents and
yeah.
purposes, the character isn't. The character is very much a high school student.
Yeah, I've never been a
Written
high
by
school
an adult
girl.
man, Jordan.
So I have to assume that they don't do that.
Just stare at
But
other naked girls while they're
for
having a
all
shower.
I know, they do.
Yes,
maybe?
but I just cannot stress enough that the guy who
in
wrote
the
this
80s.
wrote and directed this scene was a grown man.
I get you. It's not even just that. It's the editors, the
So
all the
many
people
people who
that
didn't
were
go
involved in the process who
like
didn't go like, this is maybe. I mean, we could at least maybe have it be where like they're watching from off camera and we don't see anything.
maybe
Like,
right. And,
you
and, like,
know,
I definitely had this epiphany when I was watching this, where this and there was another movie later on that kind of formulated it, which is like there really was a point when in the 80s and 90s we just considered teenagers they're just young adults, and we mean that literally. They're adults, but they're young. They have the same wants, desires, needs, and functions as adults. They just happen to be in high school. Like that's what the 80s thought, that's what the 90s thought. And somewhere along the line, we as a society went, no, that those are kids. Those are kids, and this is not okay. And so there's a bit later on.
mid to early 2000s.
This
about
movie
is when that
has
started.
no plot, Jordan. Like the bulk of it takes place at a dance. I don't remember what dance, but at a dance. Like most of the runtime takes place at a dance, and then the next scene takes place at a house party, and it almost all takes place in these like three locations. And
It's supposed to be like a coming of age thing.
yeah, so there's a bit where like I should say, eventually the parents do realize that they forgot her birthday, and the dad like, I can't believe we forgot your birthday. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. And they apologize. And there's a scene between her and her dad that is honestly kind of sweet. Some of it is kind of funny. I won't lie and say I didn't laugh, but there's a part later where he's trying to the nerd guy is trying to help the main love interest guy get with Molly Ringwald. And earlier in the movie, he makes a bet with his friends. He's like, oh, I can bet you I could have sex with her and get her underwear from her. And he convinces her as a friend to give him her underwear. So he gives her underwear. And so he has her underwear and is going around town bragging that she has her underwear. And the love
That
interest,
he has her underwear.
the love interest finds out that he has the underwear and asks for it.
I thought she was the love interest.
Well, the not the nerd. The nerd has the underwear, and the love interest, the main guy love interest, who's like, he was the guy who's like
Chad finds out.
Yeah, Chad finds out, and he has this scene, and I added it to the clip I sent you. I put it on TikTok. There's a scene where him and Anthony Michael, the nerd guy, are discussing how Molly Ringwald likes him. And he's like, you better not be dicking with me. If you're dicking with me, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And he's like, I could, if I wanted to have sex and just hook up randomly with a girl, I could do that. Such and such, my current girlfriend is upstairs unconscious right now. I could go have my way with her if I want. And he's like, whoa, no, you cannot, sir.
Consent she cannot do.
No. And he's like, you could take her home if you want. She doesn't know the difference. No. He's like, just don't. And in the event that you're like, oh, maybe he's not saying what I think he's saying or suggesting what I think he's suggesting. He's like, just don't leave her in an empty parking lot somewhere, is what he says to this kid. Turns out he's a good kid and doesn't take advantage of her. But red flag, Jordan. Red flag city. Welcome to red flag city. Population, that guy. Where all the ladies say me too.
And then he went and got into politics.
And then the movie ends with him making out with Molly Ringwald. And it's like
like he's the good guy.
Yeah, like he's the good guy. Yeah, the movie treats him like he's the good guy. He doesn't.
He is in the future movies. He would be the bully character who doesn't get anything and ends up learning that he's a shithead.
Like she doesn't wind up with the nerd. She winds up with the jock. They make out at the end of this movie. It's the weirdest thing ever.
And then 4 years later, she's knocked up. He's fucked off to go get milk, and she's learning from her history.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, she dates him for the bulk of high school, winds up getting married to him right out of high school, gets pregnant with his kid, and then he loses the athlete body, and he's got a gut.
You think they make it to marriage? Oh no. See, I think she spends the rest of their time with high school together. She wants him to like her. And it's the 80s, so she puts out. He doesn't use a condom. She gets knocked up, and he fucks off before they get married.
No. I have to be fair to this character. He does genuinely like her, and his whole bit throughout the movie is...
Oh, Justin. They all like her.
Hold on.
They all like the girl until they get the girl pregnant in the 80s.
Hold on. So... his character is that he wants to be... He's basically Max Jaegerman from Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Everyone thinks he's Max Jaegerman, but he's a nice guy, and his want is that he wants a quote-unquote real relationship. So, like, what I'm saying is they stick it out. They accidentally get pregnant on prom night. They stick it out for the kid. He marries her because he's quasi-honorable, but, like, they're together.
Is he? What you described to me doesn't sound like it.
No. He's quasi-honorable in action, not in behavior. Not in disposition. But in behavior, he is. That's why I said quasi. He knocks her up in she gets knocked up in high school. He marries her, and they stay together for too long out of obligation. That's the kind of relationship they have. This movie's awful, Jordan. It was bad. Like, people told me this movie was good. Like, this is the thing that made Molly Ringwald's career. And I like... And I'm like, okay, maybe it's just me, but you're like reading about it. No, even in the 80s when this came out, this was not well received. And I'm like, man, the pop culture and the zeitgeist has led me to believe differently. Because this was awful. This is probably his worst movie. Like, hands down. It was so... It's made all the more... The thing is, if any woman was involved in the making of this in any level, like a writer, a producer, or something... I maybe could get past some of this, but it's just the fact that I keep coming back to. It's not just directed by John Hughes. He wrote this. He wrote all of the rapey shit that these characters say, and I'm like, I don't know. I just. To be fair, I grew up in the 90s and the 2000s, and yeah, there was a certain level of rapiness in a lot of our dialogue. I will give you that, but nothing quite to the degree of rapiness as this movie. So, like. Maybe consent was just different in the 80s.
Maybe not with us and the people that we knew, but I mean, no, there was definitely, especially in the 90s and 80s.
My point is
definitely what you're describing, the like what they're talking about in the locker room and stuff. No, that was definitely.
Oh, I mean, no, yes. What I mean is just like I guess just in the 80s you don't notice when shit is. I guess. The world has just changed enough that, like, I guess maybe people didn't recognize how, again, rapey.
It was just that's how it was back then.
But because some of this stuff is like, I refuse to believe that two teenage girls are standing there longingly staring at another teenage girl's breasts. I can't.
That's one where I'm gonna turn to the audience and be like, hey. If there are any women who watch this podcast,
did you do that?
Did you ever look at? Because I mean, body dysmorphia is a thing. I could see it being a thing where like you're envious of someone, but like openly goggling them while they're
pictures in a magazine.
That's what I was just gonna say. Openly goggling at them when they're in the shower is like a bit over the top. But
if there's a scene where the two of them are looking in a magazine,
yeah,
and a woman in a bathing suit, or if they were on a beach and there was a woman in a bathing suit,
yeah,
I'd be like, this is still kind of strange, but it's not fucking gross.
or like, and this would still be towing the line for me. But like, if one of the characters had an older brother, and
Sure,
they
sure.
were
The other,
looking
oh
at
yeah,
one
sorry.
of, they were looking at one of his magazines or something.
Before we
But I
move
think
on
it's
from
the
this,
being in person, like that'd be the equivalent of like, I mean, there's no description that's similar. It's exactly what it sounds like, and it is strange sounding.
it's very strange. It just sounded like John Hughes wanted to film a naked woman and couldn't think of other reason to. But like, what was it? What was I? Oh right, the final thing. The weird the thing that makes it also makes it feel weird is like okay, yeah, when we were kids, none of all the teenagers were played by adults and they looked like adults. See Grease. But like this mishmashes. So like all of the senior kids and the kids who have to be naked are all adults. The lead guy looks like an adult. His girlfriend, who is the one who is naked, looks like an adult and is played by an adult. But then the other half of the cast all look like kids. Like Anthony Michael Hall looks like a kid. Molly Ringwald looks like she's 16. Like they all look like they're the age they're playing, except for half of the cast who are clearly adults. It's really fucking weird. It's like pick a lane, man. Sorry, worst movie, awful, terrible, didn't like it. Moving on.
Okay. So speaking of movies that this one is not designed to intrigue or interest you, you wanted me to suffer. I picked one that when I watched it the first time, it made me suffer. But joke's on you, Justin. This time it didn't make me suffer as badly. Ha ha ha! I watched it.
Yeah, I remember you liking that movie. I distinctly remember.
See, I remember not liking it.
I remember there's an element of it that makes you uncomfortable, but like I remember overall liking that. You liking that movie.
I remember not liking it. But this time I didn't really. I mean, the things that made me uncomfortable still made me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Mostly involving the
But to be fair, that's
what
kind of the point.
what is she supposed to be? 13-year-old girl.
It's supposed to be uncomfortable. That's the whole design of it.
Yeah, sure, but it's. I don't know how it's different when it's in book versus when you're visually seeing a thing.
I mean, yeah, Stephen King is fucked up. He's fucked up. Stephen King is fucked up.
So, like one of the scenes that makes me most uncomfortable is probably not even one of the ones that was necessarily intended to be uncomfortable. I hate the quarry scene. Scene where they're all swimming in their underwear. I hate that scene. Not just because of her, but it makes me uncomfortable seeing a bunch of 13-year-old boys in their tiny whities.
Jordan, you're reading too much into that. That's supposed to be a wholesome coming of age scene where it's a bunch of kids having a good time.
It's uncomfortable is what it is, Justin.
Now, Jordan, is the scene perhaps shot unusually lecherously? Yes, Jordan, it absolutely is. But the intention is it oddly lewd for characters who are prepubescent? Yes, it is. But
it's uncomfortable, Justin.
That's not the intention. It's supposed to be wholesome, Jordan.
I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable.
I'm not a fan.
It's probably that and the is it called implication when you know it for a fact? Statement? I don't know how to put it into words, but the girl and her dad make me uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that's the purpose.
What's that called? Implication?
Well, there's an implication.
But there's not. It's more than an implication. It's pretty fucking stated.
It's
What's that called? I'm legitimately asking. I don't know what the term would be. Overt.
Overt. Yeah. No. It's
Not implying. It's not implying it because it makes it very evident that it's true. I genuinely don't know what the term is.
My internal thesaurus is drawing a blank at the moment. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's
Um,
made very clear that the dad
is abusing his daughter.
The dad did bad stuff to the daughter.
Overtness, I guess, is the term. I don't know. But I understand why it's there, but I don't. Much like how you don't like watching things that have sexual violence, I don't like that.
No, I don't mean either.
I don't want to watch things that
I like the second one
that.
better. I like the second one better.
I've never seen the second one.
It's honestly it's pretty
I've
good.
never seen the second one.
The second one
I'm gonna have to for this show.
It has Bill Hader and James McAvoy in it, and he plays the Finn Wolfhard character, and Finn Wolfhard specifically chose him to play him as an adult.
Oh, that's fun.
There's a really funny joke of Bill Hader being like, "How much power does this kid have?" Where he's like, "Bring me Bill Hader. He shall be me as an adult. All that Stranger
Um,
Things money.
Also, a thing that I was able to more easily not reconcile, compartmentalize. I don't know what the right term would be. Accept, I guess, suspension of disbelief. Is because the first time I watched this, the bullies irritated me.
They're
Because well,
very 1980s characters. I will give
they're
I gotta say that.
psychotic. Like they're straight up, they're psychotic. Like they're carving. Like it's the thing
Oh,
that
you mean
irritated
you're
me.
talking about the bully characters?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
why I said the bullies.
sorry. I thought you said the boys. The
No, no, no,
bully.
the
Yeah,
bullies.
no, but to be fair, they're
Um,
bullies in a Stephen King story. They're gonna be
it's not
extra
even so much
psycho.
just that, but I saw one comment because I yet again I took to Google, because it's yet again it's just it's unbelievable for
Yeah.
me.
Well, the
That
part of it is they're
but the
being
idea is let me finish. The idea is supposed to be that because of it, Pennywise,
yeah.
he is infecting everyone in the town and bringing out their worst. And I didn't pick up on that the first time I watched this.
It's not even that
If you
he's
if you had let me finish, I would have gotten to that.
it's
Um,
it's not even it's not just that it is that the monsters bringing out the worst in people. It's not
the
just
worst
that.
in everybody. And he's making the adults observe less.
Yes, that makes them unobservant. That's why they don't notice that the kids are missing. It's because he's. But the movie doesn't. It doesn't say that. At least not this version of the movie doesn't really. That's a thing from the book.
So being able to, again, I don't know the term, reconcile that this time made it a little less irritating.
Less psycho than he is in the book. In the book, he's way worse.
He's pretty fucking psycho here, so it's still annoying. But
yeah, where you're like, this kid would be in jail.
Yeah, well, especially because his dad. Well, and the other reason why I was able to compartmentalize it this time is because this time I was like, oh, right. His dad is the sheriff. His dad is keeping him out of jail.
And his dad's also beating the shit out of him, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure, but more importantly, his dad is keeping him out of jail.
And George,
if someone else's dad was the sheriff, this kid's dad would still be beating the shit out of him, but this kid would be in jail because his dad wouldn't be the sheriff.
George, you're going to inevitably bring up the Corgi.
I wasn't going to because it's not in the movie and it's not relevant to what I watched.
You asked a question. You were like, I don't understand what the possible context or reason for that to exist in this story.
Well, I believe I said I don't see what the benefit or what it would add to it, and you said nothing.
Well, I said that there is a context within this story for its existence.
Yeah, but it's not a good one.
Whether or not it adds there is the reason why it happens is because they discover that because cocaine's a hell of a drug and Stephen King's a pedophile. No, it happened because
accurate.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't remember writing a lot of his stories. No, within the context of the story, they realize that love, it's really stupid, but they realize that love is what ultimately defeats the creature. And so in order to protect themselves from defeating the creature, they decide that they all need to do that together all at once. And the love that's created by them all doing that all at once,
yeah, so it's not necessary,
is what banishes,
doesn't have anything.
Is what banishes it the first time before they come back in the second half. No, yeah, there's a reason why every adaptation of the story cuts it out.
They can
absolutely nothing at its fucking.
You can love each other and not need to have a major fucking orgy.
Right.
Clearly, the movies and other things have recognized this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it doesn't need to happen.
Every version of it cuts it out. So
yeah,
literally. Well, because there's no way you couldn't possibly
in a million years. You could not in a million years do that on screen.
A million years do that on
not
screen.
Even if you did the thing that movies do where they cut away and you are imply it. No, you still can't do that.
No, you couldn't imply it. It would. There's no version of that would be weird.
No.
But, yeah, I like the second one. This is I don't know. The thing I liked about this one was that it didn't rely on jump scares. I appreciated that it was atmospherically creepy.
It still had some jump scares though. Yeah,
but I appreciated that there wasn't a ton of jump scares. And also another funny anecdote from this movie is how Finn Wolfhard went back to doing Stranger Things and he wouldn't stop saying the F word.
That is one thing that pulls me out from this is Finn Wolfhard being in this.
I can see why you would say that.
And Um,
He's just his character from Stranger
he's
Things.
just his character from Stranger Things, except a little bit more obnoxious.
Yeah, a little bit more of a little asshole. And he
And
wears
so
glasses. That's the other difference.
I'm just like in my head canon. Um, he spent like a year before they moved to Derry. He spent it, or before they moved to wherever Stranger Things takes place. He spent like a year here with like his aunt or something.
That's funny. That's funny. Jordan,
Um,
was there anything else you had to say about it?
I hear there's a show,
There is a
which is like
show.
a prequel.
I've seen clips of it, and it's really the ending. I've seen clips of the ending of it, and it makes the shit even more confusing because
Yeah, that sounds
it
about right.
implies basically that Pennywise exists at all times, at all moments. So there's a bit at the end where they go into like his world, and the thing is he's trapped within Derry, but he's got this own little world, and he knows that the kids are gonna kill him because he is existing in the moment where they kill him. So he's trying to like go after their families to prevent it from happening, but also it can't be prevented from happening because it has to happen. It's that kind of version of time travel. It's really convoluted, but it's it. It is
Sounds
convoluted.
unnecessarily complicated, but I do got to give credit to what's his name, Scars Guard
Oh
or whatever
man,
his name is.
he's great.
He is great as Pennywise.
He is great. The show is
Um,
always at its worst when he's because there's in the show he's not just Pennywise. They actually introduce that show introduces Pennywise and he plays the guy who I can't remember what
the guy who it is mimicking, basically.
Yeah, his name's Bob Gray, and there's an
Interesting.
episode of that show where he shows up, and it's revealed how he took Bob Gray and took his appearance, and how when he initially shows up, he isn't
Just a
clown.
guy.
He's whatever. So there's points where he's kind of whatever, and he decides on Pennywise because it's the most effective. But yeah, that's part of what that show's about. It honestly looks good. It's just it's a TV show, so it's as previously discussed, hard to find time to devote to it. I might would consider watching it for this though, maybe. Some of
But
it
yeah,
anyway.
I'm gonna have to get you to contrive a reason for me to watch the second part.
The second part, yeah, I like the second part.
I've never watched it.
I can't, really, that's a surprise. I could have sworn you had seen it at least once.
I never saw the second part because I hated the first part and I never wanted to watch another
Yeah,
part
it's
of
got
it.
it's got Bill Hader, James McAvoy.
Yeah, you've multiple times you have tried to sell me on it,
I can't
and
remember
I
what-
just
Oh,
I was like
yeah.
I was so deeply uncomfortable with the first part.
Yeah, but the second part they're all adults.
I know, but and that's what you constantly would try to sell me on, and I was like, I don't care. I hate it.
They're all adults, and more to the point, they're all adults that you like in other things.
Yeah, no, I just for whatever reason,
Maybe Halloween. Halloween's a good time.
this movie I guess traumatized me as an adult. I don't know.
I don't.
but
See, I remember you liking it. That's my memory.
I don't know.
Well, I may not
that's-
like is a strong word, but certainly not hating it.
Evidently, it did something to me because I never watched the second part, so
Um,
it hurt me in some way, Justin.
it hurt.
But that's it.
That's it.
That's ... it ...
So Jordan,
it.
it.
I'm excited to talk about the next one.
What do you think the next one is? Oh, the next one of yours, you mean?
Next one of mine.
Oh, fair enough. I thought you knew what I was gonna do next.
And then I'm not excited to talk about the one after that, or the one after that, or the one after that. But then the one after that, I'm excited to talk about. But then I'm not excited about the next two. So
I am largely indifferent to all of these.
the next one was probably the highlight of my week.
I bear no strong feelings about any of these. I'm not gonna lie to you, Jordan. This was kind of tough. So Jordan, this next one is an iconic piece of film. Everyone knows it. You all know it. You've probably seen it. Everyone's probably seen it. This is the original Sleeping Beauty. When
The animated one.
the animated one. When young
Yeah,
Aurora is born on her coronation day, first birthday. I think it's her first birthday. The evil Maleficent shows up and is upset and offended that she was not invited to the party and casts a spell on her that when she turns the age of 16, she will die. Prick her finger.
No, she pricks her finger, and then she was going to be put into a death, and then the three fairies amend it so that she will just be put into a sleep.
Right, that was it. And honestly, Jordan, this movie's kind of a bop. It's nice and short. It's really funny how much clearly the original story is kind of slightly complicated because a lot of it is just a narrator explaining things. The background animations in this movie are incredible. Like the backgrounds are so detailed, like the castles, the forests, like there's
it's art. It's art for a reason.
Like it's hand drawn. They're so like it still kind of looks great. Like it looks better than Snow White. What was interesting was when I was reading this, I was like, obviously whenever I watch a really old movie, I'm like, people's critical senses are different. Like when they're criticizing things back in the 50s and 60s, they just are, even in the 80s. So like the things I notice about a thing, I don't think they would point out back then. The number one thing I immediately notice is this movie's kind of just Snow White over again. Like it is distractingly similar for the first, I'd say, chunk of it. How similar it is to Snow White. She winds up in a cottage. She's running away from a problem. There's characters who help hide her. Like a lot of the plot is the same. And so I pulled up Wikipedia article and read, and sure enough, back in the 50s and 60s, number one criticism of this movie is how similar it is to Snow White. And I was like, yeah, it really is. It's very similar. It's to a point. It hits a point where it stops being similar to Snow White, but it is remarkably similar to Snow White.
The biggest difference that I think is I think Maleficent is a far more interesting character. I think she's not the bad guy. Really.
No. She absolutely is the bad guy.
Well, no, kind of, but
absolutely
no.
Is
yes.
The bad
No,
guy.
kind of. Let me explain. None of this would have happened if they had invited her.
No, but
she's slighted.
You're combining your idea of the Angelina Jolie version where she's sympathetic. No,
I'm not.
There's nothing sympathetic about her.
That's not true at all. Like she shows up. I very much remember she shows up, and they're like, "You're not invited." They're very rude to her right off the offset.
Yeah, but she's
and she's like, "Not invited," and then she gets petty.
No,
she's a petty bitch.
No,
absolutely, she's a petty bitch.
For the purpose.
But no, if they had invited her and treated her with
not.
the correct respect that because she's essentially in terms of old timey time, Justin. She is Justin.
No.
She is essentially a second. So let me finish. Are you gonna let me finish?
But no.
She is essentially her own monarchy. So it would be the equivalent. Yes, she is. In terms of old timey time, it would be the equivalent of if you didn't invite your neighbor royalty and they declared war on you.
She is very, very explicitly and specifically portrayed as a villain. Everything about her is villainous. Her motivations are evil coded. She is there's no people. What
I have said is fucking true.
But not in this movie. It's not. No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's clearly been a while since you've seen this movie because she is very. The number one thing that I forgot that she had was she's got minions. Like specific. That's the thing about her that's great is she's scary. She is scary and evil. There's nothing like her castle is dark and awful. It's surrounded by.
And the only reason she went after the humans or their family is because they did not invite her.
No, you're what you're doing is you're conflating the character.
No, I'm not.
You're not. You are.
No, I'm not.
There's no sympathetic. Disney was not that deep back then. No. She has about as much nuance as the evil queen, which is to say she has no nuance. Like that's what makes her. I'm not wrong.
You are.
I'm not wrong. She's never portrayed once as being a neutral or that if they had just invited her to this party that she wouldn't have no, she very specifically is evil. He's an evil character. Characters used to be evil. There is no nuance to them whatsoever. Like, yeah, she's upset that she didn't get invited, and yeah, maybe, okay, I will give you that maybe perhaps if there is an original version of the story that involves Maleficent, but in the movie, no. It sounds like you're conflating, not even the Maleficent or the Angelina Jolie version. It's you're doing that like Reddit fucking not 4chan. Oh my god. What's the other?
I'm gonna send you the thing that made me
Yeah, no, I guarantee you it's probably gonna come not 4chan. It's gonna be a
it's a Reddit thing.
Thank you. Well, it's Reddit but what is it? The oh my god, what is that website? It's gonna bug me now. The one where people Tumblr. It's a Tumblr thing. And it's like, no, the movie never portrays her as being a neutral faction that got slighted. She's very specifically an evil villain. Like that's about as much nuance as those old that's like saying that there's nuance to the evil queen in the original Snow White. There isn't. She's a blanketly evil character. That's the whole point of her. And like she's an effectively blanketly evil character. Like I will say that. Like she's deeply frightening. And like
Did it say?
no, yeah, no. The thing you're gonna send me is not gonna convince me of anything. I could tell you that right now. Because she's not. There's no nuance put to her, and that's people applying their modern day movie making sensibilities and finding depth where there is not, and there is not. She's just a blanketly evil character. Like there's no nuance to that.
There we go. Hopefully it'll sound properly.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it, and I can promise you're wasting your time.
You might not want to. You might not do it. Read it now. I'm just sending it because it's if it sends properly. Hold on. Keep talking while I do this.
No, where are they going with it? Yeah, like the bit where she turned like she straight up like in order to facilitate it happening. The thing is, if she were a neutral faction in this, and it was just about punishing the king and queen, later in the movie, she eventually kidnaps the prince and holds him hostage, and the fairies rescue him, and they go to save Snow or Sleeping Beauty. Oh, yeah, this is definitely a Tumblr thing.
Like I said, you might not want to do it now. We can take that. That's a conversation we can have.
No, but okay, this respectful thing and invite. Okay, this is written and written by a person who's clearly not watched the movie recently. That like I would say the same thing in response to this, just briefly skimming it. It's making all the points you've already made, which is to say that yes, back in the olden medieval times, that very much yes, she's
essentially a foreign dignitary.
Well, this movie is doing the exact thing I accused you of, which it is conflating the Maleficent, the Angelina Jolie version of Maleficent, and is combining characteristics of her with the original Disney version. Which is to say that in the Angelina Jolie version, she's presented as the queen of that forested area. That little area of the forest with all the magical creatures and whatnot. She's presented as being the leader of that area. The movie does not do that. The movie does not have enough character detail or enough time or enough character. She's just a generically evil villain. And that's just what Disney movies were back then. They didn't have this level of nuance. So the reason they didn't invite her isn't because it's not like, oh, she's slighted because it's...
Well, the reason they didn't invite her is because the three fairies they did invite told her she was evil.
Again, you're overthinking the movie.
No, I'm looking at this like it's like what it is, which is a simple, basic movie.
Yeah.
So in terms of what Disney would have been thinking, the reason she didn't get invited was because
evil.
the good three fairies said she was evil.
Well, just that she's evil and she's the bad guy.
I said.
He wouldn't have put any thought to.
Oh no, he would have. He absolutely would have. He was yes, he was. He was great at what he did. But no, the people that worked around him would have been like, "No, sir, that's too." Like they would have shot him down. But
I disagree that he was great. The thing I've learned about Walt Disney, just from watching his stuff that he made that was made when he was alive, is like many millionaires and many guys who are in charge of things. He was really great at taking credit for things. I think that's what he didn't hand draw like. I'm sure he did early on, but by this point, he's not hand drawing anything. Like be fair, but certainly they weren't thinking of like medieval royalty customs when they wrote this. She didn't get invited because she's evil, not because of any sort of thought.
Anyways, it's not the point. Talk about the movie.
But yeah. She is a great villain. The ending bit where she turns
Oh,
into a
she's the
dragon.
mistress of all evil.
I love the bit where she's like, "I'm gonna fight you
she'll
with
see you in
all the
hell.
powers of hell." That's amazing. The dragon is amazing. It's incredible when you think of the fact that it's hand drawn. Yeah, she is a better villain. The thing that's a perspective that is interesting to watch this with is remembering this is his second movie. I'm pretty sure it's his second movie. It's one of his first movies after Snow White. And what a follow up to Snow White. She you're right. The Maleficent is a far better this movie reads like he walked into the studio and went, "Do everything we did on Snow White but bigger. Do it but bigger." So we've got an evil villain. She's more evil. She's just
She can turn into a goddamn
she
dragon
can turn into
now.
a dragon. The prince actually get. Oh yeah, that was the bit that I wanted to make fun of. So much of this movie would be resolved if people asked each other their names. Like a big portion of this movie is Aurora doesn't want to go back to the castle because she has been betrothed to marry someone. She's in an arranged marriage to someone named Philip, who she does not want to get married to, and everyone acts as though she's being difficult, even though she's 16.
She's also a little bit freaked the hell out about the fact that for 16 years of her life she lived as Briar Rose in the forest.
Completely unaffected by that. Not even remotely affected by that. She finds out that she's a princess and that she has to go back to the castle. She's totally cool with it until she runs into the prince.
Oh, that's a thing that they change in every other version of the story.
She runs into the prince in the forest, and they sing the big song that the movie's known for, the one that they sing in the opening credits of this. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but the big famous duet that they sing, that's where they sing it. She goes back to the fairies, and that's when the fairies tell her she's the princess, and she's like,
Once Upon a Dream.
That's it, Once Upon a Dream. And she's like, "Oh, I'm okay with being the princess, but you have to get married to Prince Philip, and you've been betrothed to marry Prince Philip since the day you were born." She's like, "I don't want to marry Prince Philip. I want to marry this guy that I just met in the forest 10 minutes ago because he's the love of my life." And you don't even understand, pretty typical 16-year-old girl shit. And they're like, "Oh, we thought she'd be excited about being princess." And it's like, if you just asked him his name. So wait, so you're upset that you have to get married to the guy that you're actually secretly pining for? And it's the same thing. Philip goes back to his place and he's like, "I'm in love with this girl I met in the woods." And like, "No, you have to get married to Princess Aurora." He's like, "I don't want to get married to Princess Aurora. I want to get married to this girl that I just met 10 minutes ago in the forest and spoke to for all of 30 seconds."
I mean, yeah, but to be fair, Justin, if we were looking for realism, then his parents would have been like, "Well, okay, go get her. She can be your concubine."
I don't think they would have, but
sure they would have. She could have been his secret little plaything, and then he would have had his official marriage.
I really don't think so.
Royalty back then, Justin, they were all about buying the presents.
It just feels like a lot of the conflict in this movie could be resolved if he said, "Oh, hi, my name is Philip." But wow, that's weird. That's the same name as the prince that I'm supposed to marry. "Oh, I'm the prince." Conflict solved. But that's the reason why she touches the friggin' the thing and makes her fall asleep. It's because she's upset that she has to marry Prince Philip because she doesn't know that.
Yeah,
Prince
no,
Philip...
it's also magic, which is drawing her towards it.
No, but the whole reason why she ends up falling for it in this movie is the reason why she gets separated is because she's upset that she has to marry Prince Philip. It's like a major plot point in this movie that I'm guessing.
And magic.
No, it's not just magic.
I didn't say it was just magic. I said and magic.
The her being drawn by magic bit, that's a thing that other versions add later. The reason why she winds up in the room. I mean, maybe the magic draws her towards it. But
yeah, that's supposed to be the idea. Is that the idea is supposed to be that as soon as she's near a spindle, it's going to draw her towards it. And she's going to prick her finger on it.
The whole reason why she winds
up. That's in every version of the story, Justin.
That's why the reason why she ends up near the spindle is because of a boy.
Yeah, that's why I said and it's because of both things.
Because of a boy.
Justin, what do we always say on this show? Two things can be true at once.
That is true. But yeah, the fairy, like there's so much of this, like there's bits where it's like the fairies are just the dwarves, but they can talk. Like it's doing all the same gags from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
But what do you mean the dwarves can talk?
No, but I mean like the like in terms of like shenanigans, like they're basically all dopey, but like they have a bit more what's the word I'm looking? They're not as silly in terms of personality, but in terms of hijinks, that like there's a running bit where they don't know how to bake a cake, so they use magic to bake a cake, and it's like, oh yeah, they're just the seven dwarfs. But like
I don't see it, but okay.
but like somebody in 1950s, although according to Wikipedia, they did, like they were very much like, this is just Snow White again, and that's interesting to me, because that, to me, that's such a like that surprised me legitimately, because that is such a, I'm aware that that is a very modern way to look at it. Like I can't believe that anyone in the 1950s, 60s, whatever, when this came out, would have thought that way. Would have been like, no, this is just Snow White. Like you would have been like, oh, this is magical and it's about a princess, and it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm, is that reverse cynicism? Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, that I'm like, oh, they wouldn't have been that cynical. Like this is a case of, I'm admitting I'm the cynical one, being like, yeah, this is just Snow White again. But like, I thought for sure it was just gonna be me being like, yeah, it's just Snow White again. Not Snow White. Yeah, it's just Snow White again. It's the same movie. And it's interesting because like,
I don't see it.
you like when you're watching it, like, again, it's not the whole thing, but really the beginning of it, where it's like they're in a cottage, she's a princess, they're cleaning, there's literally a scene where they clean, like, it's like the plot points are there, where it's like, yeah, it's like there was a lot, her characterization is very similar to Snow White. The difference being, the only real major difference, the villain is obviously different, but like the conflict at the end of it, there actually is one. Where it's like they actually do fight the bad guy, whereas they don't really in Snow White. She kind of kills herself.
Causes her own death, I would agree. Yeah.
I mean, she falls off. She gets scared by lightning and falls off a cliff.
Yeah, but that's not her killing herself. That's her dying because of the circumstances.
I mean, she died by her own hands.
It's not like she jumped off the cliff.
Oh, I guess. If I were to, but I say, yeah, no, okay, that's fair. Saying killing herself implies that I mean suicide. I mean, she kills her.
She is killed by her own actions.
Yeah, she kills herself insofar as she causes.
Well, I guess the better way to word it, you're mixing your words up here. Better way to word it is not she kills herself, she gets herself killed.
There we go. That's better. She gets herself killed. There we go. That's better. Yes, you're right. Yes, she gets herself.
You had all the right words. You were just saying them in the wrong order.
Yeah. Unlike the evil queen,
who was killed by the prince.
Her getting killed, the dragon getting killed, is violent. Like, he stabs the sword through her heart, and
her heart, and then she doesn't she explode into a bunch of fire and shit?
She bleeds out the chest wound and then explodes.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I'm like, wow, this is really dark. Like, that's the thing about kids movies. We are missing a step of kids movies need to get darker. Like, we were really missing a step.
We need to return to traumatizing the children.
Because I think
if you don't traumatize the children, how far will they turn into me, a sad, cynical, lonely man?
Just to wrap up, I guess maybe I would say that I think I don't think this movie, how to word this, I don't think or animated movies were made with kids in mind. I don't think this movie, and I don't think...
certainly not exclusively with kids in mind.
Unlike today, where you make an animated movie and you automatically are like, well, this is going to be for kids. I think they just sought out to make a movie that just happened to entice children. But then also, this is around the time he's making... this is around the time he's making Disneyland, but also... Walt Disney insisted that Disneyland was for everyone, not just for kids. So yeah, I think, much like Jim Henson, I think Walt Disney was not...
I don't think he made kid things. I think he made family things.
I don't even think he made family things. I just think he made movies that had lessons that were applicable to families and children. But that was not the audience. He just made movies. Like, I don't think he had that audience, but who knows? Maybe he did.
Well, particularly with these old princess ones, I think he just liked the Brothers Grimm and wanted to bring their story into what at the time was the modern era.
That is exactly it. Exactly it. He didn't seek out to be like, oh, I think that princesses are a profitable IP that I can make money off of. He liked the Brothers Grimm story, and he wanted to tell his own version of that. So it's not like he went, oh, this would be an excellent thing to sell to children.
My 4-year-old might really enjoy wearing princess hats.
I like Snow White.
He saw a good story, and he's like, how can I put my own twist on this?
Exactly. That's how I would put this. Because I'm like, man, this is not... I get the kids really like this, but this is not strictly speaking a kids movie. At least I wouldn't identify it as such. Anyway,
I think the
Sleeping
definition
Beauty.
of what is a quote unquote kids movie has also greatly changed over the
Oh God,
years.
that's so valid. That's such a valid point. But yes, God, this movie's good. Like I feel like I've painted myself into a place of being like I made it sound like I don't think this movie is good. This movie is really good. I think it's better than Snow White,
Ooh, another one of his hot
which
takes.
is
Is he
really
gonna
funny
get?
because
Is he gonna get in trouble for that one?
it's so funny because like I never really felt anything for Sleeping Beauty. I never liked it, never cared for it, never really thought much of
I
it.
didn't really watch it as a kid,
Um,
so
Yeah, but I see. I really like. I've always loved Snow White. It's always been my favorite Disney princess movie, like specifically. But I think this is a better movie. I think I need to go back and find a reason to redo Cinderella. Not redo it, but do
depends on what
Cinderella.
we consider. Depends on what we're calling princess. Because my favorite quote unquote princess movie, insofar of the fact that she is technically one of the Disney princess, is Aladdin.
Yeah, that doesn't
So
count. She has to be a main character.
that's why I say it depends on what you call. Because like a second, like one of my second favorites is probably Mulan. She's not technically a princess, but she's a Disney princess.
Well,
So
well, okay. Technically, that's where it gets kind of sticky because yes, technically within the brand of the Disney princess brand, Mulan is technically a Disney princess, but also so is there's someone else who is weird. Pocahontas, I believe, is one as well,
Pocahontas is
which is
one.
like she's not really one of those. So
And
like I would not consider
also
Pocahontas a Disney
Merida.
princess movie.
Merida is another one.
Now Merida technically would be a princess because her
Technically, because she's the daughter of the leader of the clan.
yeah, and well, I think he is a Scottish, isn't he technically a king?
I think he's technically a king.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I don't
sure he's a
remember. It's
king.
been a while since I watched
Yeah,
that one.
I'm almost entirely positive he's a Scottish king. So she's
I don't.
technically
I
a
just
princess.
don't. I just
but,
don't know if they call it a king
But like for me, when I go Disney
or
princess
if they
movies,
have a
I
different
go
name.
like OG. I go even though she's not technically a princess, but like Alice in Wonder, all the seven princesses in Kingdom Hearts, basically. Um,
It's
but
always funny to me that they do Alice in Wonderland for that, just
They-
on a tangent, because she's not technically a princess.
they needed a seventh character, and that was it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of characters that they could have done.
I know that's true. I mean, yeah, I can't say Jasmine is off. Aladdin's one of my favorite Disney movies, so but I can't count it because it's not technically a Disney princess movie. It is
Right,
so
but
far
she
as
is a prince. She is a princess, and she's a badass. So,
I need to rewatch Cinderella because I remember.
but I do like I do like Sleeping Beauty.
I liked it.
Oh, I guess also if another one who is not a princess technically, but I believe she is technically a Disney princess is Belle.
Yes, she is. She is technically one of the. Yeah, she's one of the Disney princesses.
She becomes a princess, I think, at the end when she like ends up with Beast.
Technically, I guess.
Technically,
I would not consider.
I don't really know what he is. Is he a prince or is he a duke or is he just royalty?
That is a Disney princess movie insofar as she is one of the branded Disney princesses, but is she a princess in that movie? But she's a main character, so if I were to put it in like a Disney princess movie, I would maybe. But yeah, I gotta go the three that are official though. Like I gotta go Snow White, Cinderella, and Sleeping Beauty. And of those three, I need to watch Cinderella again. I don't think Cinderella. I'm gonna love it more than I liked Sleeping Beauty.
Probably not.
I was
Maleficent.
She
Maleficent
does so
really,
much heavy
really
lifting.
does a lot of heavy lifting.
Oh my god!
She's such a. There's a reason why she
Just-
becomes like the main bad guy in Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Keepers. You always bring up Kingdom
That
Keepers. I'm gonna
too,
be the one to bring
yeah.
it up this time. Like she is phantasmic. I mean, I like just she
a
is
stellar,
an
a
icon.
stellar villain.
Oh my god, George, Little Mermaid.
Oh yeah, she is technically a princess, isn't
She
she?
is
And
absolutely
she's an official.
full-bore Disney princess, complete with she
Right,
is a
right,
princess.
right.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I might have to rewatch Little
Ooh,
Mermaid.
forgot about that.
I think you did Little Mermaid for this once. I don't think I've done. I don't think I did.
I did the animated one. I've not done the live action one.
I did the live action one. You did the animated.
You did the
So
did the
now
live
now
action
I
one.
need to do the animated one, and you need to do the live action one.
Yeah, I suppose I technically have to do that.
That's how it's. Yeah. Oh man.
You did all of the live action ones, and there's still a bunch of them that I haven't done for Disney.
Yeah, that's true. I did do all of them, and they were awful. Yeah. Okay, but of the original Walt Disney created princesses, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough toss up between in terms of movies. I think this is a better movie. I really do. That's it. That's Sleeping Beauty. That's it. That's the end. We have to move on. We talked about things. For
I
too
suppose
long.
you could say that Beauty was really sleeping on you.
Yeah. Sure. That
that sounded cleverer in my head.
yeah, I know. I don't know what you were going for there, but
Like I was going like it was like a hidden beauty, like something that was sleeping that like like you start off as an ugly duckling and then you become like the swan princess,
I
like it
look.
was a sleeping beauty.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Jordan. I respect your attempt to do a clever translation based on the name of the previous thing into the next thing, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not your best work.
Eh, yeah, I know.
It's not your best
So
work.
now we're gonna talk about what was probably the best movie that I watched this week. Both structurally, although Howl's Moving Castle is a solid one. But I watched Yesterday,
Oh
which
yeah,
came out in 2019.
that movie where
It's
that guy
technically
plagiarizes a bunch.
it's technically a romantic comedy,
It is technically a
um,
romantic comedy.
but apparently it's based on a story.
Sorry, before you get into the story into anything, I need to jump ahead okay. I've never seen this movie, so I have nothing to say about it. I'm familiar with it. I've seen clips of it. The
I really liked it.
the clip that creep like it's one of those movies that I feel like maybe if I watched it in context, um, it would weird me out less. Like I'm completely aware it has that vibe to it. Um, but then this is a major spoiler. So like, yeah, major spoiler. But in this universe, where okay, so Jordan, say the plot of it real quick, actually, because
So Cold Notes version. Plot is our main character gets into is a struggling musician. He gets into I think it's a car accident or someone hits him on his bike or something. And then he wakes up in a world where no one remembers the Beatles.
yes,
The Beatles are no longer a worldwide phenomenon. Nobody knows who they are, and so he slowly starts putting out their music as his own,
he steals it.
and he gets really famous.
And there are no repercussions for him effectively stealing the Beatles catalog.
I mean, why would there be? There was no Beatles.
No, I know. Like I remember looking up the ending.
And to be fair, at the end of the movie, spoilers. At the end of the movie, he does confess to the crowd that he's in front of, the huge crowd, that he stole the music, and then he releases all of the music that he had been about to put out on a record and charging a bunch of money, or a label or whatever for a bunch of money. He releases it for free and pisses off the record agency, and there's no consequences from that. So
I do find it interesting. Like I remember again, big spoilers. I remember reading because I was curious about the ending, and I do know that the ending is he doesn't go back to his own world. He stays in the world where the Beatles don't exist, and he's
also apparently in this world that he is in now, Harry Potter wasn't a thing.
and
So
also I mean, hey, one could argue that's probably not necessarily a bad thing. I don't honestly I don't know how much good the because that's obviously a theme of the movie, this movie that we're talking about, is what is the cultural impact that the Beatles have had, and how would their absence of that impact the world? Apparently not a ton, according to you. But
I mean, yeah, by all accounts, from what the movie shows you, there's really no difference, except like there appears to be, and so that kind of leads me to my main problem with this movie, is if you're gonna do a weird alternate timeline
get
thing,
silly with it.
I need you to just kind of at least explain to me how it happened.
Yeah, no, fair enough. This is
Like,
like the kind of movie though where that's not the point.
it's not the point, but like if you're gonna do a thing that
I
has
definitely
that,
get you though.
I need to understand why are the Beatles suddenly not a thing? Because like it's not like
yeah,
and this is a
that's
very
my.
clear point. This is a very clear
I know what
point.
you're
Is
about to say.
it's not like the people don't exist.
Yes, exactly. That was that. I wanted you to say the point so I can get to this point. I've seen like a couple of scenes from this. I've seen the bit where Ed Sheeran is he's on the show with Ed Sheeran. Artists like Ed Sheeran would not exist without the Beatles. His musical style is so heavily influenced by them as a British artist. There's no way he was not in some way inspired or influenced by the Beatles. So the fact that he exists exactly the same as he is in our world and that world is strange enough as it is. But there's a scene which you're about to mention where he goes to see John Lennon.
Yeah.
And I've seen
Yep.
that scene
78-year-old
and
John
it's
Lennon.
I don't know if did I tell you this?
It's played by the guy who does
Rumpelstiltskin.
from Once Upon a Time.
Yeah.
He does Rumpelstiltskin.
Rob-
I did not know that until I looked him up here.
Robert Carlyle, yeah. I mean, to be fair, he's been digitally altered, I think, to look like John Lennon a little bit. At least it looks like he has. and he's doing a halfway decent impression.
All I know is that it's an uncredited appearance.
I will say it's creepy how much it looks like John Lennon. I think they've I'm pretty sure they've digital him up to make him look more like John Lennon. But it's weird. I remember I've seen the scene and it's weird and uncanny and odd.
It kind of, yeah, but it's not as bad as when they do a full on Ghostbusters or.
But the implication is there's no. I've seen that scene and I remember
the implication is supposed to be basically that because he wasn't in the Beatles,
he's somehow still
whatever caused him to die in the original timeline didn't happen. He still survived.
I guess he's not famous, so. He's not, but it's weird because from what I remember of that
drugs that he did, maybe
he got assassinated by some fan.
Is that what happened? Then
something
because he wasn't in the Beatles. That never happened.
There's no mad fan who shoots him. He doesn't get married to Yoko Ono. But it's weird because from what I can recall, that scene seems to imply that he's aware that he was John Lennon in another at least maybe in context. But this is where I will say out of context, he seems to have some sort of self-awareness. He has the appearance of having self-awareness. Now, you can tell me that he doesn't.
In scene it's more it comes across again to me more like basically
he was doing music and he just quit? Maybe?
No, I don't, it doesn't really imply that he did. That's where it's confusing and where I'm like, they need to if you're going to do something like that, I need a little bit more
details,
because like my implication is like he never went into music and he's happy. He had like lived a happy life as a result.
To be fair, it's been a minute since I've seen that scene, but I just remember there's something
like,
he says which made it be like he says something about life choices or things being different.
Yeah, he said something about like life choices and he's happy with his. Something to that effect, which again to me implies like
that's interesting.
Maybe he had considered being it, but like they don't reference it, not in an obvious way. But to me, it came across because like at one point he says to the main guy, the I don't know who he's played by, whoever, the Indian guy who's stealing all the music. He essentially it's like says to him at one point, and he says something to the effect of like, "You're crazy." So like he's talking to him like as if he's humoring him.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Is more how it comes across to me.
Yeah, when I saw that scene again, removed from watching the rest of the movie, it gives the impression that like John Lennon is somehow like there's gonna be a scene where you find out that like John Lennon did something because the conversation goes where he seems to be aware of an alternate choice he could have made that he didn't make, and that's why he seems to be aware, at least that's how it reads to me, that there was an alternate choice to be made and what the consequences of that would have been. He seems to be aware of it.
So I'm just refreshing my memory here and I'm reading it here. So in the and this is where I say I find it confusing, is because there's a scene after he does the one concert where there's two people who want to meet him backstage, and they do, and they come backstage and they talk to him, and they also remember the Beatles.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned this, yes.
Right, what did someone go back in time and like everyone and change history? Like why do these three specific people remember the Beatles? Did they all get magically transported to another world?
Right.
It just makes it confusing. Like it was confusing enough when it's just him.
Yeah.
But like I could be like, okay, maybe he woke up in a different universe or something,
you don't
right?
Have to add any science fiction elements to it.
Did all three of them? Like how did that? Why do they remember this?
Well, also,
what happened that makes it so that but then it becomes confusing. So let me finish. Then it becomes even more confusing, because he finds out where John Lennon lives because of them. Like those two people who knew who the Beatles were from the original timeline
somehow know where John Lennon lives.
Figured out where John Lennon lived so they could tell him. And so then he goes to meet John,
really
who Wikipedia describes it as this. They give him the address of John Lennon, who never became a big star in this reality. Jack visits the 78-year-old Lennon, who has lived a long, happy life out of the public spotlight with his wife. Lennon advises Jack to pursue the one he loves and always tell the truth.
Okay, I mean that kind of
So,
simplifies what
does he
happens.
know? What does he know?
Seeming
Did he?
that
Did him
that,
and
that
his
implies
friends?
that he knows. That implies that he
Does
knows.
it? Does it like? Does it like? Is it like him and his friends? Like they did the beginning part of the career, but then never pursued it and didn't make it
Well, that was
big.
the implication I got, that they basically their careers start from what I can. It's been a minute since I've seen that scene, but from what I can recall, it sounds like in this universe they started off as the Quarrymen, which is the group they were before they became the Beatles, and they just never
Stop
pursued it. They just stopped. But
for some reason.
but the okay.
So
Purely,
why?
purely based on your descriptions alone, this sounds like they wanted to have the cameo with John Lennon, and that's even weird because that is so disingenuous, and why just John Lennon? Like it implies that John Lennon was the reason why the Beatles went anywhere, and it wasn't a case of Paul McCartney's being a fucking workhorse, Ringo Starr being the thing that kept the team together, and
Yeah, they were a team. It was all
George
of them.
Harrison. It was all of them that made that band great, not just John Lennon. That's a weird and kind of quite frankly insulting direction to take, but you could easily write this off as being like it's a dream and it's about learning to appreciate art and it's just a fantasy. It's not actually real. And that would be very easy. Don't have to add a single science fiction element to it. It sounds like they wanted to have that John Lennon cameo and they couldn't figure out a way to get there, which is why they introduced the two guys who
A girl and a guy, but yeah.
the two people, the two characters who know of it, but it's not that kind of movie, so it doesn't want to devote any time to any sort of science fiction conceit and just moves on past it and hopes you will too. But that sounds lazy. That sounds super lazy.
Yeah, it's just. So I'm reading. Apparently there's comparisons made about this movie. Apparently there was a 2010 Japanese manga, I'm a Beetle, by Tetsuo Fuji and the other person whose name I'm not going to try and pronounce. And it involves almost an identical concept of a musician traveling back in time to 1961 and being surprised when he plays Yesterday and no one knows of the Beatles.
Oh, it's a
And then
bootstrap
he
paradox.
plays their material and is successful.
It's a
And then
bootstrap
there's a
paradox.
few other things that it compares this to. But yeah, it's weird to me. Like if you're, because yeah, that is actually a great point where it's like it becomes infinitely more simple to explain away things like what's with the Beatles if he had woken up and he was back in the 1960s.
Well, it doesn't. Well, but even if like this movie has the addition of you say it begins with him getting hit by a bus, so
Something like that.
or a car or whatever. So like the movie ends and he was in a coma the whole time. Yeah, it's dumb,
Yeah.
but it
Yeah,
at least,
it was a bus.
yeah. So it's like okay. It doesn't
So it was-
require any science fiction explanation. Or so even if you want to do that, you want to be like these people are representations of his subconscious. That's a simple explanation that doesn't require any science fiction doing.
So reading through the stuff again, he gets hit by the bus during the same time that a 12-second global power failure happens, and then he wakes up and nobody knows who the Beatles are.
Again,
So like, I come back to the sticking point of like, so was he thrown into another universe?
this
he-
movie creates
was
its
the-
own questions. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't. By adding those two characters and that John Lennon cameo, for lack of a better word, by doing that, you've shifted this to require explanation where it doesn't sound like it needed it. You could just accept the fact that this is maybe a dream and it's allegorical and metaphorical because it's Danny Boyle and that's the kind of movies he makes. Like, he doesn't make science fiction movies. He makes movies like this, which are grounded in reality. But having characters who are aware of the change elevates it to being above reality, so you need to explain things.
Yeah, I mean, him being in
But it
a
creates its
coma
own
or in a
problem.
dream or whatever, absolutely, you have it because the entire point of the movie is he's going through this thing where he gets famous because of the Beatles music, and by the end of it, he realizes that's not what he really wanted, and he wants the girl, right?
Yeah.
So to have that all take place in a dream, absolutely, or a coma or whatever, he gets hit
wakes
by the
up
bus.
and he goes for
He
her,
wakes
yeah.
up at the end and he goes for her.
It-
Absolutely,
it
it writes
sounds-
itself. but instead they introduced this whole like he's in another reality aspect,
But they
and it just
don't
makes
because they
me
don't bother to
question.
explain. Like it doesn't.
No, they introduce it, but they do nothing with it.
Right, but the thing is, like things being
It's also it
different.
also then if he was in a dream, it would also then explain that the Beatles had such an impact on the world. There
Yeah,
would be more than just the nobody would know who they are aspect of it. You would have music would be drastically different
this
without the Beatles.
screams to me that it was
Oh,
that.
it was another thing, and then it got changed into this.
Well, no, no, no,
It
no,
was
no.
it began as a 2012 screenplay cover version by the American writer Jack Barth.
Oh, okay, fair
Um,
enough.
and so it started as something else, and then it became the Beatles.
Oh, fair enough. Sorry, I just gotta.
Um,
Sorry,
so
sorry, YouTube.
he had been struggling to sell screenplays for decades. He conceived the story when it occurred to him that if Star Wars did not exist and he conceived it, he would not be able to sell it. So then in Barth's script, meditation on professional disappointment, Jack did not find success with the Beatles songs, and so yeah, then British actor they worked on the script, and then yeah, it sounds like it
So
changed.
I was gonna say this screams like, it in test screenings was a dream. Having not seen it, just based on what you're saying, it sounds like it was that, and then so it didn't test well in screenings because that's lame, and they changed it and then offer an explanation because it's very strange to me. The strangest part of this, even removed from you telling me about it, but the strangest part of this to me has always been the fact that he doesn't go back to the real world at the end of the movie. He just
No, yeah,
stays
it's
in the
just
other universe,
in that world.
right? Where it's like, oh, so
Uh,
this guy just lives in a world where there are no Beatles now, I guess. All right, that's strange. So like
I
that tells
mean,
me that there was a scene at the end of the movie that got cut where he wakes up. That's what it sounds like.
I could believe that. I also think, yeah, sure, he plagiarized, all of the songs, but like, I'm just saying, he also had to remember all of the
Oh, you had to
songs.
remember the lyrics, the chord progression with the music, but also like,
I feel like at that rate, you know what, the Beatles songs should exist, and if he makes a little bit of money off of them,
I
he
mean,
had to remember them.
the most unrealistic part of this,
He still had to essentially recreate the songs.
right? But like I, there's so reducing the Beatles' popularity to it's just the lyrics that made them popular is so there's so much more to what made them the Beatles songs good. Like again, presuming that from what I can recall, he's doing these as a one piece person as on an acoustic guitar for a lot of these, right?
For a number of them,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Until
like,
he gets big and the studio starts interfering.
Then he has an actual band.
He has band, but like I think it's still like the studio still like credits it as him kind of thing.
Because the Beatles were a 4-part band, so if he's getting up there solo, you're missing all this shit. And also a huge chunk. They were only a touring band for like half of their career. Like most of their career wasn't a touring band. So did he do any of the late stuff? Like was he getting to like Abbey Road and
Yeah, he
the
does.
White
And
Album and
there's a point where like in order to remember some of the songs, like he goes to he goes to Strawberry Fields.
okay.
He goes to Abbey Road. He goes to all the places.
So like yeah, without all the weird experimentation and drugs, quite frankly, drugs that the Beatles did when they were making those albums, they wouldn't be what they are. So one guy just couldn't. There's a lot of this just conceptually that is unbelievable. It is one of those ones I've always wanted to watch. It's funny enough. It's funny that you chose it because there's a few weeks where we were doing stuff where it almost made it on a list. Like
It's one of those movies.
times.
So what I'll
Tempted
finish
by it.
up what I'll finish up with one it actually did better financially than I would have guessed.
Really, 'cause to my recollection, this thing didn't
Had a
do-
budget of 26 million, made
Oh,
154.6
that's not
million.
bad. To my knowledge, it didn't do exceptionally well critically. Like I do remember that not many people liked it a whole lot.
So what my final thoughts and how I'll wrap this one up before we get on to the chore that is the rest of my list. But
It's okay. I've got some delightful ones in there.
how I would wrap this up is, I think what I and my fond feelings for it, my kind feelings for it, my those aren't the right words, but tolerance for it. I don't know how I would word it, but you get the idea. Um, I would probably be more critical if they weren't Beatles songs.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, fair
I
enough.
like Beatles songs, and so it has a lot of them, and I like them. So that makes me a little bit nicer to this than I probably would have been.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's
But
totally
it was
fair.
nominated
Like if it was the
for a
Rolling
bunch of.
Stones, for example, who gives a fuck? No, I'm kidding.
It was nominated for a bunch of different things, though. Awards of the Japanese Academy. It was nominated for Best Foreign Film and just a bunch of other things.
All
And
right.
it won. It won at the Montclair Film Festival
All right then, Jordan. Is that everything?
yesterday. All my troubles seemed so far away.
I
Justin,
understand. Jordan. Jordan.
Justin.
Unfortunately, this next movie, there's a few twists. I'm gonna have to spoil some of them in order to tell you about this. I wasn't sure if I talked about this one. I'm positive, pretty positive I've talked about the first one. This is a sequel to a movie called Happy Death Day, called Happy Death Day to You, to the number two you. And just to recap real quick, to remind you of what the plot of Happy Death Day was. Unless Jordan, do you remember what the plot of Happy Death Day was?
Wasn't it about solving murders?
Kind of. It is about the first one was about a girl named Tree, who is just an awful person, terrible, terrible person, and she gets trapped in a Groundhog Day. But the twist is, in this Groundhog Day, there is a like Jason Voorhees style masked killer who keeps killing her over and over and over again, and she's trying to figure out who it is. And you should watch this movie. It's good, and I'm sorry I have to spoil it, but you never remember anything anyway. So, but the first one ends with it turns out that the killer was actually her roommate who was trying to kill her because she was sleeping with her um, teacher, her professor, and the professor was sleeping with the roommate as well, but he broke it off to be with the main girl, and so she was mad because of that. So she was trying to kill her with a poison cupcake, and she's also a nurse, and they had taken in again what is ostensibly a Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees style character, and she was using the cover of him escaping to kill Tree, the main character. But Tree was trapped in a time loop, so it didn't happen. So the first movie ends with her killing the roommate. In the movie ends, she winds up with the guy whose room she keeps waking up in, yada yada, so on and so forth. And there's never really an explanation given to what the deal is. Kind of similar
What's
to
the deal with airplane food?
kind of similar to Groundhog Day. There's not really an explanation given for where the time loop has come from, what's causing it, why it's happening. So this movie does explain it. It explains everything, how everything works, what the deal is. And so it turns out, Jordan, that the reason that there is a time loop is the love interest is roommate is creating this device that basically will be able to slow down time, and that device is what has
If I could
caused
slow down time.
has caused the time loop. And now at the beginning of the movie, Tree, the main girl, is no longer trapped in the time loop, but now the Asian roommate is. And one of the things I like in this movie is he goes through the day, the first day. It does that bit that all time loop movies does, where it shows you all the different characters who are going to repeat the same action over and over again. He goes through the events of that he did, because a part of the time loop in the first movie is he's one of the characters who every morning he bursts in and he goes, "Yeah, dog, you get it." He does that every single morning. So he's about to go do that, and he's like, "Oh, the girl's still there." He goes through his day, whatever, and then the baby face mask killer comes out and kills him. He wakes up, and it's the same day again, except for instead of being the 28th, it's now the 29th. It's now the next day. And he goes to her, and he goes to them in the room or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I'm just having this like weird sense of deja vu, like as if I've done this before. And she immediately locks in. She's like, "What did you just say?" Like, "Yeah, this all is really familiar." Like, and then you feel like you've done this before, and she instantly recognizes that he's in a time loop and just goes to work. And that's my ultimate thing, Jordan. Is if you're ever trapped in a time loop, you just need to say, "I'm doing a Groundhog Day," and I'll lock in immediately. I'll be like, "Okay, cool, I'll believe you." You won't have to explain anything. Just be like, "I'm doing a Groundhog Day," and I'll be like, "Cool, I gotcha." That goes for everybody. If I know you and you're like, "I'm in a Groundhog Day," that's a hard hint that you're in a time loop.
All right.
That's unfair, right? Yeah. Yeah. But anyway,
I understand.
So they go through the day and they're like, "Okay, show me where you were when you died, whatever." And the baby face mask killer shows up to kill this guy, and they manage to subdue him and capture him and take off his mask. And it turns out that this killer is the Asian guy who's stuck in the time loop. It's him. He's the killer. But he's the killer from another. I actually had to Google this because it was a little confusing. Because he's like, he has to die himself, and I'm like, well, where did this come from? Because the next bit is he goes to kill him, and there's an ensuing struggle or whatever, and she gets launched into another universe, another dimension. And I could never figure out, because I've seen this movie twice. I was like, why is there two versions of him in the beginning, but when she goes to the other universe, there's not another version of her? And I actually had to look it up on Google, because I kind of the first time I watched this was when I had that overnight at the hospital, so I didn't pick up on all this stuff. But when she got sent to this new dimension, the version of her that was in this dimension got shot to another dimension. So when they activated the machine, it shot, instead of in the version of the Asian guy who was the alternate version, in his timeline, he's the one who's gone through the time loop, not Tree, and he's been sent into this universe, and he thinks that's going to stop the loop. So he is also from another dimension. He, when the device activated, got shot into their dimension.
I just hear the word dimension a lot in my brain, and I think I'm starting to go cross-eyed, man.
and yeah, so now she's in a new universe, a new dimension, and now she's stuck in
a new dimension.
Only one new. She's
okay, because you've said new dimension so many times that I've lost focus.
She slipped into a second dimension, 2 dimensions.
Okay.
She slipped into.
She's drawn across the second dimension.
Yeah, and she's now once again trapped in the time loop. So she wakes up and it's the start of the time loop from the previous movie, and she's fucking pissed. She's like, "What the fuck is this bullshit? I just got out of this." And she stomps through the time loop again, and she's now stuck in the 28th again. And there's a really funny bit where she keeps running into, I guess it's a bit I forgot from this first movie, but her boyfriend or whatever, someone she's trying to see, who is in the closet. So she just walks past him, is like, "You're gay," and just keeps walking. And
okay.
the movie is basically they figure out that's the machine causing this, and they need to find a correct formula that they can plug into the machine that will not only end the time loop but send her back to her dimension. But big twist, in the first movie, her mom was dead, and she was avoiding like lunch with her dad. And part of her arc in the previous movie is she has to learn to accept the fact that her mom has died and go to dinner with her dad, or lunch or whatever. And so in this universe, the mom's alive. Big twist. Mom's alive. And so she doesn't want to go back to her dimension because in that dimension her mom's
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All while the headmaster or whatever is trying to shut down their project that's causing all the trouble. And so a bunch of the movie is they realize that they're like, we can't, how will we figure this out? Any experimentation we do would immediately get reset each day because none of us remember any of it. But you, Tree, if you remember it and you could help us do all this stuff, which doesn't really make a ton of sense because so she remembers everything that happened in the previous loop, but she can't write anything down because anything she writes down is just going to get reset. So it's really dependent on her remembering everything for I think they discovered that a big twist on this version of the Groundhog Day twist is that every time she dies, she becomes weaker, and she can like what happened to her, how she died appears on her. So like if she gets stabbed in like the gut, it hurts on her side, stuff like that. And so she's getting weaker.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, it is. She's getting weaker every time she comes back, and it gets to the point where she's like, I don't know, because that's the way that they.
That takes away all the fun of a time loop.
Well, yeah,
the point. That's the fun of the time loop is there's no consequences.
Yeah, that's part.
She got the raw deal.
I know. That's part of what creates the drama in this movie. Is it hits a point where you're like, well, she could just endlessly do this. So that's how they circumvent that problem in the screenplay, where they're like, well, she has a time limit on how many. To be fair, it's not the first time jump. I actually don't mind that as a concept because it prevents it from being stale. Doctor Who did an episode like that where they can only do it 13 times, so you had to manage the resetting of the day and like not waste it. But this movie's fun. This movie's really funny. I won't give away that there's a twist. There's a new killer, and there's a twist on the ending on who the killer is and what makes this universe different. So like initially she goes and she runs into the killer from the first movie and she's expecting her to be evil the whole time, and she's not. Like you're waiting for the shoe to drop the entire time, and she's good the whole time. There's a twist on who the killer actually is, and it's not necessarily clever, mostly just because you don't, not that you don't see it coming, it's just one of those ones where you're not really looking for it because it's not really what the movie's about. The movie's not about solving the mystery of who this person is. So when it's revealed, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is kind of a clever twist in the sense that like I wasn't looking for it. And it's a funny movie. It's a horror comedy. You would like these movies. This is one of those ones where you should probably watch the first one for when we get to Halloween. It's a solid. I would recommend it for one of our Halloween episodes. One of our classic Halloween episodes. That's it.
You'll have to remind me.
Happy Death Day to you.
I think I almost picked it last time, but you picked it first.
Did I? I don't remember.
There was one of the ones that I had on my list, but then I noted you were like, I already picked that, and I was like, damn it. I think it was that.
Fair enough. That's it. That's Happy Death Day to you.
Okay, we're gonna make this one real fast because I don't have a lot to say about it.
Fair enough.
I watched the 1988 version of Hairspray.
Not a musical.
No, I wouldn't call it one.
No. Oh, really? There's an element of doubt. I thought very specifically it wasn't like there's no musical. I guess no, it's about a dancing show, isn't it?
It's about a dancing show, and there is technically music that's playing. I just wouldn't call it a musical.
It's not. Not in the way that the 2007 one is, anyway.
Yeah, no. Well, and that has everything. The history of Hairspray. So as I understand it, it started as the movie.
Yes, it did.
And this movie is, again, I would not call it a musical. And then it goes on to be remade into the Broadway play first.
Yeah,
and then the movie that I know is based off that Broadway play. It's not based off the original movie.
The Broadway play is an adaptation of this movie, and the other movie is an adaptation of the musical.
That's what I just said.
Yes, that is 100% accurate and true. And this is it's not different. It's the same, more or less. There's just no singing.
It follows the same beats and points and things.
Like, for some reason, the mom is still a guy in drag for some reason.
Yeah, which I don't get it.
I don't get it. It's not even, the thing is, it's not even played to be a joke. It's just...
She's just, I guess, because she's just supposed to be a really unattractive person.
Like a super husky woman, I guess. Yeah.
I guess is the idea.
Isn't it Harvey Feinstein? Isn't he the mom in this? Harvey Feinstein, you would know as he was one of the brothers. Make Me a Lady. Ooh, blah blah blah. That's Harvey Feinstein. He's one of those voices.
Divine.
Oh no, it's not. Oh really?
It's Divine. Oh. Divine as Edna Turnblad.
Really? I did not know that.
Who I guess was a cross-dresser at the time or something.
Very famous drag. Yeah, very famous. Cross-dresser. Yeah.
Not cross-dresser. Drag, I guess is the term.
Cross-drag or derogatory? Yeah, drag. Very, very famous drag performer. I think Ursula is
Which is
based
why,
on
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's based on
is
Divine.
based on Divine. Yeah,
Which is
Divine is
then that's
so
why
well known that even I know who Divine is.
I know the name.
I can picture
Um,
what they look like. I'm gonna say they because I don't
but
know what the gender
anyway,
is.
um, one of my problems with this movie, and maybe this is just a me
Is it's
thing,
bad?
um, one of my problems with this movie, and maybe it's just a me thing, is that it does that typical 80s thing where I think they look too old to be in high school.
Yeah, I did
Um,
have that thought of
Not
like,
all of them, but a good
but
chunk of
some
the
of them,
actors and
and
actresses.
it pulls you
Like
out
the
when
the
they do that.
character
Yeah,
that
yeah, I know exactly what you
like the
mean.
character that Zac Efron goes on to play, he looks too old.
Yeah, but it's almost
Um,
you're like it would be better like yeah. 16 Candles was of a similar way where not all of the characters look like they don't, and it makes it more distracting than less distracting.
Too many of them do.
Like at least with Grease, you're like, yeah, it's fun to be like, oh yeah, they all look like they're in their 40s, and it's fun to make fun of it for that. But like,
Yeah.
they at least they all look like they're in their 40s, where it's
I
like,
also I also joke to myself that the reason why I can't speak for the girls, but the reason why the guys all look like they're really really old is because they keep failing their fucking tests.
yeah, exactly, yeah,
That's my headcanon of why they all look like they're fucking 30 is because they keep failing.
keep failing, yeah, that's believable. I believe that.
They're all dumb. I absolutely think that's the
I could
case.
buy that. That's it. What you're talking about in Greece?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I can believe that. I can believe that.
That's my
That's
headcanon.
my new
That's how
headcanon.
I again I can't speak for the
I'm
girls.
gonna be generous and be like they're all 20 and they failed
Like,
twice. I'm
yeah,
not gonna
you
be like
know,
they're 30 because that feels mean. But they're in their
they're all
20s because
like
they
20,
failed.
21 or
They all
something. Like they failed a couple of years.
they all got held back at least a couple years.
Um, like again, I can't speak for the girls, but the guys definitely.
So I just okay back to Hairspray.
Back to
I
Hairspray.
barely like Hairspray. I barely like that movie with the music. I can't imagine how
I
unfun this
couldn't
is.
stand this. This was so boring.
It's so coded 1980s where you just know that all the characters say awful shit and you know that
Oh,
they don't think it's
yeah.
awful, but it's awful.
It's awful. Like that when she gets sent to the detention class where she meets Seaweed.
Does anyone say
and
the N word?
I don't think so.
That's the least believable part of Hairspray is that nobody says the N word.
Maybe they did. I might. If they did, I blocked it out.
It's
Um,
the 80s. Like they could get away with saying
but
the N word. It
they
surprises me that they didn't.
they definitely use the R word a lot though.
Oh yeah. So did 16 Candles. 16 Candles used
Like
the R word.
when she gets sent to the class or the detention or whatever, where I think they actually call it the special class, where she meets Seaweed and she's like, like what? Why do I have to get sent there? The only people that get sent there are
Yeah.
tards. And
You can't say.
and
Unfortunately, Jordan, you can't say the R word. I learned. Fun fact: I learned that on TikTok. We say a great many things on TikTok, but you can't post a clip of a movie where someone says the R word. TikTok will mute the audio. So we cannot say just straight
Interesting.
up. That I had to it wasn't the part of the clip where he talked about dating or going out with the underage girl. It wasn't any of the bad stuff. It was
Of course.
specifically because he said the R word. Once I blanked out the R word, it let me play the clip.
But yeah, she's like only our tards and the colored people that that like they want to fail are put there.
But that's so that's interesting. That's interesting because that's a complete turn from the musical where she specifically wants to go to that class. She's excited to go there.
There's a number of changes like that where like I'm of the opinion that not just
you're not alone. You're gonna say the musical's better.
oh that musical is absolutely better.
There's so many people. You're not the first person to say that. I've heard so many people.
But like I just in terms of the way that the characters are. I just think that they're portrayed better in the musical. They're worse person. They're bad people here.
Also, isn't there way more? Like the one thing I will note about you can't help it. You have to compare, right? But the one thing I can recall is they really because I've seen clips of this. I've never actually seen the whole thing. But isn't the hair?
I thought you said you watched it.
No. I've seen bits of it. I've seen clips of it on TBS once. But I'm seeing.
Don't watch it. Save yourself the time. Go watch the musical.
But isn't the
That's my
emphasis on the
summation.
hairspray? Like the reason why it's called hairspray,
It's
there's
kind of a
more.
huge thing. They have more beehive style
Yeah,
hairstyles.
yeah, yeah.
There's like also the whole
They really de-emphasize her obsession with
they
hairspray.
de-emphasize in terms of this compared to the other one. It's less about it being the Courtney Collins show. Like that's less of an important factor. Like he is the
Really?
host. He is the host, but like there's a part where the African American people want to dance, and it's not like him who's like like it's just sort of like sure whatever, but like the studio people are very much there, and are like no, and the woman it's not the woman who is trying to actively block it. It's like the male
Of course it is.
man
Of course it
person
is.
who owns the studio
Of
who's
course it
like
is.
absolutely not.
Of course it is.
Um,
Of course it
so
is.
like even in terms of like yeah, the musical is still supposed to take place in the same time period, but like that is more progressive than this in a lot
Yeah.
of
Well,
ways.
that's a big criticism of that movie is that for a movie that takes place in the 1960s and is about racial divide, it does not feel like it takes place in the like that. That is a
Yeah,
criticism of that movie to be had
and so
for
like you
sure.
either like that or you
But
don't
so
like that.
is her motivation that she still wants to get on the core the show?
Oh, absolutely, she wants to get on the show, and that she doesn't like. There's a
Like
point where like she's not like against the end of the separation or the segregation or whatever. Like she's into things that are weird and different and stuff like that. It's just, in my opinion, less pronounced.
it's not focused on like because in the it's not as musically focused. I'm guessing so she's not really
That
into like
too.
dance like in the musical.
Oh,
She
she's
wants
very much into
oh,
dancing.
she
Like she
wants to
loves
dance. Oh, okay,
dancing,
okay, fair enough.
but like it's not. They don't focus on the singing aspect.
So
It's more about the dancing.
it sounds very different, but also surprisingly similar.
It's another example of I guess we should say that the new one is different, but it's very much an example of the remake. Well, I guess more the musical because it's based on
Yeah,
the musical. So like the musical saw the beats, the high notes, the points that
yeah.
they had to hit. The getting
And
her
it was
on
like, how can we
stage,
soften
her
this?
doing that, like, and they were like, oh, I mean, not even that they were like, how can we solve this, but they were like, we want to take some of those moments which were spoken dialogue and turn them into music.
Yeah.
How can we do that?
Also, I
To
think
cut out certain things and remove certain things and just turn them into songs, which
yeah,
a makes the thing feel way shorter and makes like when
this
I
is
watch the
also
movie
true.
movie musical, it feels like there's less just scenes of them talking,
Well, yeah,
whereas
yeah.
this there's just a lot of scenes where they're just talking a lot
That's the one thing that the
or
that
dancing.
it's the thing about generally with music where you're like, well, yeah, a musical is short. It's just pacing is just faster because you have to devote time to songs. Whereas the movie you have to fill if it's a dialogue driven movie, you got to fill those spaces with dialogue. So it does tend to feel quite a bit more brisk, unless you have an obnoxiously long musical like West Side Story.
Yeah, it also in terms of things that I noticed, um, while with this movie, the segregation, the racial segregation was definitely it was definitely an important part of it. I would argue that the musical and the movie musical ramp it up.
Interesting. I guess
Like
that's
they
probably the
they make it like there's not a part in this original one where I can never remember the character's name, but the person who ran the colored day on the channel. Uh,
the Miss something,
mother something or
the
whatever.
Seaweed's mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen
Um,
Latifah in the movie.
she's less of a character in this.
That makes sense.
So and there's no scene where her and Tracy and the white people and stuff. There's no scene where they march on the studio.
No, but I
Like that's
mean
not a thing.
that is
Um,
absolutely consequence of okay. The thing you got is this it's
no,
interesting.
but my
This
point
makes
is
me think a
more
lot of
so
Grease. Like
my
contemporarily,
my
it
my
makes me think a lot
my
of Grease.
my point more though is just that I'm saying like so those modernized versions choose to focus more on that,
For
whereas
sure,
this while that does exist, this seems to want to focus more on the she's fat aspect
that makes sense.
because like
It's the
the
1980s.
just by the way that the original ends versus how the new one ends. The new one ends with the little, and she's still a character
Yeah,
in this, But Seaweed's little sister,
Little
she
Inez.
wins. She wins in the modern version, and that's how the segregation ends, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't win in this
Well,
version. Tracy wins in this version.
technically speaking, she does not. Oh, I could be wrong about this. I'm gonna say it, and I'm not 100% on if it's true or not. I think in the original musical, Tracy wins. I don't think Little Inez wins.
I can't
I
speak for
think
that.
that Little Inez winning is a movie thing, but I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm not
I can't
confident enough to. I'm pretty
I
sure in
can't
the
speak for that.
musical
Also,
she does not win.
an interesting or a weird thing or an interesting a little tidbit, which I was like, okay, that's strange, is the person who directed it, John Waters.
Yeah, John
Um,
Waters. Yeah, you know John Waters. You
so
just don't realize you know him.
either way, so apparently this movie was PG, and it was apparently the least restrictive rating a Waters film has
Yep,
received.
he is well known for
He
his
is
fucked up
well known for
movies.
his X-rated
Yep.
movies.
Yeah. Yeah. He. You should you. He's one of those guys where I would be shocked if you didn't know who he was. He's got like a creepy pencil mustache. He's been in I'm pretty positive he's shown up in a
He
Muppet
looks
thing or two.
somewhat familiar. I just don't know what
Yeah,
from.
he's one of those guys where he's just shown up in shit as John Waters. Like he's one of those guys.
Has
Um,
actor.
um,
Uh, let's see.
he's kind of like Don Rickles or
I
one
mean,
of those
he
guys.
was in this.
John Waters. That
He
doesn't
was
surprise me.
in this
Usually
version of Hairspray. He's Dr. Fredrickson.
he's one of those ones who has the weird pencil cigarette holder kind of guys. And yeah, he's one of those like you would. He's been in stuff. I'm pretty sure he's been in a Muppet.
He was
thing or
in
two.
Jackass number 2. He was.
Yes.
Oh, apparently,
Yes, he was.
he cameos in the 2007 Hairspray.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to. Oh, he was also in Alvin the Chipmunk. Oh, I didn't watch that one though.
Yeah, no, yeah.
He was in the TV version of 21 Jump Street as Mr. Bean.
Really? It's funny.
Yeah.
No, he's one of those. He's one of those guys where
Frasier.
he's one of those old school.
Oh, he was in My Name Is Earl.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, he's one of those old school Hollywood types where like you know who everyone knows who Don Rickles is, even if, or George Burns or like Bob Hope or Bing Crosby. Like you all know who they are just by cultural osmosis. You just don't know their names. He's just one of those guys.
Really?
The
He was
focus.
in. Sorry, real last one. I promise. He was in Hell of a Boss.
Was he actually?
Yeah, he's a character called Rolando.
Oh, fair enough. Is he still alive?
Uh,
You have his Wikipedia article open. I'm pretty sure he is, right? He hasn't passed away yet.
yeah, it appears he is. He's 80 years old.
Yeah, his thing is that he's always a creep. The de-emphasization that doesn't feel correct, but there's a lot when you're describing this of like this is a 1980s thing and not
Oh, yeah.
emphasizing the
1988.
the racial divide is peak and focusing on the fact. And it's interesting because the musical chose to parallel the things. Like they chose to parallel the fact that her, and I've seen a lot of people make the case that it's not that's a bad parallel, but it chose
It's
to
not
be
even
like
remotely the same.
shows to be like her discrimination. She also suffers discrimination, but she doesn't. I guess maybe the point is, but she doesn't understand the discrimination because she at her heart will always be white, and even if she's discriminated based on her weight, her whiteness will always carry her through. I guess I don't know.
That is supposed to be the idea, something like that for the modern one. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. The idea is supposed to be that, and or at least this is how I always interpreted it, and maybe I'm wrong, but my interpretation of that modern one was always supposed to be, and this is awful. I want to emphasize, I don't think this, but this is what the movie kind of portrays it as, is she sees being black as a fad.
Yeah.
It's a cool thing to be,
Yes.
and she wants to be like that.
Absolutely.
And she attributes what she goes through with being that and being treated differently as a result of that being different. She attributes it as the same as being black, and it's not the same.
No.
And that's the point.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely. She sees blackness as being a trendy thing. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Because there's a bit where she's in
At
detention.
least in that version.
At least in that version, she's like, it's so hip. And 2000, whatever year, 2007, 8, 9, whatever year that movie came out.
Something like that. Yeah.
That fat
I think it was,
phobia.
I think it was
You
2009.
don't
I think.
do fat phobia. That's pretty much the point where like only mean characters draw attention to. So like the fact that
Yeah, so the bad girl calls her fat or whatever, and
yeah,
in this one she does the same thing where she's like,
1980s, very
she's
different time.
making fun of her weight and like calling her a whale, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Says there's roaches in her hair, which, as an aside, there's apparently that reference to her having roaches in her hair. Um, I was reading down here. There was a bunch of deleted scenes, and one of them was the bullies put roaches. Yeah, here it is. Another deleted scene involved cockroaches being placed in Tracy's hair, um,
Ew.
which was removed. But in the scene again in the movie itself, there's a point in the final edit where near the end where the bad girl or whatever at the Miss Auto show has to do a dance, and she does a dance which she's like, this is in honor of Tracy, it's called the Roach, which in the movie means nothing because there's what,
No,
why is it called the
why is it
Roach? I
called
don't
the Roach?
understand. But that's because there was a deleted scene where they put roaches in her hair.
That's dumb. Anyway, Jordan.
It's not a very good movie,
No,
and
it's
I do truly think if you want to, watch something Hairspray, watch the musical
watch the musical.
or
So
the
Jordan,
musical movie. That
so
too,
Jordan, the movie that
not very good.
the movie that you mentioned earlier when I said 16 Candles, and you're like, I'm pretty sure this movie's about wishing for stuff. The movie you're thinking of is
Three Candles,
is a movie called 16 Wishes,
16 Wishes. That's what it
starring
was.
Debbie Ryan. Disney Channel original movie that Disney. It's interesting because there's just certain Disney Channel original movies that like they're not super proud of because they're not on Disney Plus. This was not on Disney Plus for whatever reason.
Could be a legal thing too.
She also did a couple of these kind of movies not for Disney, which is weird. Like she did one for I think it was Nickelodeon called Radio Free Rebel that I cannot believe Disney let her make.
Any relation to Radio Free Roscoe?
No. Or no, it's not Radio Free Rebel. I think it was just Radio Rebel. Anyway, not tied to this. So number one, it's important to mention that whenever you talk about a Disney Channel original movie, I'm not a 16-year-old girl.
I mean, I could never have guessed that.
So that I am not the target demographic for this. I'm also not a child. So when it comes
I
to
mean, but you're a child at heart. It's kind of the same thing.
when it comes to wishes like show movies where it's like you become an adult and you wish you were a kid again. I already wish I was a kid again. I don't need a movie to convince me of that.
My back wishes it was a kid again.
Youth is wasted on the young. Education and youth are wasted on the young. But so this is okay. Debbie Ryan it's her 16th birthday and she is very excited. Her family bursts in and is all like, "Yeah, it's your birthday," and she's all like, "Get out," or whatever. And she has a list of 16 things. Well, it's 15 things. She has not decided on the 16th that she wants to happen before her 16th birthday. And it's of various things like I wish I had a car, or when I'm 16 I'll have a car.
Boyfriend.
That I own. I'll have a boy. Or it's a specific boy.
Of course it is.
Everyone will treat me like an adult. I can't remember all of them. And she very excited about this, but a magical imp fairy-like character just shows up randomly and
As one does.
infests her house, and this is never really explained why this character needed to do this, but it infests.
Is he a dick?
That's a girl. She infests.
Is she a dick?
No, but she infests the house with bugs like wasps. The hornets. It's hornets, I think, that have been like growing. There's a nest that has been growing for 16 years, and it's finally ready. And the house is taken over by these things, and so she can't celebrate her big sweet 16. And she has to go to school in her pajamas. And for some reason, she goes to school in her pajamas. And
Why does she have to go to school in her pajamas?
Because all of her clothes are in the house with all the wasps.
So
she can't get it without getting stung by wasps or hornets or whatever. And,
does she not have any friends?
Well, she shows up at the bus stop with her best guy friend, who definitely is friends with her and just doesn't just want to get with her. We're gonna pretend that he's not. But anyway, we're gonna pretend that we don't know how 15-year-old boys work. But anyway, So she goes to school, and she uh, receives before she goes to school. She receives a package, and in the package is 16 candles and a box of matches. And it's really weird because the movie emphasizes the matches as if the matches are part of it, but it never seems to be part of it. But anyway, she finds out that like, or it comes with instructions that is like you light a candle and the wish comes true. So she's like, well, worst case, we light the candle and nothing happens. And he's like, I don't think we should. It's a bad idea. So she lights one of the candles, and
It's probably a bad idea to use magical wish granting candles that just magically showed up.
I'm just saying. So
Things can only go wrong.
The girl, the impish fairy girl, shows up in a red sports car, or whatever, and is like, this car is now yours, or whatever, and drives her to school. And she gets out of the car, and the guy she has a crush on, some other guy, is there, and he's like, nice car, and he becomes really into her car and into her as a result of his love for her car. And she also has an arch nemesis who has hated her since third grade.
Yeah.
For reasons that are not really explained.
Oh, it's just because she's a Disney villain, Justin. There doesn't need to be
And so she exists purely to one up Debbie Ryan and do everything. So she constantly wants to beat her, constantly wants to compete with her, whatever, what have you, whatever. And so she is doing her Sweet 16 on the same day that Debbie Ryan is. She's wearing nicer clothes, and so one of her wishes is she wishes to have the best clothes in school. And the impish fairy girl shows up, and Genie Aladdin's her new outfits or whatever. She's like, here's new clothes for you. And the girl, Debbie Ryan, is going to her Sweet 16, and her best friend offers to buy her a dress. So they go to buy this dress, and the evil girl, for lack of a better word, the rival, whatever, they lose the guy's wallet. And she's like, oh, they're playing dress up. They're not actually. So they get kicked out. And she uses her candle to, I wish everyone would treat me like an adult.
And then she becomes an adult.
Well, sort of. I should mention there's also a key important part where the impish fairy explains the rules, which is that you can only use one candle per hour. You have to wait an hour, and then you can finally use a candle. That's important. So yeah, so she uses the candle to be treated like an adult, and then she wakes up, and she's now 21 years old and has completely missed all of high school, is about to be moved into her, what they call is an apartment, but is definitely a house, a multi-level house.
And she can't use her wishes anymore because she's no longer 16.
No, you're close. And she goes back to the school, and the best friend's like, who are you? What the fuck? And it does it's weird, it does like an alternate Biff timeline thing where now, because she's not friends with the guy, because the whole thing is, it doesn't do the beginning part of the movie where she's like self-involved, or it doesn't set up the lesson that she needs to learn. It just does the middle part of the lesson and the end part of the lesson. So like it does this thing where it hints that he wants to run for class president, but because of her birthday magic, she becomes president instead, and he gets upset by this. And so in this alternate timeline, and also the evil rival character is the only one running for president, and so she uses her magic, and everyone writes in, votes her, so Debbie Ryan becomes president instead, and they're all pissed because like, you didn't even want to be president, what have you. So in this alternate timeline,
she does this after she turns into an adult?
No, sorry, this is before she becomes an adult.
Okay,
so
that makes more sense.
She becomes an adult, and she goes back to the school, and the friend is like, I don't know who you are, because
the rival has won because there was no competition.
Well, it turns out that he wanted to be president, so now he is president because he's friends with the rival girl, who it turns out for some reason, without Debbie Ryan there, she has no motivation to be competitive. So she's actually a really nice person, and has helped him become president, and is his greatest supporter. And there's
so now she's his best friend.
Yeah, pretty well. And you're like, well, why is that? And the brother, her brother, who, one thing I like about this movie is the relationship between her and her brother feels realistic in the sense that like they're not like best friends, but they're like kind of giving each other the business in a way that feels realistic for one of these kind of movies. He now, because she's older, he has become motivated to play guitar, and there's quite a funny scene where she goes to visit the parents who, because of the birthday magic, just want to get rid of her. And I'm like, this is an unrealistic representation of having parents at 21 years old. Your parents want to do everything with you all the time, and they won't leave you alone.
Or maybe that was just mine.
Maybe that was just mine. There's a really funny. The movie ends with a blooper reel. There's a really funny blooper reel where the dad goes to open the door of the RV, smacks himself in the head, goes. There's a cut, and then there's just Debbie Ryan laughing, and I'm like, he definitely said a curse word.
Yeah. So
but anyway, so the moral of the movie is, so obviously it goes through the thing where she fixes the wish, so she goes back and makes it so the whole day doesn't happen, and there's a couple of really sweet moments where Debbie Ryan is really quite good in this movie at being like uplifting, I guess is the way to put it, where at the end the end bit where she's screwed, she's realized she's taken her life for granted, she's now nice to everybody, and all of the good outcomes that happened in the bad timeline she makes happen. So she winds up with the best friend. Obviously I don't remember if they do a kiss or not, but they wind up together. The big twist is the reason why the rival girl hates her is because when they were in third grade, she showed up and was like, "You're my best friend now," to the guy, and like stole him away, so they weren't friends anymore, and that's why she's so pissed off at her. So now they've worked it all out, and everyone's all friends, and it's all a happy ending. And it's honestly,
it's a Disney ending after all.
It's for once again, Jordan, say it with me now. For what it is,
it's pretty okay.
It's pretty all right. It's okay. It's not exceptional. The most interesting bit, and this is the note I wanted to end on, the thing that pulled me out immediately. Jordan, you will never guess the name of the high school she goes to.
Wildcat High.
Walnut Grove High School.
You're shitting me.
I am absolutely not shitting you. So a great deal of this movie, it is absolutely Walnut Grove High School. A great deal of this movie takes place in Walnut Grove. And Jordan, if you're like, does that pull you out of it immediately? Boy, howdy did it. And I was like, holy shit, I know.
That makes me want to go and look this up.
The houses, like, I'm not saying it's a neighborhood I recognize, but definitely the aesthetic of the neighborhood, definitely, like, this is Walnut Grove. Like, this is straight up Walnut Grove. It's so fucking weird. Yeah, it was really bizarre. I was like, oh, I recognize this area. This is weird. Other than that, yeah, I was like, I didn't have much to say about this until that, like, in terms of like having a thing to say about it, until I was like, that's weird. That's a weird thing that happened. 16. Oh, that was the other. Sorry. Final note was that this was the moment I had the epiphany of, like, this came out 2009 2010 era of Disney Channel, because she was on, I looked it up, I think it came out in 2008. I googled it. This came out when she was on Sweet Life on Deck. She was doing Sweet Life on Deck. He was in the middle of it when this movie came out. And so it's just so interesting that, like, this movie, even when she becomes an adult at 21, this movie is very much like she is a child. Like, her desires of every single one of her wishes she made at like 6 years old. So it's like, she's 16 years old, you are not an adult, you have no adult, and I get it's a Disney movie, so like obviously it's gonna do that, but it's like, you are an adult, you are a child with child desires and child outlook on life. 16 years old is not an adult, and I'm like, man, the world sure changed. For the better in that regard, for the better. Moving right along. That's it. That's 16 wishes, and I believe that's my final rapid fire, Jordan.
Should be, because this one that I'm about to talk about is my last one, which we will again probably go through this fairly quickly. I watched my last rapid fire is Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, we're gonna do this quickly because we're gonna come back to this, because I definitely want to watch this.
So the Cold Notes version of my opinions for this one are just mostly, I don't get it. I don't understand. It did alarmingly well, and I
Oh yeah.
don't understand why.
This was crazy popular. This was stupid. People would quote this. Like, this is to be fair,
This
you're gonna be like, this is a weird comparison, but like in terms of cultural zeitgeistness, this was very similar to Borat for me, where
Yes.
like people would
Yes.
quote this constantly, and
But the difference for me is like not so much in the moment, but going back and watching it retroactively. Pardon me.
is this the first time you've seen it?
I no, no,
No.
it's
Oh,
not.
okay. Okay.
No, no, it's not. Um, and I had the same opinion last time, so this is
No,
not
no, because
new. Um,
I'm so interested to watch it because my
but
memory of it the first time watching it was being like I remember watching it at my dad's place in his shitty loft, and just I remember it's the first time in my life I can actively remember being like, this is a bad movie and I don't understand why anyone likes this. I can
um,
remember laughing at one joke and I don't even remember what it is. There we go. That's my
but but to compare, you said the Borat. For me, watching it as who I am now, um, I can at least there are at least some things in Borat that are funny, like that I can look at and be like, that's
yeah.
funny. I can understand why, especially a person who is maybe a little bit less sophisticated than me, why they might find this funny. I don't get this one. Like,
I
I just don't.
I don't
Um,
either. I don't get him as a
like
character.
to me, Borat, or to me, not Borat. To me, Napoleon Dynamite. He reads to me, and the creators have said that this isn't the intention, but like he reads to me like an autistic kid or an
Yeah.
Asperger's kid or however you want to word it, kid,
Yeah.
special needs kid.
He's the guy
Um,
who thinks he thinks that he's your friend and you make fun of him to his face and he doesn't get that you're making fun of him and it's mean. Like he's that kind of he's like
not just you, everybody does.
yeah, everyone makes fun of
Everyone
him
does,
too.
and it's.
Like,
I knew kids that were like
yes,
him,
yes.
and
We're not gonna say any
so
names on air.
no, but like I
yes,
knew some kids that were
absolutely.
like him, and to a lesser degree, I was that weird kid.
Not
Not nearly as bad as this, but like in the eyes of the general public of my schoolmates,
yeah.
we were one and the same.
I,
I
I
wasn't, but as far as they were treating me, I was. So like to watch this movie where like he's bullied and he's harassed by a good chunk of his schoolmates, I don't find that funny.
no,
And I
but
don't understand why anybody would have.
I would make the distinction though that like he to me represents but to be fair I haven't seen this movie in a while so I'm doing this off of pure memory but to me he strikes me as that the kind of guy who he hangs out with you and he won't go away and he doesn't know how to pick up social cues that you don't want to he is
Yeah,
unaware
well, that's where I
that
said
people,
Asperger's or autism.
we're but the difference
So like
between
on
him
the
and us is
extreme side
we
of the fucking spectrum.
we never went anywhere we weren't wanted. Like we never
Well,
hung out
no,
with
and that's
people
what
who didn't
that's
want to
why I
hang out with us.
clarified. That's why I clarified and put that asterisk of like if it's a scale and like he's on one
Yeah.
end. What?
I said, yeah, no. I think you're being too harsh on yourself, on your social standing.
I don't think I am.
Like
If he if it's a scale and he's on the far end and I'm on the opposite end, I'm on the opposite end, but I still think we're on the same scale.
yeah, I've never. I've known too many people that are exactly like him, and I'm nothing like these people. Like I would never. To be fair, you're not suggesting that I would never identify myself as anything like this kind of person.
Not saying you should.
No.
Or that I am. I'm simply saying that like I do think that I have whether you want to call it autism, whether you want to call it Asperger's, whether you want to call it being neurodivergent.
Sure,
I think
but
I think I'm neurodivergent.
but
And
there's
so
a stark difference between.
and so yes, there is, and I've already stated that, Justin.
Yeah.
I've already said that there is a clear delineation between the two. But I'm saying they're two shades of the same color, which is gray. They're the same thing. So to watch a movie where you were a person of any sort, I don't think bullying is funny.
Oh well, yes,
And all this movie is bullying the movie.
Yeah, I don't get.
I don't get it. I don't find what's funny about it. And this movie came out in 2004, right when I was in
That's
the
the
peak
part
of
of it that I don't understand.
like
This
right
movie.
when I was in the peak of high school, and everybody. I remember what people walking around with "Vote Pedro" shirts.
Yep, yep,
Like this
absolutely.
movie was
Oh,
stupidly popular, and I
absolutely.
don't understand why. And nobody has ever been able to articulate what is funny about it.
Napoleon Dynamite. It was apparently he's a real. Well, I don't know if his name is Napoleon Dynamite, but apparently, according to John Heder,
The character's name is Napoleon
no.
Dynamite.
According to John Heder, Napoleon Dynamite. Again, I don't know if that was his name. I don't know if he said what his real name was, but apparently he's a real kid that John Heder met, and like the voice, the way he acts, the way he walks, the way he talks, is 1-to-1 allegedly. I cannot confirm this is true or not, but according to John Heder, he very similarly to Forrest Gump, he met the kid like once or twice, and like it's exactly the same according to him. You can choose to believe
Yeah,
it or not.
I'm reading it here. It says Hess claims that Napoleon Dynamite was the name of a man he met around 2000
Yeah.
on the streets of Cicero, Illinois, while doing missionary work for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day
Oh,
Saints.
that's interesting. The story changes then, depending on because I saw.
Costello believes that Hess got the name from him, whether directly or indirectly. Costello said the guy just denies completely that I made the name up, but I invented it. Maybe somebody told him the name because apparently there was a musician named Elvis Costello or
Yeah,
something
Elvis Costello. Yeah, yeah.
who was using the name Napoleon Dynamite. Um,
Oh no, see, I'm not
uh,
talking about. I'm not talking. You're talking about
No,
the
I'm saying so. The director of
yeah.
the movie, allegedly met that guy from Cicero,
Oh,
but the musician is just saying that he got the name from him,
what I'm saying
and there's a dispute.
is John Heder, the guy who plays. You're talking about the director. I'm talking about the actor who plays Napoleon Dynamite. He said, and I saw a clip. I should say.
Technically, it's the writer director.
Same. It was yeah. But I saw in a clip in an interview John Heder, the guy who I'm almost positive I'm mispronouncing his name, but the guy who plays Napoleon Dynamite, he insists. He said in an interview I saw once that he met Napoleon Dynamite, like not actual Napoleon. There's the Napoleon Dynamite. The character is based on a kid, like a real kid.
Yeah, the one that I mentioned from Illinois.
Right. But John Heder said that he met him, and that
I mean, he might have. If the director is stating that he based it off of a person named
you're
Napoleon
saying no,
Dynamite.
a real guy like he's an adult. John Heder claims it was a kid, like a child, like a kid, not an adult. So that's interesting. I guess my point is that's interesting that the story is divergent like that.
To be fair, it just says it's the name of a man, but the name of a man could have been like a kid fresh out of high school.
True.
Right.
That's
Like
completely true. Yeah.
technically, that is
But yeah,
in the eyes of the law and the
as a
Lord.
man, yeah.
That is a man.
But yeah, the thing that was always yeah. No one has ever. This is an example of is this me being autistic? Because I'm like, no one. You said it perfectly. No one has ever been able to explain to me why this movie is funny.
Like I don't get it. Like when I read about it
Ever.
online, like all the comments and stuff are like it's the absurdness of it, and
But
I'm
it's
like, but that's not funny.
But it's not really all that absurd. Like,
Well, it is. It's ridiculous. The idea is that Napoleon Dynamite he's weird, and that's supposed to be what's funny.
yeah, but
Is he's weird, he's different, he's not like all the other kids that he goes to school with, and that's supposed to be at least that's how it reads.
but it's
That's how it reads. Is like that's supposed to be what's funny, and so then he meets the immigrant Pedro, who has the same kind of deadpanness as him. His family has the same deadpanness as him. The girl that he likes has the same deadpanness as him, but all the other people don't. So like the idea supposed to be like they're all weird and that's what's funny? I don't understand, and it agitates me.
But my thing is like again, this is one of those we're gonna come back to this because I don't think, and it's been the only notable thing about this movie that I remember is the dance at the end of it. To me, that's the height. If you could tell me if anything gets more ridiculous than that stupid dance. Nothing in that movie, nothing that character does is any more absurd than somebody who is like that in real life would be like. Like, it's just, you're right. It just feels like you're making fun of socially different people just to make fun of them. And it's like, the thing that gets me is no one would ever be friends with a guy like that. Right? You would never hang
it
out with
depends.
Napoleon Dynamite and go out and hang out with him.
The reason why I say it feels like they're intentionally making fun of a specific type of person is because like there's the point where so Pedro asks the girl that he liked, who is the one that I mentioned earlier, to the dance, and she says yes. And so Napoleon Dynamite, who had been courting her, I guess, in his weird way, is like, well, now nobody's gonna want to go to the dance with me.
He's totally the chosen. I'm telling you, he's the chosen.
And the chosen is him, is more
whatever.
Right.
Same difference.
So then in like he sends a poorly drawn picture along with the like so his weird creepy uncle had been talking to this selling stuff or whatever, and then so Napoleon Dynamite sends this weird not very good picture to the one girl from school and is like, can you go to the dance with me? And her mother forces her to go to the dance with him because his uncle had told the mom that like he was special needs and wetting the bed and stuff like that. And so his mom feels pity for Napoleon Dynamite and so tells her daughter, you have to say yes.
So how can you not? But because they can't be like, oh, it's making fun of, especially in as the climate.
In 2004.
In 2004, you could, but like, I'm just saying. I'm guessing retroactively they can't be like, well, yeah, it was, but I'm guessing it had to be. It has to. It had to be. It has to be that you're laughing at. The thing is, from what I can recall of this movie, is it's never good natured. It's not. It's not.
It doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel good natured. It feels like you're laughing and like when you okay. I don't want to do a dissertation on comedy, but I'll do this quickly. There's everyone knows you're either laughing with someone or you're laughing at someone, and when you're laughing at someone there's the wrong kind of laughter, but you need to in your movie justify laughing at someone. So a character has to do something that warrants laughing at them. So something awful or bad or they need to be mean or rude or whatever, and then that way you don't feel bad when they get hit in the face with a pie. If the person is a good person and hasn't done anything wrong, when they get hit in the face with a pie, you feel bad for them, and then it becomes not funny.
Yeah.
There's no...
So, like, in the example of this one, for me, like, I wouldn't necessarily say Napoleon Dynamite is a good person, but he's not a bad person. He's just a person.
No, he doesn't deserve the mockery that he's getting.
Yeah, he's just a strange individual, a person that's different than the regular person, and he doesn't deserve the mocking he's getting, as you so eloquently put it.
He doesn't get that you're laughing at him, and that's what makes it bad. Like, that's what makes it feel shitty, is a guy who doesn't understand that you're laughing at him. And you know what that feels like to be that guy, or to see it happen to not even just be that guy, which yes, that I will cop to. I have definitely been that guy, where you walk away and you're like, yeah, they were definitely laughing at me, not with me. But that's why I became a comedian, so I could control that. That's an entire other conversation.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about.
No. But what I'm saying is he doesn't get that, and what this movie. That's
why I say autistic.
I think Pedro's a bad character because I think what would salvage this movie is
I think he's also autistic.
It's missing a straight man. That's what this movie is missing. It needs a character that Napoleon Dynamite can hang around.
Yeah, well, the best comparison that I can give of why this doesn't work is so. The best comparison that I can give, and maybe this will, for the audience, maybe this will get it across, is this is missing. He's Sheldon, and he's missing a Leonard.
Yes, exactly. He needs a Leonard. He needs a straight man, a guy who can react, because ridiculous stuff.
I wouldn't even necessarily a straight man, but for a lack of a better word, I would say a regular Joe, if you will.
A straight man. You need a regular, a guy that he can bounce, because if he's the thing is he's the comedic foil, and he has no one to foil off of. He's foiling off of Pedro, who is also a comedic foil.
Like him.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even talking about, like, I'm talking just in terms of structure of a script or a story. Napoleon Dynamite is the comedic relief. If indeed Napoleon Dynamite is the comedic relief of the story of the movie, he needs a straight man to bounce to relief from. right? Like, you can't have two comic relief characters just bouncing off of each other. It doesn't work. So his shit becomes not funny because there's nobody reacting to it. And all of the people who are surrounding him are seemingly mean-spirited.
Yeah, all the people that are reacting to it are dicks.
It comes across as bullying. But also the movie reads like it's supposed to be an homage to 1980s movies. Which, like, yeah, that they are mean-spirited most of the time. So, like, maybe that's the intention.
But when I read the box office versus budget, it makes me weep.
Oh, well, I mean, to be fair, its budget was probably nothing.
It makes me weep.
This was a very.
It had a budget of 400,000.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It has made, I don't know if this is probably collectively over the years, but still,
massively
it has made
successful.
$46.1 million.
Yeah, massively
and that
successful.
Makes me weep.
Independent movie, one of the most successful independent movies of all time. They've been trying to make a sequel to this forever. I just don't think that they're gonna. It's so funny, like they keep talking about.
It just upsets me when they when you read the Wikipedia thing here, and it describes Napoleon Dynamite as a quote nerdy high school student who deals with several dilemmas. But he's not. He's not.
So that's doing a lot of heavy lifting. It's doing a ton of
like he's. Yeah, that's
but
just
like
it's an inaccurate statement.
Like they keep talking about okay, promise pin, and then we'll come back. But they keep threatening. I'm going to use the word threatening. They keep threatening to make a sequel to this, and there's no way. Like, you obviously can't have John Heder be in high school anymore, and this character would not work as an adult. It would feel sad.
No, I mean it would. He would just be Sheldon.
No,
he would be Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. Nobody would like him. He would have maybe one friend who tolerates him, and he would be a deeply unlikable person, and he'd be sad.
That only works in a sitcom context. But no, it would be sad. There's no way to do that character as an adult where it doesn't feel sad. Like, there's
and apparently Hader has stated that he's only interested in a darker take if he was to do it.
What? How would you even do that? Like, I don't. Like, you can't do Napoleon Dynamite has kids because it wouldn't be believable. He'd basically be Milton from Office Space. Like, what? Like, that? How is that going to sustain? Like, just no way. There's just no way. There's a reason why they're
Ramirez, who I think plays Pedro, improvised a script for a sequel in which Pedro is married to Summer Wheatley, has 5 kids, and owns a bakery. In the same hypothetical script, Kip has fulfilled his dream to become a cage fighter, while Rico has ventured into a new business his thing does not acknowledge Napoleon Dynamite in any way.
I'm gonna have to. I think the second part of this, Jordan, is I'm gonna watch this and I'm gonna see if I can fix this. If I can make this better. Number one.
Oh, you absolutely can. Number one that you do is you add as you put it, a straight man to go with them.
I'm gonna have to.
You have to give him a Leonard. That's what you need to do to make this at least passable.
We're gonna come back to this. I'm gonna rewatch this. I'm gonna identify the one joke in this movie that I find funny, and
if you still do,
if indeed I still do. Well, it's interesting because there is with comedy we talk about this occasionally, but there is kind of a difference between something being funny and something making you laugh. Because a lot of times, there's a lot of things where it's like, yeah, this isn't like a laugh out loud kind of movie, but it's a funny movie.
It's a chuckle.
Yeah, well, it's just you find the idea of something funny. We've talked about this plenty of times, but where you find the idea of something funny rather than it's a zinger of a joke. There's a kind of a difference, and I could see this being that for me, where I'm like, yeah, I'm in my 30s now, and I find this character strange and it's funny. I don't foresee that happening, but so I don't know. Depending on how long this is. I might cut this out, save it, and then splice it together with the second part where I.
That makes sense. You have a lot of content to go with this episode anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
Anyways, that's Napoleon Dynamite. It's not very good, and I don't understand it. I don't get why people find it funny.
We're gonna get such shit for it. This is one of those times where people are gonna be like, you guys just don't get it.
You're right. I know. To that, I'm gonna look at the audience. I'm gonna look at deadpan. Here. I'm going to look at deadpan in the camera. No, you're right. I don't get it. Explain why do you find it funny? I'm looking for you to educate me.
This is one of those times I'm inviting you to write me a small essay in the comments.
I am absolutely I'm asking you to tell me what about this movie you love, because I don't understand.
Okay, Jordan.
I'm getting off my soapbox now. That's Napoleon Dynamite.
Off the soapbox. Jordan, we're going to do this next one quickly. because I don't have a ton to say about it. But
That's going to be a number of my next ones.
because Jordan, Indian in the Cupboard is coming, and boy howdy. So Jordan, remember when we talked about Project X, and I kept saying the found footage one, and I kept saying how I was positive that Miles Teller was in that movie, and you're like, he is, but for like one scene. And I was like, no, I swear to God, he was like the main character. Oh my God, it was this movie I was thinking of, 21 and over.
I thought you just said we were going to talk about Indian in the Cupboard.
No, that's coming later.
I'm very confused.
That's later. No. I said I don't have much to say about this because I have a lot to say about Indian in the Cupboard.
Oh, I thought I mixed it up. Okay, continue. What is this?
Miles. So remember? Okay, let's start at the beginning. Remember when we were talking about Project X, and I was like, I'm positive that Miles Teller is in this movie.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking of this movie, Jordan. It was 21 and over.
I don't think I've watched this one. Go on.
You definitely have. We watched this one in theaters.
I'm pretty sure I didn't. But go on. Continue.
No, you definitely did. This is 21 and over. So this is Miles Teller and the guy from what's it called? The guy from oh my God, it's right there. Not Glee. The thing that's like Glee but isn't Glee. It was a movie.
Supernatural.
Not Supernatural. Supernatural is not like Glee. What? Singing.
Oh, I recognize this one.
Yes.
This is the one where they go to Thailand or something, right?
No, they do not go to Thailand. No, we this is one of those ones where we were trying to get out of the house and we needed something to watch, kind of movies. Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna really bug me.
Justin Chon.
Pitch Perfect. The guy. It's got Miles Teller and the guy from Pitch Perfect. The guy who's in the guy group, and it's got an Asian guy. And the plot of this is the Asian guy, who they call by his full name the whole movie.
Jeff Chang.
Yeah, they call him Jeff Chang the whole movie.
Which is funny because in the on the IMDb, he is the only one of those characters who has a full name.
Yep. Jeff Chang.
No, and Dr. Chang. Yeah, no, I remember that one.
Yeah, Jeff Chang. They call him Jeff Chang the whole movie.
Jeff Chang.
And they show up for his 21st birthday.
What the hell happened to Jeff Chang?
Yeah, what the hell happened to Jeff Chang? The funniest bit is...
It's basically The Hangover.
Not really. It's not. It's, in fact, nothing like The Hangover.
It's people trying to find their friend who they have lost.
Oh, no. They haven't lost him at all. He's with them the whole movie. I could see the comparison to The Hangover, but there's no... It's all in one... It all takes place in one night. They show up for his 21st birthday. They want to take him out. And he's like, I can't go out. And his dad's there, and they're both terrified of his dad. And he's like,
yeah, I mean, I remember.
Yeah, he can't go out. Yeah, but the audience might not remember George C. Like, oh, we got to go out. He's like, I don't want to go out. I have a big interview the next morning. And they take him out, and there's a big, long, very long, extremely long scene of them getting absolutely wasted at a bar. And then the rest of the movie is he's unconscious in varying degrees of unconsciousness. And they're trying to get him back
Weekend at Bernie's.
Back to it really is more Weekend at Bernie's, except for he's alive, not dead. But than it is The Hangover.
When you're dead, wait, are you not kind of dead?
Well, he does wake up periodically throughout the movie and does bad things. Like at one point, when
you're blackout drunk, are you not kind of dead?
I mean, I suppose. But they show up at a party to try to figure out where he lives. And a bunch of stoners glue a teddy bear to his groin.
Yep.
There's a bit where they get kidnapped by, which I maintain is bullshit. Bullshit was a kangaroo court, but there's a bit when they're looking for or they're trying to find out where Jeff Chang lives, and they go to find his friend who they met earlier in the movie at a sorority house, and it turns out it's the wrong sorority house, and there's these two girls who are blindfolded, and they're like, you should make out. And they make out, and then and like, yeah, you should spank us, and they spank them or whatever. And then later on in the movie, they get kidnapped by the same girls who put them through a trial. And he's like, you must now answer for your crimes, and the punishment is that you must receive the thing that you told us to do or whatever. And so they spank them with the paddle. And he's like, and you must also fulfill what else you did. You two must make out. And then they do, but they're like, no, not good enough. I'm like, fuck you, not good enough. There was tongue. They made out.
We did it.
They
We
did
did
exactly what you asked
did.
of them. They kissed each other, and it was reasonably passionate. It was equally as passionate as the kiss you gave. This is bullshit. My clients were railroaded, and the next scene is them walking through the streets. And hey, I'm just saying, gifted men. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know how to respond to
They
that,
didn't
so I'm not
have
going
to show off Jordan, but they did.
Okay.
But they did. And then the movie ends with them punching Jeff Chan's dad in the face, and it's not it's a mid to late 2000s comedy, R-rated comedy. That's not quite raunchy enough to really be all that interesting. It's honestly kind of a nothing of a movie. It's like this is right before Miles Teller kind of got big, so he's just kind of doing meandering comedies. Like it's nothing. There's nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing all that interesting about it. Moving on. That's 21 and over.
Yeah, first rapid fire is going to be real rapid. Watch Dragon Ball Evolution because you wanted me to suffer. It was bad. It pretty much killed the anime movie for years.
Certainly the American one. I don't know about in Japan. There's been some pretty horrific live-action Japanese anime movies.
Yeah, but I was more talking about in America.
Definitely in America. No. Hey, look, the one good thing this movie
budget
did,
of $30 million. It had a box office of $56.5 million, and Ron Perlman was almost Piccolo.
Was he actually? There's a lot of fun facts about this.
Yes. The only reason he didn't do it was because he was doing Hellboy.
Man, he made the correct choice in that one. Fun.
Did he?
Here's
I think both. I think both were bad. This was just worse.
I mean, Hellboy is an iconic character, B, an iconic movie, and C, critically well received. So, both of those
stand by
movies
what
were
I said.
critically well received. So
I stand by what I said.
But yes, this movie was so bad, very famously, that it brought Akira Toriyama back to Dragon Ball. He was pretty well retired from it, and the series was pretty well over. And this was so bad, and he hated it so much that it's the reason Battle of Gods exist. The other thing,
and then as a result, why Super came into being.
Yep. And another fun bit of trivia about this that you may or may not know is that the guy who plays Piccolo, James Masters.
Justin Chatwin.
No, that's the guy who plays Goku. Guy who plays Piccolo. James Masters. James Masters.
Hold on. Keep talking while I look it up.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's James Masters. He was very famously Spike on Buffy the Vampire
Slayer. Yeah, James Marsters.
Marsters, yeah. He was very you know him as you wouldn't know him as he was on Buffy the Vampire Slayer very famously. You would know him on Smallville as Brainiac, but he alleges that he is a fan of Dragon Ball and that he was so upset by this movie that as an apology to the fans, he is Zamasu. And
I know that the guy who played Goku in this has also apologized to both Akira Toriyama and the fans.
Yeah, I don't think. We got into it last time about how I maintain it's not his fault. But yeah, James Marsters plays Zamasu uncredited to not distract away from it as a thank you. So that's the reason why he sounds as cool as he does.
I think it's the fault of any one of them who claims to have been a fan of Dragon Ball not putting their foot down and refusing to be in this.
Right.
So the guy who did Piccolo says he's a fan of Dragon Ball.
That's why I don't believe him.
I hold you responsible for being in this movie then. Guy who played Goku said that he liked Dragon Ball.
Did he?
I blame I think it said that in here.
I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Maybe I read. But I do know that the guy who directed it and wrote it has famously gone on record and said that he wasn't. He didn't.
That absolutely comes across.
It absolutely, yes, exactly.
I don't believe for a second that James Marsters was fight. I don't. That quote sounds suspicious. It sounded like promo campaign bullshit, PR campaign.
Oh, I could absolutely believe that.
Like this is an example of a movie that is unabashedly ashamed of its source material.
Well, it's not even that it's ashamed. It's just the director and the writer, I think it was the writer specifically, Ben Ramsey. He knew nothing about Dragon Ball.
Yeah, but
so clearly he was handed a Post-it note with a few clip notes, which he they didn't even edit it. I compare this to the Avatar, the Shamalama Ding Dong one, where it's like they can't even get half of the names
He
right.
he claims that, yeah. Honestly, that is a fair comparison because to me this is comparable to two adaptations of things: Avatar: The Last Airbender, because or the Last Airbender, I should say, because M Night Shyamalan claimed to be a fan of that property, and I
And
just
I
don't
just don't believe that that's true.
believe. But I think it shares its ashamedness of its source material with it's ashamed to be a Dragon Ball thing, and it shares that with the Power Rangers 2017 movie. Like that's
Yeah, I
also
can
what
see
this
the
makes me.
comparison there
That's
too. Yeah,
where
yeah,
it is
yep, 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 yep.
unabashedly ashamed of the thing it's based on. It's trying to
Absolutely.
ground shit that has no business being ground in reality. In reality, like this is an unreal
Oh,
universe. What are you fucking
yeah. I
doing?
mean, that's not
Like,
even talking about the fact that it whitewashes.
well, yeah, putting aside
It's
the
horrendous. It's
but
horrendous
it's weird
whitewashing.
because it whitewashes some of the characters but not others. So like, okay, so Chi Chi gets to be Asian, Master Roshi gets to be Asian,
Goku's
Yamcha gets
white.
to be Asian, Goku's white. The only character who I don't it doesn't bother me is Bulma because Bulma is so white coded. She is white. She's rich white girl
yeah.
coded.
She's plus even in the show, she looked white.
Even if she
She
didn't or
acted
did
white.
look white,
She
because like
seemed white.
she's
She was
technically
rich and she was rich and white.
yeah, she even if she
Her
didn't
dad looked
look
white.
white, because I mean, arguably Goku does kind of look a little white, but
Mm.
like
Yeah, but
she and her
Goku's also an alien, so
yeah,
I'm
but
forgiving of that.
she in her writing and her characterization, putting aside her looks, was coded white.
Yeah.
She is coded white, so like her being white wasn't really all that. Honestly, it's
No,
not
the
even
thing
that
the thing that is
Goku's.
the thing that irritates me about Bulma in this movie is that stupid little blue
You couldn't be
strand of
bothered
hair.
to put a
Where
blue.
like you couldn't put a blue hair dye job on her, or even ignoring that,
Get her a
just
wig.
get rid of the little blue strip and just have her have normal
Yeah,
hair.
I mean, just get her a wig. You could get a
And
believable
then the
looking enough
Goku
wig,
being in
I'm
high
sure.
school thing, the Goku being in high school thing particularly irritates me because, and I get they're doing Dragon Ball, but
No,
like
they're not though.
you, no, but exactly that's my point.
But they're
So
not
like
though.
so like to have this be where like we,
I fixed
I
this
mean,
movie
if you're
before.
gonna if you're gonna westernize it, and then like
Have
I
him
would just
be homeschooled. Easy
I
fix.
well yes
Basic
that's
fix.
the yes, but I was more gonna say like I would skip past the Dragon Ball aspect and skate straight to Dragon Ball Z aspect. Goku's gone. This is go on.
I mean, sure, yeah, you're not wrong, but you couldn't. There's no way you could do that with a Dragon Ball movie. Like I don't. I
Because I mean, Gohan went to high school.
it's not Goku. I mean,
We
Goku,
saw him.
Yeah.
We saw him be in high school.
What
That
if you did a
fits.
Dragon Ball movie and it was a Dragon Ball Z movie and you skipped all over 90% of Dragon Ball Z and it was teenage Gohan? Mainstream audience, I guess mainstream audiences wouldn't care. But
Main Street audience hated it anyway.
yeah. No, I mean it's just
Like the reason they did what they did was to not try and appeal to the Dragon Ball fans, but to appeal to the Main Street, the normal people. So the Main Street normal people aren't going to know anyways.
The only reason why he goes to high school is so that he has a established connection
bully.
to Chi-Chi. No, the bullies had nothing. You could cut the bullies. I mean, yes, functionally, it's to have that scene where he fights the bully, but that scene adds nothing. You could cut it out; it wouldn't make a fucking difference. No, in functionality, the only reason why he goes to high school is that he has a pre-established relationship with Chi-Chi, so that she can be a love interest, which you don't need. All you need to do, like, you could completely cut out him going to high school completely, because you have it where he's homeschooled. Even if you want to have Justin Chatwin is a normal teenager, and he wants to get out and explore the world, and he still has that desire that he has in this.
You could have her meet him at the fucking tournament thing that he
Well, that's what I
her
was just
at.
about to say. You have it where he's homeschooled. He meets Chi-Chi. They go on the adventure. He's a little sheltered, but is still more or less a regular person, what have you. And he meets Chi-Chi at the karate tournament. Having that karate tournament completely makes the high school shit redundant. Completely redundant. And then if you still want to have him be like white Goku and he's more or less like, that's not changing anything. That's not making him like he is. That's not aging him back down to be 8. That's not doing any of that.
Yeah.
He's the same.
The other thing that drives me crazy, it's not airbending. The Kamehameha wave and stuff that they're doing in the anime is not airbending. Why are you calling it airbending? Stop calling it airbending.
But I have to assume like, this is bad. Don't get me wrong. This is a bad movie, and I still hate it. I remember once I said it was worse than AIDS. I don't think it's worse than AIDS.
Ooh, that's a strong
No,
statement.
actually, I think
AIDS are pretty
I think you
bad.
might have said it was worse than AIDS.
I
One
don't
of
think
us,
so.
one of
That
us
sounds
said
very hyperbolic.
yeah, you were
That
17.
sounds like your that no, but like my level of hyperbolic is not that intelligent.
I
Intelligent.
because
That sounds like your level
because
of
I remember the back and
hyperbolic.
forth being it's worse than AIDS. No, it's worse than a movie about AIDS. I seem to recall that. But anyway, I have to assume you're.
And that's not even talking about all the things that it gets wrong between the Dragon Ball, the Ozarus,
But
all
like
of it.
I will say, like I do recall from my last time watching this that like there was more in there that's accurate, especially considering like I'm actually it makes the shit that they get right more impressive than it would have otherwise been, because like there's the occasional thing in there that like yeah this is a fair like reasonable representation of what this was in an Americanized version format.
You're being too nice.
I can't think of anything specifically. I have a previous video where I did that, but like I do recall like it's bad. Okay, so that was my
It's
point.
one of those. My ultimate cessation and what I kind of came to feel about it this time is if it didn't have Dragon Ball on it
Yeah, it'd be a better movie.
and it was its own movie, like same like, and I'm talking like same beats, same like everything.
You just
And
white
you
out
just
all the
strip away all the
the
Dragon Ball
Prometheal
related
orbs, so
stuff.
not Dragon Ball. Yeah,
So like
different names, yeah.
he's finding something called the Promethean orbs. You get 7 of them or 5 of them, let's say, change
Yeah.
it slightly, and it'll give you a wish. You've got the aliens, which are just aliens, and they don't necessarily have a name.
I do
That's
agree, I
what
agree with you
Piccolo
to-
is.
I agree with you to a point, because I'm like, in the writing, yes, but also a lot of the for a show that's about fighting, the fighting in this movie is god awful. None of the
Right,
fight
but
scenes
like,
look
but
good.
I'm saying it would, if you took away the Dragon Ball stuff, it would take it from being a god awful piece of trash and turn it into an acceptable piece of trash.
Okay, fair enough, I suppose.
Like it would still be bad, but like it's much the same way with like Avatar when I watch it now, where it's like because I know the source material, it makes it worse than that first time I watched it. Where that first time I watched it, I knew it was bad, but I didn't realize just how bad it
See,
was.
it's funny. I have kind of with this now. I imagine well this week alone. I imagine you probably went through this experience where it's not the worst thing I've seen.
Oh, it's definitely not the worst thing I've
Doesn't
seen.
really even crack the top 10 of worst things.
But
I've
it's
seen.
still, that's where I say, like, if I'm looking at it as a Dragon Ball movie, it is a bad
for sure, it's a
Dragon Ball
horrid
movie.
Dragon Ball, but it's an.
But if I'm looking at it as a separate beast of just its own thing,
it's not bad.
it's
I've
a
seen
D
worse.
plus. It's okay. Here's what I'll say: if I'm watching it as a Dragon Ball movie, it's an F.
Yeah, for
If
sure.
I'm watching it as its own movie,
Solid D.
if I'm being generous, it's a D plus.
Okay, D plus. Just I'd go as high as a C minus.
Maybe, but that's being really kind.
But yeah,
really,
like,
really
it's
nice.
it's such an opposite effect, because when I first watched this, I was acutely aware of the source material, obviously, and it made me mad. I mean, this movie is the genesis of this, just generally.
Yeah.
We were so upset by it that we went to the internet and we complained before.
We
that
had
was
to
really a thing.
voice our displeasure.
Yeah, before that was really a thing, and so. Yeah, I hated it, and it was the worst movie I saw. That was our bit forever. Is this worse than Dragon Ball Evolution? And like as time has gone on, it's like, yeah, I've seen movies that make my skin crawl and are reprehensible, like just not even just like with the shit that they're doing.
But it's not
on
even
screen,
just that, but like I can
morally,
articulate different reasons for why things are bad now
right.
too.
This is a bad
so
adaptation.
like this is bad adaptation, but it's not gross.
Right, exactly. I don't feel gross watching this.
It's no Terrifier 3.
Right, or even like I can't like it doesn't make me feel icky like 16 Candles did.
Or make
like,
me go like, "Oh, that's problematic," like Adventures in Babysitting did.
Or made me straight angry like Lilo and Stitch did. Like
oh, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
I just it does not
I
crack
think
the top. I just don't think it cracks the top 10 of bad movies I've seen.
to jump ahead a little bit, I think Lilo and Stitch broke me.
I mean, I could see that. It broke me.
Oh.
You recall, Jordan, I came into
Ugh.
it very angry. My video was a very angry rant, so like I get it. Anyway, Jordan, is there anything further you'd like to say about Dragon Ball Evolution
No,
before
that's
we
it.
put this movie to bed for the final time?
Probably the final time.
Probably the
Yeah,
final
no,
time.
it I think it needs to just be forgotten to the annals of history.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
my the rest of my year in
I can't believe
2009.
Japan has never made like Japan has made attempts on several live action anime movies that have all been mostly bad. I cannot believe this and Naruto. I cannot believe they've never made an attempt at it. Like I just cannot
Ironically, I
believe it.
think Naruto would be easier.
I do think Naruto would probably be easier. The thing is, the only way a Dragon Ball movie would be good, but the problem is any way you could get that would be competent in making one of these, like you want to get someone who can really direct and choreograph action and fighting. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't think they. I don't think it would be good. I think it'd be one of those like this doesn't really is not really understanding the source material, but the fighting scenes
I
look good.
I think
I think it'd be one of those
and
experiences.
this was kind of ever since I knew about the One Piece final note. Since I knew about the One Piece live action show, I think the only way you could do Dragon Ball, and I think this
Dragon
with
Ball, yes,
Naruto.
yes, I agree with that.
I think this with Naruto to the same, like to a similar degree, but less so. But I think the only way you could really do it is if you did a show
I think you could
and
do
you took
Dragon
the
Ball.
time,
I
Dragon
do
Ball
agree.
in particular.
Yeah.
You take the time, you'd get the budget, and you do it like
But
not necessarily as slow as the original. You don't need like
no,
you
that's
know,
a show you can speed up.
500.
You can absolutely speed
You
up.
could absolutely speed it up, but like have it be at least as long as a show
Cause
is.
like
I just don't think you could do a
the,
movie.
the problem with Dragon Ball, like any like Avatar stuff, is he's a kid, so you either have to age up the
Yeah,
character in the story, or you have to find a kid who. But like, yeah, I do think that I don't think you're ever gonna get a live action
it's
version of Dragon
particularly
Ball,
hard with Saiyans because Saiyans just don't age for the
right?
longest time.
I don't think you could ever do a version of Dragon Ball Z in live action. I don't think there's a world where you could do a version of Dragon Ball Z in live action. You could do Dragon Ball in
It
live
would
action.
look weird.
Like the first 13 episodes of Dragon Ball, you could totally do in live action. It would not be
Yeah,
like you.
Dragon Ball
It'd be
Z.
expensive, especially towards the end. The only character that you couldn't do, and you just change the character, is Pilaf. That's the only one that's any sort of difficult.
But you could do it. CG. Absolutely, you could
You
do it.
could, but why? Why would you spend the money on doing
Why not?
CGI? Because why spend the money?
He'd be the one. He'd be the one expensive character.
I would just change him so he's just a regular person. He's not a little known person.
No, that's boring.
Um,
Um,
well, yeah, but
or
that's
or
they
I'd
save
put
on
him in.
budget.
I'd put him in practical
Spend,
makeup.
yeah,
Um,
I just don't think it would. I think it would look
no,
too.
the thing that would make Dragon Ball Z impossible, aside from just the beam effects and how sheerly expensive that would be, the thing that would make it difficult is a number of things. One, they go to Namek and you have a whole bunch of aliens, which
Yeah,
would be expensive.
exactly.
B, Frieza would look like a horrifying abomination in live
There's no
action.
way to do.
C, once you got to the if you made it to the Android saga, Cell would look like a horrifying abomination.
Yeah, it's just
And that's just not even talking about Boo.
it's just one of those things where yeah, doing with Dragon Ball. I'd much rather if we're gonna. I'd much rather have Pilaf be a person and then them do a CGI of the wolf guy. Like it's just yeah.
The wolf guy.
With Shu Fox.
Oh,
Whatever.
Fox guy. Yeah.
I just think that
Well, that's why I say practical effects with Pilaf, you could make it work.
I just think it would end up looking really cosplay. But hey, I don't know. Maybe it could work.
It
Anyway,
would depend on how high the budget was. But anyways, no, the thing that they would really need to spend the money on in order to impress me with a Dragon Ball show, final thought, is the dragon.
if we're doing Pilaf, Ozaru's got to look good and it's got to look accurate. We got to be massive.
No, I'm saying the dragon. Like
Well, yeah, the dragon's
the
got to
one
look
that they,
good, but if we're doing the first 13 episodes or whatever of Dragon Ball,
yes, the Ula, the
the
yes,
Ozaru is
but
the most
he's
important part of
also
that.
very important, absolutely. But the dragon has to look really,
Yeah,
really
no
good.
Chinese looking.
No
dragon.
cheap one.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyways, Dragon Ball Evolution, bad
Moving-
movie. Don't watch it.
putting it to bed forever now. I don't think we're ever going to come back to this movie.
That's
ever
my
again.
first have seen.
Ever again, Jordan. Ever again. So, Jordan. Okay.
I just don't know what else we could say.
Going to yeah, right. I'm going to say the name of this next movie, and I need you to understand that I'm well aware that the name of this movie is probably not PC and is probably offensive in today's day and age. Understand that it is the name of the movie. After I say the name of the movie, I will be referring to the character that the title of the movie refers to by name for the rest of the movie, for the rest of the segment. Okay? Okay. This is Indian in the Cupboard. Sorry, The Indian in the Cupboard. George, do you remember The Indian in the Cupboard?
Yeah, no, I do. With
So this
Jamie
is
and
this
yeah.
is a very, very specific example of I absolutely remember watching this movie as a kid. I was thinking about this when I was
I
watching
watched
this.
that on the plane going to Mexico the one year, and it was not a good movie.
Interesting. I thought you were gonna get defensive about this one. That's so fascinating to
No,
me.
I remember why
You're,
he's a whiny, annoying
you're
little
gonna
kid, and
be you're
I
gonna
just
be
remember it not being. I remember as a kid really, really liking it, and
that's
watching it as
so
an adult.
funny.
I remember it being an unpleasant experience.
So here, okay, I don't so much have an issue with the main kid. It's his friend.
That's the one I'm talking
Fucking
about.
annoying. Okay, man, there's a lot with this. So, first of all, that's so funny you say that because my memory of this is twofold. I remember loving this movie, and I remember it pulling at my heartstrings. But I also remember I hated the kid's stupid face. Like,
Also, I remember having the VHS tape and the cover. You could flip it around, and it had the
the key in it.
cover and the key and
Um,
stuff. And yeah, it was cool.
But like, yeah, I hate the kid. I remember hating the kid's stupid face. His dumb fucking dopey grin when he brings that thing back to life. He's like, and you're like, I hate your face, kid. It feels weird to say that as an adult, but I hate your face, kid.
As a kid, I did. Yes, yes.
The green screen is cutting out my ears, which is making my head look weird. And okay, so positive things. Yeah, the kid's annoying. The best friend kid is really my favorite bit is where he's like, don't bring anything to life, and he's like, I'm not gonna bring anything to life, and he leaves the room, and he comes back, and he's in the middle of bringing the cowboy back to life. He's like, no. He's like, yes, and he's like, Patrick, I was gone for like 30 seconds, man. Come on. So the interesting thing about this movie is, for those of you who haven't seen the Indian in the Cupboard, it's about a little boy who gets the world's lamest birthday gift. Like, it's I tried to look up when this, I can't remember when this movie came out. Can't be bothered to look it up. I'm pretty sure it was in the 90s. I just don't believe a universe, even if this movie came out in the 80s, there isn't a universe where I receive a cupboard for my birthday as like an 8-year-old, and I don't do this exact thing. Oh, thanks, I guess. Like,
Yeah.
he's so excited about this cupboard, and it's the lamest thing ever. Until he learns it brings shit to life, it is the lamest thing ever. Movie, by the way, directed by Frank Oz.
Oh, he was Fozzie
Yeah, of the Muppets, Frank Oz. Yeah, very strange.
and Yoda.
There's a lot. At a certain point, Patrick brings the cowboy to life, and the cowboy just says a bunch of slurs about Native Americans, just an exceeding amount of slurs about Native Americans. I will give the movie this: the effect of the guys looking small and the kids looking big. It looks great. Like considering this movie's quite old at this point, it looks great. The number one thing about this that's interesting is, did you know that this was based on a book?
No, but it also doesn't shock me.
Did you know, Jordan, that there's like 6 books?
No, that kind of does surprise me.
So what's funny about the books is, the movie doesn't really explain how any of this works, what's causing it. What the books explain everything, exactly how it works, where the magic comes from, what it does. And so in the books, Jordan,
That makes sense.
you learn that it's not the cupboard that's number one. And to be
Is it
fair,
the key?
The movie hints at this, but it doesn't really fully explain it, because it has the characters be like, use words like sending them back, or you gotta send him back, or you gotta send me back. But yes, it's revealed that it's the key, the key that
It like summons them or
it
whatever,
summons
right?
them, it brings them from the past, and it basically attaches them to the toy, which is their avatar, but it's not actually bringing the toy
Sounds
back to
stupidly
life.
complicated.
It's pulling them from the past. So in later
So-
books,
So then my question then, Justin, would be, in the scene where he does the key thing and like he brings a bunch of his toys to life, and one of them is Darth
Yeah,
Vader.
is he bringing Darth Vader from the movies? I had that exact question, Jordan. My theory is that in the book they don't use licensed characters for that exact reason,
Yeah, that would
because
make sense.
it's not just what's really fascinating is it's not just Darth Vader. The RoboCop is also gets brought to
Oh
life,
yeah, right. I
which
forgot
is weird because I'm
about
like, dude,
RoboCop.
you're too young to be watching RoboCop. That you're
Oh no, 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 no. Back in the day, we liked
well,
RoboCop too, even though we had no idea.
it's just well, it's interesting because yeah, that's part of that RoboCop where they're trying to push RoboCop on kids, and I'm like, I don't know that you should be watching RoboCop, son. Um,
Absolutely not. He should not be watching RoboCop.
but one of the what's funny is I kept trying to rewind it, and I'm pretty sure one of his toys is Servo from you remember we've talked about it a shit ton at this point, but Superhuman Samurai Squad.
Yes, you
Yeah, yeah,
mentioned that
yeah.
a few dozen
You know
times.
the Ultraman character or whatever that he turns into in that show.
Sure.
One of the toys he has is him, randomly,
Hmm.
which tells me that that show must have been popular when that movie came out. It's really bizarre. But
Or they wanted it to be
but
popular.
that doesn't come to life though, because I guess they couldn't afford the license from Subaraya. They could afford the license enough to have the character be as a toy, but not come to life. But later books you have revealed there's a point in one of the later books where they get in his toy chest and they use the key on the toy chest, and the key sends them back in time. So they go back. So the kids go back to Little Bear's time, and then in the next book, Patrick gets jealous, so he goes back to the Cowboys' time, and it's revealed that like it's the key from the grandma. The reason why it's magic is because she's psychic, and so there's the bit at the end of the movie where he has like a vision, and it's implied that it's metaphorical, like he's not actually having this vision. But in later books, it's revealed that no, he actually can have visions and see the future.
That's stupidly
It
complicated.
really is. These books were hilariously convoluted. I was like, whoa. Like, you really don't need to explain this. Like, it's not one of those stories that requires explanation. You can just accept the fact that the thing is magic.
It's a magic cupboard.
It's a magic cupboard. Yeah. It's funny though because the book very goes out of its way to at the end of it to have Omri be like, I don't want to have her use this again. I want to resist the temptation of ever. And he like gets rid of the key at the end of the first book. And what's funny is the books eventually get to where it becomes a story about him and the dad. So the dad becomes a major character. It's very strange, very very deep Indian in the cupboard lore. Trying to think. Yeah, there's just a bunch of really offensive slurs involving Indians that characters say, where you're like, man, we used to be real cool with just overtly saying racist things about Native Americans, just overt racist things.
To be fair, not just Native Americans, just people in general.
Yeah, that's it. That's the Indian in the cupboard.
People were horribly offensive, Justin.
They were, Jordan. That they were. Moving trucking right along, Jordan.
Okay, so my second half scene. It's time for us to talk about the only other good movie that we're going to be talking about for the
Sex
rest
in
of
the
the day.
City 2.
No, that's a have scene, or have not seen rather. This is a have scene. This is Howl's Moving Castle,
Yes, I want to see this movie. So you can't give too
which
much away.
came out in 2004. And I didn't actually know this, but it makes a lot of sense. It was based on a novel, and there were sequels to the novel.
That's interesting. That explains why it's probably one of the more restrained. Uh,
Um, but I'm gonna not talk about
what's it
the.
about?
Okay, I guess I am gonna give you a loose
Well,
plot thread.
just the premise. What's the
Very
premise?
premise. Basically,
Don't need a plot by plot breakdown, but what's the
the
premise?
main girl uh finds Howl is a wizard who has been summoned to fight an ongoing war that the kingdom is in the midst of with a neighboring kingdom. The
Huh.
neighboring kingdom has lost its prince,
Huh.
and wants the prince. And the kingdom that he's working for uh, has basically been like conscripting all wizards, and
Huh.
he refuses to fight. He doesn't want to fight. He's a pacifist.
Interesting.
And so that's all I'm going to tell you. Anything else you'll have to watch.
Yeah.
But I will say some of the themes of what this movie is about, because all good Miyazaki movies have
They have
themes.
themes.
Um, the biggest one with this one is pacifism,
Interesting.
which makes sense when it's about a war.
Yep, yep, that makes
Um,
sense.
so this movie, so apparently, this movie came out in 2004. This
Really?
movie's yes, it did.
Oh, I thought it was older than that.
September 2004.
Huh.
Um, and this movie was influenced greatly. It has a strong anti-war themes, and it was influenced by Miyazaki's distaste for the 2003 Iraq War.
Oh, interesting.
Um, so a lot of it, he said, a lot of the things in this movie had a great. When he received an Oscar for Spirited Away, he said that he had, quote, a great deal of rage about the war. So he felt somewhat hesitant about the award.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh yes, 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 yes,
Miyazaki,
yes, yes. He did. I do recall reading that he refused to show up to pick up his Oscar for Spirited Away because he didn't want to. Yes, he didn't want to travel. Yes,
Miyazaki
yes, yes,
identifies as a pacifist.
yes,
So
yes.
on the eve of the Iraq War, Miyazaki decided to make a film that he felt would be poorly received in the United States. And there's a whole bunch more here that I could read about that particular thing. But the other thing that theme that this movie has is flight and critique of modernity, old age and compassion. Because the main character, the girl, gets cursed and turned
So
into an old woman.
who is Christian Bale? Is he Howell?
How?
Oh, he's the main guy. Oh, interesting.
Not the
And
main guy technically. The main guy or main person is the girl.
he's a titular character.
That would be uh, the, Sophie.
He's
Sophie
the
Hatter
character that the movie is.
is the Sophie Hatter is the main character.
He's the character that the movie is named after.
Howell is the character that the movie is named after. Yes. So Sophie Hatter is the character who gets turned into an old person. She has two different voice actresses.
Uh,
Although funny enough, apparently in the Japanese version she only has one.
uh,
And there's Calcifer, the fire demon devil, who's played by Billy Crystal. Billy Crystal.
I do know who Billy Crystal is. Yeah.
And it's a good movie, and it's really beautiful. And yeah, I personally think that it contends for his, if not his best, then certainly one of his best.
Interesting. Well, it's definitely one of those ones where he has something to say, so that interests me. I'm intrigued.
The fact that it was so strongly about war and pacifism, and he is so firmly believed in that, really gives you an idea of how much he cared about it.
Probably gonna watch it for our next anime coming in August.
But also the flying aspect, he really likes flying, so that's also important.
Yep.
But
Miyazaki is obsessed with airplanes. He loves flying.
But I really like this one, and so it had a budget of
It's
24
his
million.
N-word. He likes putting it in every one of his movies.
Yeah, but it's way more appropriate.
It's his N-word or foot thing.
It had a budget of 24 million, and it had a box office of 236 million.
It's really funny how you don't really notice how much he loves flying and planes until you point out that every one of his movies, a character flies or has a plane.
As some sort of flying device.
Or, yeah. Either flies in the case of Totoro, they fly on Totoro, or builds a plane. Like in Kiki, he flies a broom and he's literally building a plane. Jake pointed that out to me.
Or like in this one,
I was like, "Oh my god,
more
that's
scientific.
So true.
It's more like science fiction-y kind of flying machines, but it's still flying machines. And most importantly, Justin, it's only 119 minutes.
I love me a nice short movie.
I actually didn't realize that it came out in 2004. I would have thought it was older.
No, same. I would have for sure thought it was older. Jordan, is that all you have?
I will say, I am a little bit curious about the novels.
Yeah.
Especially if they're sequels.
It's interesting he adapted a lot of novels. It's not the first novel
he
adapted.
I think technically Kiki's Delivery Service was also a book first.
It was a book first, yeah. And it's obviously Secret of Arrietty is the
The Borrowers.
Thank you. And
or I think it was originally the Gatherers.
I think the book is called. I'm pretty sure the original book is called The Borrowers. Oh,
I don't know.
no, actually, no, that might be wrong. No, you might be right. The movie.
I'm pretty sure the movie is called The Borrowers, and the
Yeah, I think you're right.
well, the movie, the English version, the American version is The Secret World of Arrietty.
No, I'm
But I
talking
think
about. They made a movie. There's an American movie that's another adaptation of the book called The Borrowers.
Oh yeah, no, I think that one's called The Borrowers, and the original was called The Gatherers,
I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
or vice versa. I can't remember.
No, the movie's definitely called The Borrowers. I'm pretty sure it's got Nathan Lane in it. The book, I'm almost entirely positive the book is also called The Borrowers. But I like The Gatherers better. That's a much easier name to say.
The Gatherers is a book.
Is it the book?
I don't know.
But-
It doesn't have a Wikipedia page.
Unless you have anything else, I'm gonna move on.
No, that's it. I'm gonna keep trying to read this
Jordan.
while you talk, and I'll get back to you.
Jordan, have you heard of a movie called 13 Going on 30?
No,
Really? You've never heard of 13 Going
maybe.
on 30?
Tell me about it, and maybe I'll change my
It's,
mind.
Jennifer Gardner. It's got Mark Ruffalo in it, and Jennifer Gardner begins the story as the 13-year-old girl on her 13th birthday, and she wants to be popular and well liked by the popular kids. So in order to motivate the popular kids to show up to her birthday party, she wait a minute, did I put 13 Going on 30 as a half scene? Sorry. Or is this a
No,
half scene?
so Secret World of
What's this?
Arrietty is not The Gatherers. It's based on a novel called The Borrowers.
Borrowers, yeah. Sorry, this is the first half scene. This is my first half not seen. Sorry, I got confused there for a second. It's like I hadn't seen anyway. 13
Yeah, I don't
Going on
know.
30. Stars Jennifer Gardner and Mark Ruffalo. She's a 13-year-old girl, and she is at her 13-year-old party, and she really wants to be an adult. She hates how she's a kid and how everything's
All
harder
children do.
as a kid. And her best friend shows up and she's like, oh, you know how you always wanted a Barbie dream house? Well, I created I can't remember what her character's name is. Whatever dream house. And the cool kids all show up, and they trick her into going into the closet to do 7 minutes in heaven. And she agreed to do their homework so they would show up to this party. So they show up, take the homework, and leave her in the closet. And the best friend shows up, and there's a whole thing. And he has sprayed what he identifies as magic dust all over the dream house. And some of the magic dust gets on her, and she wishes that she was, how does she put it, 30, flirty, and thriving. And then there's a transition.
It's a weird thing for a 13-year-old girl to say.
I'm just saying. She wakes up, and she is now indeed that. She is now Jennifer Gardner. And I will say, to this movie's absolute credit, the girl they've got playing the kid version of this character looks just like Jennifer Gardner. It's kind of fucking uncanny how much she looks like Jennifer Gardner. And eventually they bring in I'm gonna say her name. You don't know her. I'm sure you've seen her in something. But Judy Greer. They bring her in as the only thing you know her is she's the voice of Cheryl on Archer.
Okay.
But she comes in and she is the bully character from when she's a kid. But now I've skipped ahead. It's revealed that she has now time jumped however many years into the future. She is now 30, and the world has passed on. And instead of it being, it's not a big thing, like you know, it's not a
It's a
kid.
16 wishes. It's what you described earlier, where her time changes.
It's not kind of, yeah, a little bit, sort of, except for she's
These movies are all the same.
Yeah, it's not a big thing where she wishes to be big and she gets turned into an adult, and it's
Or
in the
if you
modern day.
prefer, it's Click, where he skips ahead forward in time.
Kind of, yeah. And so, well, no, it's more. Honestly, the 16 wishes is probably a better comparison, where it's like she basically, like, you know, Quantum Leap.
Yeah, sure.
Quantum Leap is where Scott Bakula jumps into the body. So she basically, her 13-year-old version of her jumps into the body of 30-year-old her, and who knows where 30-year-old her goes. And she has discovered that in the however many decades since she's now turned 30, that she became an awful person. The day of her 13th birthday, she like threw the dream house at Mark Ruffalo's character, and like stormed out, became the leader of the popular girl clique, and is just generally an awful person. It is a big twist later on that it turns out that for whatever reason she's working for a very famous magazine that she loves as a kid, and the magazine is failing and she can't figure out why. It turns out that adult version of her has been secretly sabotaging the magazine so that she can go in and become the editor-in-chief of another magazine, and like she rediscovers her relationship with Mark Ruffalo, and Mark Ruffalo is like, yeah, no, you've been mean to me for like 15, 20 years. We haven't spoken in like 10 years, 20 years ever since high school. We don't really have a relationship. And like it's kind of strange because she's 13 and he's falling in love with a 13-year-old, technically speaking. I will say this doesn't do the big thing of like she pops in and she's dating a basketball player who is walking around her place naked. And she's like, whoa, no, no, whoa, no, bad touch, no. And so there's never a problematic point where she hooks up or has sex with anybody.
Good.
But like I will say, the joke does do a couple of funny bits where like she's out to dinner with the friend, the bully friend or whatever, and she's like, oh, the bully's like, oh, that guy's cute. It's an older guy who's with, and she walks up and she's like, yeah, this guy's cute, and she starts hitting on and flirting with like a 13-year-old boy. And her friend walks up and is like, no. Do you want to wind up on a registry? Absolutely not. No. And yeah, and it's once again, it's a lesson of like learning to appreciate what you've got and not wanting to grow up too fast. My thing is like, the number one thing that came to me with this was I was like, you don't want to be 30. Like when you're a kid, I fully appreciate. Here's the thing: a lot of these movies pretend that childhood is sacred and being a kid is awesome and everyone wants to be a kid. That is probably true. Being a teenager is awful. Being a teenager sucks.
Being a teenager sucks. Puberty sucks.
Puberty sucks. And she's 13, so she's either just about to go through puberty or is currently going through puberty.
Puberty especially sucks for girls.
Right? So like, yeah, man. I fully understand wanting to skip over being a teenager. Like, fully respect that. Totally understand that. But you don't want to skip to being 30. You want to be 21. I think did we talk about this in this episode?
Yeah, we talked about. I don't know about it in this episode, but you and I definitely did.
Yeah, where you want to be 21. 21 is the
between
best age.
21 to 25 is the range you want to be.
Is the range you want to be. 21 in America because you can drink legally at 21. But like
in Canada, I would say like 19 to 25.
19, you're still kind of you made this compelling. You're still kind of basically a teenager. 21 to 25 is like the nice soft spot of age.
Sure, but in Canada you can drink at that point.
True. So. If your desire is to drink, then yeah, 19's fine in Canada. But yeah, you want to be 21 to 25. That's where you have the constitution and the attitude of a teenager, but the legal rights of an adult. So you could still abuse your body like shit and be an adult and do adult things, but you could still do it. Like that's kind of I get wanting to be that age. You don't want to be 30. 30 is where things start going downhill. Also, there's a number of jokes. This character, there's no not gross way to put this. This character feels like it was written for someone chestier, because there's a bunch of jokes about Jennifer Garner, and she's like, oh, I can finally wear this dress because I have boobs now, and like nothing she wears in this movie is flattering. Like you're like, not exceptionally, no. Like, but I couldn't tell if like the joke was that, oh, she's a 13-year-old and doesn't know how to dress. That never seems to be the joke. It was very strange. It was the only time I was like, this is an odd joke. Mark Ruffalo is really fun as always. I enjoy him. Him and her have a decent. The only child actor. His child actor looks nothing like him. Nothing. Not even remote. He doesn't even have his hair is not even the same color. Like I'm pretty sure the kid had curly hair. He didn't look anything like Mark Ruffalo. Like in contrast to the girls, who all the girls are spot on. It was surprising. I was like, this is impressive. When it popped up, I'm like, I could believe that they waited 15 years to film this and they got kid Jennifer Gardner. Like, this is impressive. That's it. That's 13 going on 30. The last one is even less than that.
Okay, so this was the one that you told me I had to watch. This is my first have not seen. I watched Sex and the City too. I have nothing to say about this. I I you told me I had to watch it. I watched it. It wasn't like the most painful movie ever. It
No.
wasn't, it didn't leave me angry or upset. It just kind of exists in a bubble where it is what it is, and I don't have a lot to say about it. It seems pretty, from what I gathered versus the first one versus second one. So I remember watching a little bit of. Here's a little peek behind the prepubescent curtain, as it were. I remember watching like a little bit of Sex in the City when I was like 14 or something like that. You know,
Yep.
at that very tender age where
Like,
you want to see
you
boobs.
want to see
Um,
boobs?
and
The show did not
I
deliver
saw
on that.
what?
The show did not deliver on that.
No, it really. I saw a show which had the name Sex in it, and young brain me, being young and stupid, was like, "Oh, sex. That means there's got to be a lot of like,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
um." And there just wasn't, and I watched
No,
like
there
not very
is. Don't
much.
don't get me wrong. There is.
Not enough for a young
Yeah.
boy to want to sit through the rest of the boring
No.
crap that the show was about.
Well, I maintain
Um,
none of these characters are remotely relatable to anybody. You kept saying, "Oh, I'm not a woman," but I'm like,
I'm
yeah,
not a
but
40-year-old white woman, so I can't really speak to that.
are they 40 in
I'm
this?
not gonna say whether or not they are or are not relatable. I can't say
Yes,
that, and I'm not going
yes,
to.
but you know
Um,
women. You have female friends.
I'm not gonna make comment on that. Um, I won't do it.
Like
Not
like
my
I
place.
like I was
It's not. It's not my place. I'm
hold
not
on.
gonna say it.
Hold on. I would
So what I will say is that as characters, I think they're boring. I think they're uninteresting. I think they are caricatures and stereotypes. I don't particularly think that they are that fun to watch, and it makes me feel weird when Sarah Jessica Parker's character Big refers to her as kid, and you know they have sex.
It's weird. It's weird.
It's
Their
weird and it's
relationship is weird.
uncomfortable.
Jordan, if it makes you
And
feel
I,
any better, he dies on a Peloton.
I don't know what that is. You
I mean,
said that before, and I don't know what that
I mean, you
is.
could Google
You're
what
making me angrier than the movie did. Please stop talking.
you could Google what a Peloton is.
No,
I'm just putting it out there.
no. That would imply a level of care for this movie that I simply do not
I
have,
mean,
Justin.
I mean, the fact that he dies probably should be enough. He has a heart attack and dies on a
Okay.
Peloton.
Anyways,
Peloton is a treadmill, I'm pretty sure, or a bike.
then why didn't you just say that?
Because I half expected you
Anyways.
to Google it.
Why would I want to do that?
Peloton. Peloton.
It had a budget of 95 million. It made 294.7 million.
Very
I'm a
successful.
little surprised there hasn't been a third one.
Oh, it's because they hate each other.
Yeah, okay.
That's why there hasn't been a third
People who hate each other for the right amount of money will come back
Yeah.
together to make more
No,
money.
they don't all hate it. Well, okay, to be fair, Jordan, they did kind of technically come back for a third one. There's a sequel television show called and it's like this. I think it's what it's called. So they technically did make a third one. But the reason why they did make a third one is because it's not that they all hate each other. It's the Samantha and shit. Carrie, Sarah Jessica Parker and Kim Cattrall hate each other. Like viscerally hate each other. Cannot be in the same room. Hate each other. Which is why, oh god, you make fun of me, but don't ask me why I know this. But that's why, Kim Cattrall and Samantha are not in that show. They're not characters in that show. They show up for one scene in like I think it's the season 2 finale, and it's over video chat, and they never talk to each other. The characters are talking to each other, but the actresses did not speak to each other. We're not in the same room. Like that's how much they hate each other. So that's why there wasn't a third one.
Fair enough.
They kept talking about it, and then it just never happened. But anyway, sorry.
But yeah. So they went to Abu Dhabi in this movie for. I legitimately don't remember why.
The Smith, the guy she was dating in the last one that she breaks up with at the end of the last one, the young guy, she is her agent, and he has a movie premiere in Abu Dhabi, and they go for that. She gets invited as her publicist, as his publicist, and is allowed to invite friends.
Right. All I know is
Then it just evolves into them saying a bunch of racist shit about Muslim people.
all I know is that And I'm gonna be brutally honest. I've never wanted to visit Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and I
Oh,
still maintain that
I,
opinion.
I don't
Um,
really have a.
no, that's all I'm gonna say on that. Um, since I don't want to get us into any more trouble than
It
I
just
already
seems really
have.
hot. The only reason why I would ever want to go to a
Yeah,
country to that area of the world is to ride a camel. But I feel like I could do that in Egypt. So
yeah, I wouldn't want to go there either. Anyways,
really, you
not the point.
don't want to go visit the Great Pyramids?
No, not really. I'm pretty content like seeing that on YouTube or
But
like seing video. You can go there and take videos, and I'd be
oh
pretty
man,
content. Just
Egypt, Great Pyramids,
for
Egypt.
all of the other problems that come with traveling there and difficulties that come with traveling there,
That's true.
it's not worth it. Especially because like you'd see it from like far away anyway.
Maybe if I was rich and
It's not
bored.
like you're going into the pyramid.
There's certainly other things I'd spend my money on first.
You
That is
may
true.
you like maybe if it was like part of a package and like you get to go onto all these other places and you also got to go there,
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, if you ever did that, it would be. Yeah,
then
but
maybe. But like I'm
um,
not doing a trip just to go there and do that.
okay.
Anyways,
If you prefer, there are elements to, um, like even if I were to be like, okay, yeah, there's just certain inherent things that like if you present to me in a movie, because we're gonna talk about this with men in my movie, my final movie. There's just certain things that I just don't believe that the common person, like I just don't think me like, if the common person relates to being a wealthy writer, no, a wealthy lawyer living in a gigantic apartment house with okay, the character who is the least relatable in this movie, in my opinion. Like you could maybe make the argument for Charlotte and like how like okay maybe there are women out there who occasionally put on a nice dress and like deal with their kids and get upset. Sure, and have a nanny that they pay for. Sure, all right, but like I think it was Miranda and Charlotte specifically who I'm like, and to a degree Carrie, where like, and a lot of movies do this, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm a famous author. You know what's super relatable? Having people stop me on the street and talk about how much they love my book because I'm famous. Like this movie pretends shit like that is relatable, or like being like, oh man, I'm really upset that my live-in nanny who refuses to wear a bra for some reason. I'm really upset by that. I just don't know how many people. To be fair, you could absolutely make the case that when this came out in 2014, maybe in 2014.
2010.
Okay, 2010. Maybe in 2010 the economy was such that like I don't think it's unrelatable as like a woman thing. I think it's unrelatable as a family thing. Like as a collective thing. I just don't believe that in a post-recession world that being like I'm so wealthy, I live in New York City, one of the most notoriously expensive cities to live in. I wear exceedingly expensive clothes and I have a live-in nanny. I just don't believe there's any family on the planet that finds that relatable. And that's part of my when you're like
I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to speak to that.
come on, like you're a
I'm not in that position. I'm not going to speak to that.
no, but you're in a position to imagine yourself if you had a family, like you know people who have a family.
Because, well, we live in 2026. It's a very different world than
Yeah,
2010.
it's certainly not relatable today. Would you concede? It's not relatable today.
But we're not talking. We're looking at this through the eyes of 2010 when everybody
would it be relatable in 2010?
It was Obama era when things were significantly better.
It's post the 2008 recession. But like I guess those characters.
No, to be fair, that's when the movie came out. I don't know what time, like when. We have no idea what year it is in the movie.
Okay, I would assume present day, but I
guess
they
never.
As
far as I know, they never specifically said.
But to be fair, you've already made this point where you're like, I don't like this. I don't understand these people. Like my thing is, I don't understand
of course I don't.
why anybody. It's not even just I don't understand why people like this show because okay, yeah, I get it. It's a show for wine moms who want to gab.
It's one of those things
like,
where I should be clear. I understand why the people who it's made for like
yes,
it. It's not made for me.
I understand why people like the show in theory. I don't understand why anybody likes any of the characters involved in it. They're all awful and they're all unrelatable and they all suck. Like
My clinical, cynical answer to that, Justin, would be, they don't necessarily like them. They want to be them.
but why? They're all awful. Like that. That's
Because
just
Justin,
it. That's just it.
because
That's my
Justin,
point.
because Justin, they are four people who can afford to have two kids, live in New York, afford a nanny, and be able to fly to fucking Dubai on a fucking whim.
Like that's what I'm saying though. Is like I'm sorry, she's got a live-in nanny, is unemployed, and lives in New York City and can afford to just fuck off to Abu Dhabi.
It's not because they relate to these characters. It's because they don't relate to them. They want to be them.
They want to be them, but yeah, this is where I'm like this is where I'm fully willing to, this is the end of the commentary because like I'm a guy, I don't get it. Like
I don't
like
get
like
it.
I not that I want to be Jordan Belfort.
I mean, like,
but
here's
I
what
don't
I'll
want
say,
money
Justin,
like Jordan Belfort, but
you
I
know,
recognize he's
this movie
awful.
is like, there's a point where in the beginning where what's her name? Sarah Jessica Parker's character is freaking out on Big because he's watching TV in bed.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck?
I'm on his
side in this conflict. Like, so much of this movie, just like the first one, would be resolved if they acted like normal people and had an adult conversation instead of treating her like she's a teenager and acting like he's her dad.
I'm gonna say something which, God, I hope nobody that matters watches this, but I'm gonna say something and you're gonna immediately agree with me. The reason why you find these characters, and the reason why I, not necessarily in terms of wealth, but just in terms of the way they act, the reason why I say that they're not unbelievable characters is because we both know someone who is exactly like the characters in this movie.
No. It's not that I said they were unbelievable. I've never once stated they were unbelievable. They are very much a character.
I think she would relate to them, if you would prefer me to say.
I don't. I mean, maybe. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna agree or disagree.
You know who I'm talking about
because I want to shut down this part of this conversation. So I'm not gonna agree or disagree with you on camera. Off camera, on the other hand, I will absolutely agree or disagree with you later. But the thing is, I'd like to ask a woman about this because I'm like surely they're all awful. Like there's nothing redeemable or like nice. They're all terrible people who treat the people around them like shit. They treat each other like shit. Like Samantha doesn't have the decent respect to not have loud, obnoxiously loud sex around her friends' children. Dude, keep it in your pants for one night. What is wrong with you? Like, they're all bad. Like, Carrie, have a conversation with your husband who you've been married to for multiple years at this point. Like, you're all terrible people. You're all bad people. What do you mean? You're asking like Charlotte? You're acting like a prissy princess about your kids. Her and Miranda have that conversation about why it's okay to get stressed out about your kids. Yeah, but not the way she is. Like, all of you people are awful. This movie is making me mad. We have to move on. I'm remembering why I hate this fucking franchise. I hate this franchise.
Where I say I don't have a lot
of these movies. I hate these people. Hate it.
It's not for me.
No, it's not for me. It's never gonna be for me. It's one of those things.
It's largely how I feel.
It's one of those experiences, though. It's very similar to the Napoleon Dynamite, where I don't understand why this is popular. I don't understand why people like this. I don't understand why it's had
sure, but unlike that situation, in this instance, I can.
It's for wine moms. I can perhaps sit and have a glass of
I can perhaps sexistly say, yeah, I don't understand it, but I also don't have a uterus.
No.
So
it's for, like I said, it's for like 30 to 40-year-old wine moms to sit, have a glass of wine, and it's basically like the television equivalent to like social gabbing. It's like sitting there and gabbing with your friends. That's what this represents. Yeah, they're a bunch of bitches, but that's kind of that's the enjoyment, is the fact that they're a bunch of bitches. They're not
bad, a bunch of catty bitches.
Yeah. Like that's harsh, but like yeah. I'm aware I'm a guy, so like this is not for me. But like I don't know,
never gonna be for me.
Never gonna be for me.
What's your last one?
Oh yeah, it's hard not to make. It makes me so mad. I hate.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna shuffle us along. What's your next one?
My final thing, Jordan. My final thing of the week is a movie.
Just because we're pushing towards another 6-hour stream.
I know. My final thing.
And I'd like to have breakfast.
Yeah, fair enough. Me too. I have to pee. Something fierce. Um, Final thing of the week is a movie called The Game. The Game.
I just
And
lost the game.
oh, you son of a bitch. This is where I'm talking about like the plight of the rich white guy, where you're like, this is none of this is fucking relatable like at all to anyone. But the plot of this is it stars Michael Douglas and Sean Penn, and Michael Douglas is basically Scrooge from the Christmas Carol. He's a crotchety guy who's about to turn 45 and is really sensitive about the fact that he's about to turn 45 because when his dad turned 45, his dad killed himself. And so he's really on edge about it. And he's kind of a dick, and he's a solitary guy, and he lives on his own, and he's estranged from his brother. And his brother invites him to dinner by being like, I booked a reservation for Seymour Butts, which is funny. And his brother gives him a voucher for this experience that he can go do. This sort of, and he says that this experience is gonna change your life. It's gonna be completely life changing. You need to say yes to it. And Michael Douglas is like, well, I don't know. And eventually, Michael Douglas goes to check it out, and it involves like a bunch of paperwork, like a shit ton of paperwork, waivers, physicals. Like they do a bunch of physicals, a bunch of mental, psychiatry tests, so on and so forth. That checking his general well-being. And the movie is one. It's very similar to. It's really reminded me of a number of Black Mirror episodes. But it goes, and also it reminded me a lot of Total Recall. Where like, so he goes to go back to his regular life, and like they phone him and like, oh, you've been rejected from this, and he's like, what? And then he starts to become involved in a corporate conspiracy where it seems like the company that he is doing this experience with is out to get him and trying to kill him. And they're basically building this experience of like he is, everyone seems to be out to get him. He's making him real paranoid and whatever, what have you, whatever. And it's a David Fincher movie, so it's actually quite good. But he's really good at tension, of playing with tension, where you're not sure what is real and what is part of the game. And the movie spends a great deal of time setting up the game as something kind of big. Oh, you won't. So he runs into two people early on. He's like, oh, I heard you guys talking about this company. And he's like, yeah, we can't tell you what the game is. If we tell you what the game is, that takes out the whole mystery of the game. Part of the experience of the game is that we can't even tell you. But there's certain things that this company does that are like technologically impossible. So he initially thinks he's been rejected, but they leave him, or they deliver him a doll or of some sort, a stuffed animal of some sort, and he looks in the eyes, and then in the eyes there's a key, and the thing locks in. Throughout the movie he's watching, because he's a financial advisor, he's watching C-SPAN, CNN, whatever, and the anchor starts to talk to him, and he's like, they're like, oh yeah, you're playing the game now, you have to figure out what it is, and he's like, what? And it's like, oh, we're talking to you because we're using cameras. But I'm like, but how are you making the anchor talk to him? This is weird. It looks like it's some sort of weird, and they never explain that part of it. Anyway, he meets up with a girl. He starts to go slowly crazy. He's unsure what's real and what's not real. I'm gonna give away the ending. It gets to the ending. He has a gun, and he's holding the waitress, because there's a love interest in this that he's been with the whole movie. There's a girl, because of course there is, and he has her on the rooftop, and he has her at gunpoint, and she's on like initially he goes to confront her, and he finds out that she works for the company, and she knocks him out and sends him to Mexico and locks him in a case, and he winds up in Mexico. And he gets back to America after dealing with people who don't believe who he is. He has no passports, whatever. He struggles to get back to America. He gets back to America, and he goes to confront her, and he's like, oh, what? And she's like, yeah, I work for the company. This is all part of it. Basically, this is part of the game. This is all part of the illusion. It's all fake. It reminded me of that bit from American Dad, where after the episode where Stan beats up Avery Bullock, and he's like, actors, everybody. So she's like, he's an actor. He's like, I don't believe you. He's holding her at gunpoint, And she's like, no, once you go through there, the game will be over. And they're all there with champagne for your birthday, and this is all a big birthday gift for you. And he's like, I don't believe you. And the door opens, and it's his brother, and he shoots his brother in the chest accidentally. And he thinks that the brother is dead. The brother goes down. He thinks he's dead. And they're all like, oh, fuck. That's not supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to do that. Like, you weren't supposed to get a real gun. All of the guns you've been using throughout the movie up to this point have been fake. They've all had blanks in them. Like, you somehow have a real gun. That's not supposed to happen. And he freaks out, and he jumps off of the roof and kills himself. Well, it turns out that during he falls through glass, and he lands on a big thing. It turns out that was all part of the game. It was all part of it.
Nah.
And they pick him up, and they're dusting him off, and like, just so you know, sir, we're just checking you, because even though it's fake glass, you could still potentially injure yourself. And they lift him up, and the brother walks out, and it turns out he's still alive. And he's like, it was all part of it.
Oh, snap! What a twist!
This is all part of it. This is all part of the game. And they're doing the celebration, and the guy comes up and he signs. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm paying for it. And I'm like, oh my god, the plight of the bored rich white guy whose life is so meaningless with all of his immense wealth that he needs to pay to be part of an elaborate conspiracy where he is tortured and psychologically tortured for several days. This is how boring and awful and terrible it is to be a rich white person. Oh my god, pity the rich white person. Like, it's just so unrelatable, where you're like, no person will ever experience this. Like I don't relate to this guy at all. Like, oh, I'm sorry. His dad was so sad about being wealthy. Like, I don't want to be cold, but it's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna say it's a bad movie. Like, it's a David Fincher movie. I love his movies, and like, it's not my favorite David Fincher movie, but it's certainly not a bad time. But final thoughts, and then we'll move on to the final movie. Is Michael Douglas is honestly really good. He's I never thought of Michael Douglas as someone with range before. He's just one of those actors where he's always just kind of
Michael Douglas.
Yeah, he's just always kind of just Michael Douglas. Like, he's basically, what he's like in Ant-Man. He's just that. That's what Michael Douglas is.
Where he's the same as he is when he's in that the one where he's on Wall Street.
It's so much easier when you know who I'm talking about. Yeah,
he's talking like this, and he's got that.
That's actually that's not a bad impression. I'm not gonna lie to you. But he's got range in this. Like, when he
what's that one called? Not Wolf of Wall Street.
When he's on Wall Street, just Wall Street.
Yeah, but is it called Wall Street?
Well, technically the only one you've seen, because you've never seen the first one, I don't think.
No, I saw the second one.
You're thinking of Wall Street Money Never Dies.
That's it. Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah.
We don't
have time to get to why that movie's funny. But he in the middle, when he's like genuinely freaking out, like he reminded me a lot of in this movie. It's gonna feel like a weird comparison, but his performance in this reminded me a lot of Robert Downey Jr. Weirdly, like
in what way?
In the like the quick the way he freaks out. Just, it was very
frenetic energy.
Yeah, the frenetic energy of it. Like, it was I saw a contemporary review when I was reading about it that said he always matches the energy of the scene he is. He never gets ahead of it, and that's true. He when he's upset that the brother dies, it's impactful because he's been kind of shut off and cold for the rest of the movie, so it really means something. And the thing about this that made me go like this. Okay, no, this is the final thought. Part of this made me go like, this is stupid and unrealistic. But then I remembered all the Darren Brown specials I've watched, and I was like, no, honestly, you could do this. Like, they have done this in real life. Like, Darren Brown. I said the name, you probably don't. You remember the special where he's the bald guy, and he convinces the guy to. He did the special called The Push, where he convinced the guy he
pushed the guy off the roof.
They pushed the guy off the roof, and then
yeah.
There's another one where he programs a guy, a racist guy, to save a person of color. That's also really good.
I don't think I've seen that one.
No, I don't think you have either. I definitely know you've seen The Push because I made you.
I saw The Push. That I remember.
Yeah, that if you've never seen The Push, you should watch The Push, because The Push is real. I might do that for this once, because that special is so good. But yeah,
this is not about that though.
No, but that made this movie made me go like, this feels unrealistic, until I went, no, but that happened. You can definitely get, like, by the end of it, there's like they show all the actors, and there's like 10 or 20 of them, and you're like, yeah, that's pretty much all it would take to convince a guy of this. Like, it's a lot easier to convince a person of a thing than you think. It's kind of
Oh,
kind of thing.
absolutely. Especially if you have enough people and they're convincing enough.
But yeah, I was like, man, surely they're like, I
You
guess
can gaslight someone into doing just about anything.
right. What birthday gift do you get for the guy who can buy whatever he wants? That's what this movie is. Oh yeah, Jordan. That's the last of my movies. So you have to guess what the theme was, Jordan.
Magic.
No,
Birthday? Birthday magic?
it was definitely birthday.
It was birthday.
I
So
did
I was right the first time.
I did the first one to throw you off, Jordan. It was a trick. It was a trick. The rest of it was just birthdays. Yeah, it was birthday.
Okay. It was birthday.
I tricked you, Jordan. I tried
But
to
you
throw you
did,
off.
but you didn't because
No.
I did guess
You
it.
saw 16 candles and you immediately went, yeah, it's a birthday related movie.
There was a couple on there that I saw and I was like, those are birthday things, but
Really?
that was
It
definitely one
wasn't.
of them.
It was. Oh, probably 16 wishes as well, if I had to guess.
But yeah, I think that was the other one.
That's funny.
Basically, anything that had wish in it kind of tipped me off.
Okay, Jordan, let's wrap this up with Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, this is gonna be quick. I hate this. My last have not seen, sorry, is 2025 Lilo and Stitch. I hate this.
Yeah, no, that's valid.
Um,
That's completely valid.
I hate it so much that you already pretty thoroughly dissected this in your version of this. Anyone who wants the dissected version should really just go watch that. I'm gonna not do a scene by scene thing here, and I'm really just gonna rant for a minute.
Wait, but Jordan,
I
we have to say the catchphrase of the movie, which is Ohana means family, and family
and
means
family
going.
means putting your sister into the foster care
Oh,
system.
see, that's the my favorite one is Ohana means family, and family means going to an out of state college. I mean, it's the same idea basically, but you know.
Mine is more depressing, so
I
it's
mean,
better.
I mean, I suppose that is true. Yeah, everyone's like the thing about this
Uh,
one more than anything. No,
Yeah,
you
no.
do,
So
you do
no,
your,
you're doing that thing where you're dissecting it. I don't want to dissect it. I don't want to spend an hour talking
no,
about
do
this.
your angry rant, and then
Um,
I will.
Okay. So right off the bat, Jumba sounds wrong.
Sounds wrong.
That's just the first thing that comes to mind when you see him. He sounds wrong. He looks ugly. I don't like the fact that
Awful.
they just devolved them into being just humans.
Yep.
I don't like that Pleakley is not Pleakley.
Nope.
I don't like that we've gotten rid of Gantu.
Yep.
I don't like the fact that they just devolved a fucking Jumba into just being a bad evil scientist.
Hate it.
They really just took him and merged him with Hamsterville and to
Yeah,
a
little
lesser
bit.
degree Gantu.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
I hate the fact that they split the social worker and Bubbles into two separate characters unnecessarily.
Unnecessary.
Um,
So.
and the social worker is only there so that you can have the cameo version of her. She's the voice of the original nanny. That's the only reason that they split that character into two.
Absolutely.
I maintain that
Absolutely.
is so that they could have her be there in a cameo role. Otherwise, why?
Cut.
There's no need for her.
Cut out.
I don't like. Let me finish my rant. God damn it. I don't like the fact that we have reduced this from being the idea of it was supposed to be about tourism and how people are different and how things like that. I don't like that they've changed Lilo and turned her from being someone who's just different and ostracized by the people that are around her into being a brat. A brat who is
Yeah.
kind of unpleasant.
Well, to be fair, I have to
You're
jump in.
interrupting me. You're
I know.
interrupting me again.
I have to jump in here though. But to be fair, I have to be fair. I'm the devil's advocate guy here. To be fair, there does seem to be an intention with making the idea seems to be that the theme of this for Lilo and I'm gonna. This is with an asterisk of I'm on your side here, but I think the idea is supposed to be that she is also supposed to be bad like Stitch is, so that she can also learn the lesson of being good. Is the intention? It's a failed intention, but I think that's the idea.
Stupid though. The idea is that it is supposed to essentially be they are on the shoulder of a person. They would be the angel and the devil. He is the devil. She's the angel.
Yes.
They counterbalance each other. That's why they work as a pair.
Disagree with you.
When
I'm
you
just
make
saying,
it so that they are both bad, it completely fucks with the story.
I'm just saying. I think that was the idea thematically. I think that's what they were going for. I think that was their attempt at doing something thematically. I don't.
And that's not even
disagree with you.
talking. That's not even talking about Nani and how this version just really wants to ditch her
Oh
sister.
my god, character assassination. Oh boy.
Oh my god. I mentioned Bubbles and how I hate what they did with him. Um, oh, man.
Here's my pitch for Bubbles though. And okay, well, okay. The obvious thing is you cut out the social worker and you make Bubbles right. But like, okay, here's my pitch. What if the social worker was Bubbles? Like, what if instead we cut out Cooper Bubbles, completely, and she the social worker, because I don't inherently
I
hate.
don't hate her as a character. I hate her because of how she
Yes.
assassinates an already established
What if
character.
though
But
she?
if we have to get rid of like if we
Because that's my question.
you're basically what if she was Bubbles is what you're
Yes. What if,
saying.
what if she was Cooper
As she
Bubbles?
currently is, what if she was Bubbles and she's like undercover or something
Yes.
still?
Yes.
Um, I think that could work with the version that we got. I think that the reason why she doesn't work is because they're trying to maintain
Yes.
Bubbles as a character.
Because I'm like,
But
if you
if you remove Bubbles and have her be Bubbles, it still would piss off a lot of people
for
and it would
sure,
probably
but would it piss
irritate
off
me,
you?
but to a degree because I don't like change.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Because I'm like, if you made it, because I like. That is one of the few things I liked about that movie. I like the fact that the social worker is the original Nani. That's fun. That is a fun meta nod. I do like that, and I do think it would be because yeah, you didn't even mention the fact that they still have the mosquito thing, even though Cobra Bubbles, it didn't negotiate it. So there's no how on earth is it still a protected planet for the fucking mosquitoes? It doesn't make any fucking sense. They never explain it. It's stupid. Anyway, this is your rant, not mine.
Yeah, I didn't
But
even
like,
think of that.
but like
You're right. That is stupid.
they could have her be that in the narrative, and then it's a meta commentary on how Nani is taken care of. Like it makes the meta commentary or the meta joke even stronger and even better, right? Sorry, continue your
and
rant.
so the thing for me that really got me is it would have these moments which were just the original, and I'd be like, oh, this is cute, like this is, I like this because this is just thing that I know, and then it would devolve into it being thing I don't know, and that would make me even angry because I was just watching thing that I know and thing that I like, and it makes it that much more jarring when it goes to thing that's different, and
Yeah,
it makes me hate it even more.
that's so interesting. Normally, I'm the opposite with these. Like normally, I'm like. When it's different, I'm at least engaged.
No, but it's so bad without
much like
the
yourself.
differences are so bad.
Well, because all of the stuff they add adds nothing.
It detracts. It
right?
not only doesn't add anything, it detracts from
Yeah.
what was like what was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna maybe pop the original up a little too high, but it detracts from what was art.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know if I'd go so far as to call Lilo and Stitch art, but I don't disagree with your premise. Because, like, yeah,
That's where I say I might be puffing it up a
little
little
bit,
bit too
but, like,
much, but like
compared to
you
this,
get
it's
what I
art.
mean.
Compared to this,
Yeah.
but like they've added so many scenes of like I mean, you didn't mention the wedding scene, where he goes to the wedding for literally no reason. It adds nothing other than the runtime.
The wedding. I don't even
Or
remember that.
some sort of party. There's a where he first when Stitch first crash lands, he crashes some
Oh
sort of
yeah,
party.
no. Where instead of him just being hit by a vehicle, he's at some wedding for
Yeah,
some
and
reason.
it adds
Yeah,
nothing other than minutes to the
it just
runtime.
pads the runtime
Pads
for
the
some
runtime.
reason.
Like the thing that's so again, there's so much shit. I agree with you. That's just frustrating. That exists for no it exists in a way that I understand its reason, but you could have done it in a way that was at least interesting. Like the I mean, you already mentioned them being human. I fucking hate that, but I understand it's for the budget.
It.
It's for the
I
budget.
get why they're doing it.
I get why it exists,
but I hate it.
And it also
same with Gontu. Like I
Yeah.
understand why he's not there.
No,
He's
him I
expensive.
don't understand. I don't. You know what they should have done? They should have turned Bubbles into Gantu.
We said that right from the beginning.
Yes, we did. We did say that. Do you agree with that now?
I do to a degree.
But like
anyway.
the character that
like if you're gonna for me it's one of those like if you're gonna split up, if you're gonna change Cobra Bubbles and make him into something else, make him into Gantu.
Yeah, make him into
do
Gantu.
Something.
Because
do something.
If you're gonna do if you're gonna do the plot element of this that they have to turn the
Heck,
humans.
you could even have it be where right from the beginning, like you don't have Gantu on the ship or whatever, and right from the beginning, Cobra Bubbles is Gantu. He's their agent on the planet.
Yes,
He's the
totally,
reason.
totally.
He's the reason why no alien come there. Why nothing
Yeah,
ever happens.
yes,
He is the secret sleeper
totally.
agent
That's
that
an even
protects the
better
planet.
idea than mine. Yeah,
And then
exactly.
you have it where he's now hunting Stitch to Stitch on the order of the Council, and at a certain point, maybe his watch gets broken or
And he
something. We get
turns
to
into
see
Gantu.
for like one scene, we get to see the actual Gantu.
Well, I mean, you're
You know what I
you're
mean? For however many scenes.
yeah. I mean, I would remove the element of Jumba is the bad guy and I would have Gantu be the bad guy. But yeah, like what's frustrating is the
No, but I mean in his alien form because we
yeah.
know that it's
Well,
expensive.
no, you
So
do
I'm like,
you
I'm
do
like,
them.
you have it be broken and you see his full form.
Sure. But what I'm saying is instead of doing a third act, Jumba is in his full CGI form, and we're paying for Jumba to be in his full CGI form for the climax.
I see what you're saying.
His
Have it
watch
be
breaks and he
Gantu
turns into
instead.
Gantu, and then the climax is now Gantu. Like
Yeah.
then Gantu gets to be in it, and you don't have this was frustrating. Because,
And then it leans more into, and the reason why that works better for me, and it works better than even the original Cobra Bubble, is because if you have this it doesn't work with how the nanny goes off. But if nanny was to stay there, it would work better with her with the nanny, old nanny, girl, the social worker, the girl social worker.
Yeah.
It would work better for me for her being just a social worker if she then also like if she finds out the truth and is like the receptive matronly figure, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Like the
I
Gantu.
I hate that Lilo ends up with a neighbor and David. I hate that.
I hate that she's the.
I get. It's one of those frustrating situations where it's like I understand what they're going for, where they're like they want this to be more toned in realism and in realisticness and in realistic fashion. However old Manny is supposed to be, like what, 21 or something
like that.
21-year-old girl being saddled with her 6-year-old sister and having to look after her. I understand. What?
Oh, I think she's younger in this. I think in the original she's older, but anyway, sorry.
Whatever, but the point being,
Yeah,
like her getting
fine.
saddled with her sister, I understand how, in a realistic interpretation of the movie, you wouldn't want that to be the case.
For sure.
But like the entire basis of her character in the original thing is based on that.
Yeah.
It's based on the fact that she will do anything to stay with her sister.
Yeah.
So to then completely change and twist that and like make it the exact opposite in this movie is not only frustrating, but it's insulting to the original movie.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure it is. It absolutely is.
And that's the thing that gets me with this movie is like, yeah, you frequently say how you don't mind when they make changes or they do adaptional changes to movies.
This is the exception.
Let me finish. But I think that we can both agree that there's a difference between like adaptional changes and straight not doing things correctly.
Yeah, outright character assassination. Yes, absolutely. There's a difference. No, yeah, for sure. For sure.
And this to me is character assassination on pretty much every front.
This was the first one.
Right down to the fact that like with Jumba, like, okay, he looks weird because he's in live action or whatever, photorealistic, okay, whatever. Same with Pleakley. You could at least try to find someone who like and Pleakley, I give it's
Pleakley
a little bit
is
better.
honestly not bad.
It doesn't bother me that
He's
much.
He's not bad. He's bad based on his association with Jumba, but he's overall not a bad adaptation.
But like Jumba is supposed to have a very like even if you don't want to make him like exactly the same kind of accent. He's supposed to have an accent. Give him some sort of vaguely European accent.
Oh, see, I don't shit like that. I don't care. If the characterization,
he doesn't sound right.
If the characterization is interesting,
he doesn't sound right. Yeah, but the thing that though is that
it's just like that's cosmetic.
The thing though, Justin, is that if he acted a little bit different, but he still sounded right, you would notice it a little bit less if he acted wrong.
I'm the opposite. Yeah, shit like that. That to me is adaptational. That to me is dependent on all of my.
No,
that is dependent on the like. If you had a better characterization of this character, Zach Galifianakis is wrong for this character no matter what. But if it was a better characterization, him not sounding exactly right, the same could be said in the opposite direction.
I'm not saying that he has to sound exactly right. That's what I said. He just has to sound similar.
Yeah, no.
So like. If it's a character that in the original has an accent, it should have something that sounds like the accent. He shouldn't be American.
I'm not. Nah, see, I'm not married. To me, accents are incidental. To me, you're a guy who's usually like accents are. I would push and I would say
the character.
I would say that the opposite is the case here, where if the characterization was better and it was something that was closer to the
He would
original,
still sound wrong.
I don't think so. I think it's
He would still sound wrong.
Well,
Jumba is one of those characters where he has a very particular voice, and if it sounds nothing like the
no,
voice,
but
I'm not saying it has to sound exactly like the voice.
yeah, no,
But like it has to be in the same ball. You have to be playing. If we're comparing this to sports,
I don't think that whatsoever.
if we're, can I finish?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
If we're comparing this to sports, in the terms of the voice acting, if the original voice is baseball, then he's like not even soccer.
Well,
He's
no,
not even.
but
He's not
again,
even. He's not even the closest. Like he's like a race car.
It's really
so vastly different
par-
that it can't even be called the same sport
part of
or the same ballpark.
Part of the problem here is they have him saying the lines from the original but badly, so you notice it. I think if there was a little bit more of an attempt to maintain his, if he was close, if he did, if this was closer in writing to what he was actually like, I think the voice, if it was a better actor, better performance, and a better adaptation of this character, I don't think the voice really matters all that much. Not for.
It's a great. Like for example, if we were to bring this to the live action Moana with the crab guy, if he didn't have that kind of what is it? What does he have? The British
No,
or
that's
whatever he is.
Disagree.
Let me finish. And you had him come out and he was like, "G'day, mate. I'm totally Tomatala." It would sound weird, Justin.
Yeah, but when it depends on the character. Okay, that's not really a terribly great example because they're just doing the thing from the. So yes, they're just doing the thing from the cartoon. So if we didn't have a New Zealand.
Yeah, that's what they're doing here.
But. No.
They're just doing yes, they are. They are just trying to do the thing from that's what they want to do.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's why they have all the.
That's what I'm saying is I think your brain is currently polluted with this version of this character, and I think if it was a better written version of the character and this was
it would sound weird if he didn't have the correct accent.
I think you wouldn't be so hung up on it. I really do.
I don't think so.
I think it's the opposite.
I think you're wrong.
I think exactly what you said. Of like, oh, if the accent was right, I would forgive 90% of everything wrong with this character. I think the same could be said in the opposite. If they got 90% of the character right and the voice was wrong, you wouldn't care.
No,
it wouldn't bother you.
You're wrong.
But also, you do have the tendency to get hung up on things that don't matter. So that
does matter. That's part of the character.
I would not say his accent is part of his character. I would say David Ogden Stiers, who played the character, had a particularly thick Middle Eastern European accent, and the character wound up with it. I would not say it is intrinsic to that character whatsoever. He's not like
I would
from
because he's
Russia,
supposed to be I would because he's supposed to be attributed to a
he's an alien,
like a German scientist.
He's still an alien,
and so like I'm not saying that he has to be a German. I'm not specifically
German.
Right. You're missing the point. I'm saying he doesn't have to have exactly the same kind of accent, but if he has a vaguely European sounding accent in the thing, he needs to have a vaguely European sounding accent. Yeah. If he was like Russian sounding, that'd be fine. But you can't have him be North American. You can't, or not North American, but like American. No, it sounds weird.
I'm not with you on this. It's an adaptation. The way the character sounds.
You can't have it both ways, Justin.
I mean, you can absolutely have it.
No, you can't. You can't sit here and tell me that it's character assassination
when assassination.
But no, that would be also character assassination. Really. Yes, it would.
Like the parts of it that are character assassination have nothing to do with. It has everything to do with the performance.
It's all part of it. It's all part of the character assassination.
Like if Zach Galifianakis went in there and did a vaguely European accent, it would still be bad. Like that wouldn't fix what's wrong with this, like at all. Like
right, because that would be one part of the thing that was bad. Yes, there are other things in this one in specifically that make it bad, but in another version of this where everything else is correct and his voice is wrong, that's still character assassination.
Yeah, that's what
it's a lesser character assassination, but it's still assassinating the character. But I gotta be fair here, Justin. I gotta be fair. I'm the person who thinks that any live action adaptation of a thing that already exists, not a reimagining or a retelling, but anything that is just the thing that we already have, but being told in live action, is a character assassination.
I'm just saying, if we did a
that's my opinion,
a proper efforted, and he had an American accent, and he turned out to be a good guy in the end, and
it would be character assassination.
I don't agree with that.
But
think,
again, I'm the person. I'm the
unless
odd
the
one
accent
out.
is like intrinsic to the character, then I
I'm
don't
the
know.
odd one. Well, it is.
It's not though.
It
There's
is.
nothing
Because
intrinsic
when you
about
look
that.
at him and you hear it, it is supposed to make you think specifically of a German scientist.
Yeah, but
He's a German mad scientist.
I don't. Hey man, someone in the comments tell me I don't remotely think. I did just as I don't
It
think.
certainly is supposed to be a European mad
I think you could
scientist.
give Pleakley a.
Like you're supposed to look at him and you're supposed to think specifically what he's supposed to, very specifically, what he is supposed to be
But
attributed
to be
to.
entirely fair,
What very specifically what Jumba is supposed to be attributed to is Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster.
yeah, Frankenstein is not German.
Frankenstein has an accent.
No, he
A
doesn't.
European accent.
No, he doesn't.
Which is intrinsically part of his
No, he
character.
doesn't.
He's not American.
He doesn't have a. He has an American accent. Wait. Well, okay. To be fair,
No, he doesn't.
Are you talking about the Boris Karloff version of? Yeah, he absolutely does.
I'm talking about any version that I've seen, whether it be from fucking
No,
from fucking Alvin and the Chipmunks
absolutely
version of
not true.
Frankenstein to like any
okay.
version I've ever seen of Frankenstein and his monster. Frankenstein has an accent.
And okay. First of all, Alvin and the Chipmunks. That's not Frankenstein. The monster is Frankenstein. The doctor is not Frankenstein. That's an important thing to mention. But no, most versions of Frankenstein, he's not German. He doesn't have a German. I mean, to be fair, technically speaking, Dr. Frankenstein is not German. He is Austrian, but he does not have
Right.
that kind of
So
accent.
my
No.
point is that if we were
You've
being
made
a
the association
generalist-
with
if we were being a generalist, he has a vaguely European accent,
he only-
not an American accent. Justin,
he has that accent purely because there's no character reason for him to have that accent. He has that accent purely because the actor who played him had an accent. So like, no, it's not. Like, it would be the same thing. To be fair. I would make the same case for Pleakley. I would be like, his accent makes no difference. He could be a foppish British man, and it would make absolutely no difference to that character.
this is where we're going to agree to disagree.
Yeah, no. If it's like, but to be fair, he's an alien. Like if he were human, like and he were from Eastern Europe, I'd be like, yeah, like you're right. Like I can't think of a good example. If James Bond is a much better example. James Bond all of a sudden had an American accent. You'd be like, that's not normal. That would be strange. And I think it's just because to be fair, I think this movie has poisoned your brain for adaptation, because I would make the same case to you of if we're 99% right and he didn't sound vaguely Eastern European, it would be a minor nitpick and an otherwise fine thing. Like it would be the exact.
I mean, no,
opposite.
it would always have an uphill battle because it's a live action adaptation, and I hate those.
So here's the question, George. So you haven't seen
I
all of them.
I hate those.
You haven't seen all of them, so it feels unfair asking this question. Because this is the first one. This is how I would like to begin pushing to the end of this.
Oh, I'm done. I have nothing else to say.
This is the first
I mean,
one.
I could tell you the budget and box office, which
nobody
hurts
cares.
me and makes me
They
sick.
made too much money. That's all they need to know. Nobody cares.
Oh my god, it upsets me.
They're making a second one, and the only good thing about the second one,
Ugh.
the only good thing about the second one,
There's no good thing
no,
about
no,
the
no, no,
second
no,
one.
no, 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 no. I have to. The only good thing about the second one is I didn't put it in the show's notes because it's not worth talking about yet. But the only good thing about the second one is it's being directed by the guy who directed the original movie.
I mean, he was Stitch in this one.
Yeah, but it's being directed by Chris Sanders. So it stands a chance of being. I'm hoping he doesn't just do the straight to DVD movie. For the love of God, don't just do this. Do something new.
I mean, no, it can't be good because it has to follow off the back of this one.
Like
so.
say what you will. Well, no,
This one is this one as it exists is irredeemable.
But
so.
I'm all for like I hate it. Okay, this is conceptually, mind you. You're the only one of us who has seen it, and you said it was bad. So like, this is purely conceptually. But I didn't hate the fact that at the very least the second Lion King movie was telling a different story. Like it was a prequel and it was telling a different story, and it was a story we hadn't heard before. And I'm like, conceptually, hey, maybe the execution wasn't good, but conceptually, I'm down for that. So like, yeah, if you do, I mean, to be fair, they've already hinted that they're gonna do Angel, and because she shows up in this, and
She does.
yeah, in the bit where he says, "I'm gonna turn you into 627," and you see all of the silhouettes of all the different other ones. One of the ones you see is Angel, and then you also see, I can never remember the number. Not Ruben. 221, the electric one.
Oh yeah. Sparky.
Sparky, yeah. So if you do an original story, like an original story with those characters, with Angel and with Sparky, I'm down for that. If you do something, if it's the original and it has the same tone and you hit all the right tones and you fix everything that's fucking broken with this movie, I am not. I don't want to say okay with it because okay with it feels like I'm giving it permission, but I will at least be quasi interested in it. Like I will at least check. I will at least. I mean, it would be hypocritical of us to be like, "Hey, you're gonna do," like, because you're like you hate live action remakes. That wouldn't be a remake at that point. So, like, I do think this is salvageable.
But it's carrying off the back of this, and I hate this. I don't want this to continue. I want this to die.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. My condition with these has always been, and always will be. If you do something different, and you don't just, it's like as you put it, if it's a reinterpretation of the material, because we to go full circle here.
Right, but with this instance in particular, and I feel bad saying this. This is the only time that I feel bad saying this because I don't like being mean towards child actors. I don't think she's a good Lilo.
Interesting. I don't know. It wavered to me moment to moment, but sorry. One quick thing about the ending.
I certainly don't think she's as good as the animated one was.
No, but like yeah. So
I also don't think the other actress is a good Nani.
I will say the ending where she has the portal gun is very definitely added in later. That is definitely a reshoot. There's no way it's not. I guarantee you. It ended with her going to college, and they took it to test screenings, and everyone got upset in the test screenings, and that because there's a reason why it's in the credits. I guarantee you that was added after bad test screenings. I guarantee you. So yeah, this is where I would say in concept, if they're doing something different, unique, original, I'm down for it. I'm all the way into it. I'm for it. I'm not going to support it financially. That's the key thing here, Jordan. I'm not pitching for supporting it financially, but I will check it out on Disney Plus later, and I will tell you whether or not I will tell you specifically, Jordan, whether or not it is bad or good or not.
I mean, that's fair. I can't.
Is this the worst one though?
Currently, that I can think of off the top of my head. I'd have to look. I turn my tablet off. I'd have to look at a list and look at all of them. It's for me. It's close between, again, off the top of my head, between this and Lion King.
I know, right? Okay, good. I'm glad you said that because that's also me.
But
I hated
Lion
this.
King,
This made me angry. This is the first.
Yeah.
Like Aladdin didn't make me angry. Mulan didn't make me angry.
I didn't watch
Jungle
that.
Book didn't make me angry.
That one's fine.
Lion King didn't make me angry. No, that's not fair. Lion King didn't make me angry. So it's a pretty close tie between this and Lion King. I think it's probably Lion King. It's gotta be Lion King.
Lion King didn't make me angry in the same way. Lion King upset me. Lion King, this is the better way to put it. This made me angry. Lion King just irritated me.
Fascinating. They both made me pretty angry. I don't know. I hate this, but it's like I said last week, I just don't think anything in this, like if I'm going bottom, like don't get me wrong, it's not far separated, because I just simply have not had quite a negative reaction as I did to this, but I cannot think of anything in this that gets as ear-shriekingly, shatteringly bad as Seth Rogen singing in Hakuna Matata. There's just like, yeah, okay, I hate the lighting,
sure,
I hate character decisions, but as a technical exercise.
For me, that's one moment that's bad in the movie, though, versus this entire movie makes me angry.
Right, but the rest of the movie is also
one
bad.
movie, that one part of the movie. Yeah, but like,
at least Stitch can emote.
All the live action remakes are bad.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
There's not one that I truly don't. I don't think any of them should exist, even the Aladdin.
Yeah, but you always say that. I don't consider that. I don't. Yeah, that just goes without saying. I don't. They do exist.
So, but
whether or not I think they should, they do.
My point, though, is that so if I have the sliding scale of how bad they are, I mean they're basically in the same spot. It's just Lilo. I like Lilo and Stitch more.
Fair. I see. I like Lion King more. Lion King is more.
I have a nostalgia.
It's a more
for Lion King. I I grew up with Lion
Yeah.
King, but I
Hey, fair.
I think I don't know how to word
You
this,
like
how
you like Lilo and Stitch
articulate
better.
this.
To be fair, yeah.
I think it's more creative
Oh,
because I think that Lion King is just Macbeth.
technically speaking, it's Hamlet, not Macbeth, but I get your point.
Whatever. It's just
It's
Shakespeare, if you
Shakespeare.
prefer.
Same 5 stars. Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna.
Whereas Lilo and Stitch just it feels.
I
Plus,
think
Lilo and Stitch is cute.
I'm not trying to. This is one of those. This is a Miyazaki situation where like, I think you're right. It is a sliding
It's
scale.
subjective.
It's subjective, and I think it depends on who you are. It's close. Like that's not. I don't want to give this movie any undue credit to say that just because I hated Lion King more. This is in the list of the ones that I actively hate. Like this, Mulan.
I never watched that.
It's bad. It's not as bad as this, but it's bad. Of the ones where it's like, yeah, I hate them. I hate them. I hate what they did to the movie I like.
I think the reason why this one bothers me more than Lion King is because while Lion King
here's a
has what
I have a follow up question. Finish with that.
while Lion King had bad casting. That's my issue with Lion King. But let me finish. Lion King had bad casting, but it still ultimately follows the plot of the original.
That's a valid point.
So while I don't like its casting, it doesn't actively assassinate any of the characters. Lilo and Stitch does.
I disagree that it doesn't actively assassinate any of the characters.
Not in the same way that Lilo and Stitch does.
But I will say, you're right. It is a bad photocopy of the original, but it is a photocopy of a good movie. This is like a person is like a person is trying. It's like those videos where they're like draw that Pokemon from memory. That's what it is. It's like someone's drawing Lilo and Stitch from memory.
That's a good analogy. I would actually say it's more like someone was like not Pokemon. That's way too people know that too well. It's like someone was like, I want to see your interpret. This is I'm being deliberately over the top. Just be aware of that. But to me, it's like someone went to like you and was like, I want to see your interpretation of the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, that does feel slightly over the top.
But you get the sentiment.
My response would be, you're like, Pokemon is too well known. You'd be surprised. Like I've seen a lot of those videos, and you'd be surprised by when push comes to shove. Asked to draw a Pokemon that you think you know, you'd be surprised.
But my thing is with your analogy,
close, but not close enough.
My thing with your analogy is that in your analogy, they're trying to be exactly the same. This wasn't. This was trying to fix and do their own interpretation.
Yeah. I do think see I don't know we're gonna go back in a circle. I don't necessarily agree with that. I could see why you would say that. I don't necessarily.
This one has the arrogance to be like, oh, yeah, the original was good, but what if Nani, gave up her sister and makes a whole bunch of unnecessary changes? So it's not like your analogy of someone trying to just draw a Pokemon that they know, because in that analogy,
no, they're trying to draw a Pokemon that they vaguely know.
Well, no, but again, no. Because no, I don't agree with that analogy. To me, it really truly is like trying to. Mona Lisa's too famous, whatever. But it's like going to a person and be like, I want to see your interpretation of blank thing that everybody knows really well.
Yeah, this is I agree to disagree with that sentiment. I don't think that was the intention here. But in the grand scale of these live action,
whether it was the intention or not, it's what they did.
It's definitely the bottom. I don't think it's the okay. Here's my
I would need a list open to tell me what all
question. Do you think it's worse than Snow White?
Yes.
Right? It's worse than Snow White, right? By like a lot.
I don't know. I'm not enough of a fan about Snow White to care about its accuracies.
Yeah, true, fair enough. But just like try to remove yourself as a fan, just be like objectively, this is worse, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I didn't really think Snow White was that bad. So
no, right, exactly.
Conversation.
That's my point. Is I think this is like I'm just like
to me, Snow White is up there with like the Cinderellas and the Aladdins, where it's fine.
I think it's close. You haven't seen Cinderella. Cinderella's actually Then they're not all
I
bad.
saw Cinderella.
Did you the Disney the live action remake one? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure maybe it was an older one. There's been a lot of Cinderella
That to be
ones.
fair, that one is not an adaptation of the Disney movie. It's just them telling Cinderella, so it's actually good, like legit. Like the Cinderella,
Yeah,
the live action Cinderella
I
is
think
like.
I did. I don't know. Now you've got me doubting myself.
Well, I'll find another excuse to
Or
watch that show.
if you prefer, um, the Beauty and the Beast is another one where it's like
Yes,
that was fine.
that one's fine. Yes, exactly. To me, like the ones that are fine is Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, and honestly, Lady and the Tramp wasn't bad.
I haven't seen that one either.
It's not bad. I mean you like cute dogs. It's not bad. So
Yeah,
that's interesting. What was my final question related to this that I wanted to ask
but
you?
no, this is
This is bad.
off the top of my head from the ones that I can think of without looking at a list and going off my notoriously bad memory. I think this is the worst one.
That's fair. That is fair. I cannot push you to say Lion King because of how much I fucking hated this. Jordan, I got on here and got real mad about this movie, so it would be hypocritical of me to be like, Jordan, no, you're wrong. It's definitely Lion King. Um,
Oh,
I,
and don't get me wrong.
it's not. It's close.
Lion King is also really bad. It's just in
It's more
the
horse racing
scaling
be a
of
photo
it.
finish.
It's like
Yeah, yeah,
that
pretty
where it's
well.
like they're very close, but like I this one broke me in a way that Lion King
it's
didn't.
Lilo and
So
Stitch
like
by a nose.
maybe if this had been 2 years ago and I had watched this before I watched Lion King and I was doing Lion King now, maybe the opinion would be switched. But because this is the most recent one I've seen, it breaks.
Oh, interesting. That's an interesting point. It's the most recent one, but no. See, I don't think that's true, because or the
I don't think it's true either. I think this would always be at the bottom.
no.
But
I do too, because we've never done that. This is the worst one because it's the most recent one we've seen before. Like we didn't do that with Snow White. We both have the same largely the
oh
same
no, I
attitude
just
towards
more
Snow
meant
White.
I more just meant like this one is so bad and I watched it so recently
Yeah,
that like I'm
it's legit a bad movie. Like the other ones, you could
yeah
be like,
it comes back
it's not even just
to
that it's
for
a
me.
bad adaptation. It's a bad movie. Like,
Yeah, for me it really does truly when I'm comparing it to Lion King, it really does truly and welly come down to the fact that like the Lion King ones, the photorealistic Lion King ones. There's a lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the aesthetics of it. I think it loses a lot of
none
the
of the characters
facial
can emote.
animation. Like you can't thank
Yeah.
you. The emote it loses the emote. I don't. I think the music is bad.
Yep.
But for me, the characters are still in character. Timon is still Timon.
Mm.
Pumbaa is still Pumbaa. Like they're not great versions of them, but they are still versions of them, right? Whereas for me, and this is just where it comes down to opinion. For me, the Lilo and Stitch example, Jumba is so not
Yeah,
Jumba.
I know.
He's so
I
not
know.
Jumba.
I know.
The
I know exactly.
Nani
I
in
know.
particular, it's Nani. Really, well and truly, it's Nani. That's what breaks that one
For
for
me, it's a
me.
one-two
It's
punch.
Nana. It's Nani being willing to give up Lilo is what
Yeah.
ultimately puts the nail in the coffin for that movie for him.
The movie again.
I can forgive a lot of things.
We're going in such
I'm a
circle,
kind person. I can forgive that you split up Cobra Bubble into two people.
right?
I don't like it, but I can forgive it. I can even forgive that you deleted Gontu because I understand the reasons why you would.
Right.
Right? I don't love what they did to Jumba, but I understand that if you're getting rid of Gontu, you have to replace him with someone. So I can
Right.
understand the character decisions there.
Right.
But with Nani being willing to give up Lilo goes so far against what I believe her character would do
It doesn't. It also
that it
doesn't
kills her.
do enough of a good enough job being different or differentiating her. It's the jail that these fucking movies are trapped in, where it
The
doesn't.
more it wants to be like the original, the worse it is.
Right. It tries to. It tries,
Unless you're going to be a one-for-one remake, in which case at that point I look at it and I
that's
go like,
also
that's
bad.
boring.
You're right. These movies are caged within the original movie, where it wants to do these original character turns and turn these into unique versions of the character or unique adaptation. It wants to do the thing that old school Disney movies did, where you said this. You're like, you're like, Walt Disney just wanted to do an adaptation of the Brothers Grimm, and that's what he did. He made his own version of the character in his own right, with Sleeping Beauty or Snow White. That's completely different from the original story. Same thing with Little Mermaid. They made a version of these characters that is their own, and that is clearly what this movie wants to do. It wants to create a version of Nani that its own, but it doesn't do a good enough job establishing their unique version of Nani because it's handcuffed and it's caged by attempting to be the original version. So it becomes a lesser version of both. It becomes a shitty version of the original version that you're like, Nani would never do this, but it becomes a shitty version of the new version because it's hamstrung to trying to be the original version. Jamba suffers through the same shit. His character is made all the more worse by the fact that they just have him saying lines from the original. Where you're like, well, but if he's just doing lines from the original, then it doesn't make any sense when he does the shit that makes him a different character. Like, all of these movies are fucking like that. Like, Aladdin, Scar in Lion King. Scar as a rejected mini lion, smaller runt lion, who is like, that is an interesting turn, but it is handcuffed to the original Lion King movie. Like, that's where these movies suffer. I don't think it is the inherent change of Nani, because if you just went, this is an adaptation, if you said this is an adaptation and you
we've said this for a while.
We said this for a while. To reiterate,
as soon as you try to be like, yeah, this is a retelling of that original, or this is not this is supposed to be tied to the original, it shackles it, and once you shackle it, it gets weight. It's a weight. It's a chain. It's a fucking anchor which is dragging it down. And it's the case with all of these. It will continue to be the case with all of these. You either make it a 1-for-1 remake and you get a How to Train Your Dragon, which is boring, or Moana. I assume it's going to be 1-for-1. You either do that and it's boring and unoriginal and a lesser version of a thing that already exists, or you grow some balls and you do something that is completely original, completely different, and completely new, and you take the chance that people might like it,
and then it bombs in the box office,
and then it bombs because nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that because they just want to show up and watch The Rock in a bad wig do a shitty version of You're Welcome,
of the thing that you already
that you can watch for free at home on Disney Plus.
That's why you say that you get tired of hearing me say it, but I'm going to keep saying it until I'm blue in the face. I'm tired of these. I'm tired of them. I'm tired of them, and I'm tired of pretending that they're worth talking about.
Oh,
This just reinforces that notion.
All art is worth talking about. I think it's worth.
No,
I think
no, it's not. Because when you talk about it, Justin, it makes it stay in the public consciousness. If you choose to ignore it, stop giving it attention, and don't give it your money, then the studios learn the fucking lesson that nobody wants.
I have no issues with. Okay, this will never get my money, ever. I won't even waste a pass on it. But like, if you but again, we got to wrap up. But,
yeah, I'm at like 14%.
I know my phone's about to die too. It's not fair for me to say I would never do anything with these because they make great content. So like, no, I'm not gonna pay money to go watch Lilo and Stitch 2. But I'm not a normal we are not normal people. So like, for me to say that in a review is disingenuous. Because like, yeah, I probably will watch Lilo and Stitch 2, so I can get on here and have a video that gets 300 views of me being like, this thing is fucking, because rage equals views. So like, yeah, it'll get me content. So like, to say I wouldn't, as a regular person, I wouldn't. Okay, as a regular movie-going person, if I was still a regular movie-going person, absolutely fucking not. There is no way. I would not have watched Moana 2. I've never seen it, but I would have not spent money on that. I wouldn't spend money on any of these live-action remakes. After what was the last one we watched in theaters? I can't remember what it was, but there was a point where I'm never spending a fucking dime on another one of these. But to watch it on Disney Plus for content, I'd be disingenuous if I said I wouldn't probably do that. I probably wouldn't.
I didn't say we wouldn't. I said no one should.
No.
There's a difference.
You, as the audience, as a regular person with kids, the people we know who have kids, stop taking your kids to this shit. Take them to the Cat in the Hat instead. Take them to that one where they're going to the island where they're Filipino girls.
The wild ones also, or anything that's creatively good.
Hoppers. Hoppers. Take them to Hoppers. Take them to have them watch Klaus. Like have them, you know what I mean? Like any number of creative exercises. Spend your money on.
Stop supporting slop like this.
Right? We watch this.
So you don't
have to. That's it. That's our new tagline. That's it, Jordan. That's it. We've gone around in circles for too long. This has lasted too long. We have expended too much heat on this.
We're gonna push towards a 7-hour stream if we're not careful.
Right. We got to get out of here, Jordan. We got to get out of here. Oh no, my phone did straight up die. My phone's dead.
My phone's at 13, probably 12% now. I need to end this. You can find me on Mondays. I do Minecraft Mondays. Twitch, Zethgore187. Justin, there's the Spur of the Moment P for TikTok. Justin Spurr is on TikTok.
Left ahead. I have to do that. I have to do what happens next week, real quick. Jordan, you're probably wondering what's going to happen next week, what topic we're doing next week. And because I have been such an awful bastard to you recently and made you watch shit movies and made you sit here and listen to me talk about Quentin Tarantino, and I feel really bad about it, next week is going to be Jordan's Revenge. So, Jordan, one rule, no sexual violence. Beyond that, go hog wild.
But, I have to pick ones for you?
Yes. Get me. But nothing with any sexual violence, please.
No, that's fair.
And you have to get it ideally by the end of tonight.
I will certainly at least have a couple suggestions for you.
I need at least one because I need to start tomorrow. So I need one or two to start with, but I ideally need a list by the end of the night.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
Yes, as Jordan said, Jordan does Minecraft Mondays on Mondays. I'm on Twitch. I'm Justin Spurr at Twitch. The show is Spur of the Moment P. You can email the show. It's Justin's business.
You're on Twitch? TikTok.
TikTok at Justin Spurr. You can follow the Jordan. Doesn't matter. Nobody goes there anyway. The show is Spur of the Moment P. You can email the show at it's Justin's business at gmail.com.
Think of the animals.
Think of the animals. Go check out the Final Frontier. Boxes. The boxes have popped up at this point. The box on the left is last week's episode, which was way shorter, and it's my birthday, okay? We can hang out for a little longer for my birthday, all right? You can click last week's episode, which I don't remember what it is, but it's already popped up. You can click and go check that out. If you want to see a random video, box on the left, hit subscribe. We put 7 videos out. Sometimes we put out 8-hour podcasts. We're here all day just talking about movies and shit. It's what we do. Jordan's here on weekends. That's it. Jordan's Revenge next week. Happy birthday to Justin. We'll see you all next week. Bye!